Chapter 590. Although Little C was cautious enough, with so many people around her, they would inevitably know some things about her past. Chin-yu didn't need to spend too much effort to find out what she had experienced these past years. It wasn't too complicated. She had chosen a cruel and heartless husband and lived a difficult life. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer and fled back to the sea with her daughter. As for the family that mistreated them, they had already died before Little C left. She was born at the sea. No matter what she looked like on the surface, there was an unerasable viciousness in her bones. Chin-yu let out a long breath and set this matter aside. He only wanted to make sure that there weren't any plots. He had no intention of digging into Little C's sad past. Although Little C's method of ending this matter was a bit ruthless, if she didn't hate them to the extreme, why would she do such a thing? Chin-yu wasn't a saint, so he naturally considered things from Little C's perspective. He could understand this. Since their grudges were settled, all that was left was to find a place for this mother and daughter pair. Little C originally didn't want to stay too long, but after 2 days of delay, she changed her mind and left with Chin-yu with her daughter. She didn't choose to return to the mainland. Thinking about it, that place had become a sad place for Little C. Chin-yu was currently bringing them to the sea race capital city. It turned out that when Little C told the Acacia sect and the others, there were some things that she had concealed. Not only did she see the divine stone that fell from the heavens, but she also found where it fell into the sea. Chin-yu summoned the sea map and compared it to the position Little C gave him. He couldn't help but frown. After determining that Little C didn't want to return to the mainland, he immediately set out. Although his experiences in the sea race's capital city hadn't been very pleasant, there were still some people who held some weight in his heart. For instance, Sang Yeo. She was a little girl from the past, but now she should be an adult. For instance, Leon. Up until now, he had only one disciple who had a life full of misfortunes. And there was also the Wolf Rider Commander Shuijing, who he owed a favor to. The direction where the divine stone fell was where the capital city was. Now that the various forces of the land of divinity and demons had taken action, it was unknown what methods they would use to obtain the divine stone. The sea races were indeed strong, but that was only relatively speaking. Facing those from the land of divinity and demons, a single mistake would cause a great calamity to befall them. Chin-yu wasn't in the mood to be the savior of the world. But he didn't have the heart to see these people suffer the same fate. Little C looked up at the man in front of her, at his broad, straight back. Her heart was at peace. That familiar sense of security that she had never felt from anyone else enveloped her once again. Back then, if she had less scruples and unbridledly pursued him, would she have had to endure all these years of suffering? Haiyer seemed to sense something. She gently shook her mother's hand and said in a small voice, "Mom, what's wrong?" Little C regained his composure. Looking at the obedient Haiyer, he quickly suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his heart. What was the point of thinking about this now? If Chin-yu discovered this, it would only make things awkward for both sides. If Haiyer's future was affected because of this, even if she died, she would feel extremely guilty. Little C hugged Haiyer tightly in her arms. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. Mommy is just curious about what the sea race kings are like." Chin-yu stepped forwards. The seawater on both sides automatically parted, forming a road that led straight into the deep sea. His eyes flashed and he let out a light breath. When one's cultivation reached his boundary, their senses were far sharper than the average person could imagine. Chin-yu had already sensed some of Little C's feelings, but he pretended not to know. In his heart, he was a bit worried. If Little C revealed her feelings, how could he not make her sad? Now, Little C seemed to have figured it out. Without a doubt, this was the best result. Even though they slowed down to take care of Little C and her mother, the three of them still arrived outside the sea race capital city a day later. Even after dozens of years, it didn't seem any different from before. Qin Yu sensed the surroundings and relaxed. The situation was better than he had imagined. Although there were several tyrannical auras in the capital city, the order wasn't in chaos. His eyes fell on the giant ships docked outside the capital city. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Come, let's go in. The strength of the Tao of water spread out, covering the three of them. Even as they entered the capital city, no one noticed their arrival. Faint ripples of water vapor covered their figures. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, if he deliberately hid himself, there was no flaw at all. Although the divine stone was good, he had no intention of fighting for it. The reason he came to the sea race capital city was to ensure their safety and also to find a place for little C and her mother. If so, then it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He didn't want to alarm too many people, otherwise if he were to be drawn into trouble, it would be difficult for him to escape. As they walked down the street, any seafolk that approached the three of them would be moved away by an invisible strength. Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He looked up at the 9-story building with the words Sea Spirit Pavilion hanging on the signboard, shining with a brilliant light. At the main entrance, many seafolk were entering and exiting. It was clear business was good. Guests, please take care. A light voice spread into his ears. A cold and aloof female cultivator escorted several women out. Looking at her clothes, she seemed to be a high-level figure of Sea Spirit Pavilion. It seemed that these women had some background. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He didn't think that the first person he would see would be her, Clearwood. She was as beautiful as she was in the past, but for some unknown reason, there was a bit of worry in her eyes. Little C glanced at the beautiful woman outside Sea Spirit Pavilion. She smiled and said, "Since we know each other, why don't we meet?" Qin Yu shook his head. "There's no need." In the past, although he had benefited greatly from Sea Spirit Pavilion, he had already repaid them. Moreover, the difference in status between them was far too great. Even if they met, besides making Clearwood feel uncomfortable, what else could he do? If they wanted to reminisce about the past, their relationship clearly hadn't reached that point. It would be better to let this beautiful woman maintain her cold and arrogant demeanor and not destroy her image in his memories. Little C didn't understand, but she didn't say anything. She smiled and left. After sending off the several female guests, Clearwood suddenly frowned. She looked towards the bustling street, but wherever her eyes fell, there was nothing but emptiness. The slight fluctuation that had appeared in her heart just now had already vanished. Perhaps it was because she had been thinking too much, causing her mind to fall into a trance. She took a deep breath and suppressed her thoughts. Then, she turned and hurried into Sea Spirit Pavilion. Perhaps in her entire life, she would never know that an old friend of hers was standing not too far away, looking at her from afar. An hour later, Qin Yu stopped in front of a massive courtyard. The construction was exquisite and luxurious, but it also gave off a majestic aura. But now, in Qin Yu's eyes, this courtyard was a bit dilapidated, as if it lacked vitality. This courtyard was a gift he had given out in the past. As he thought of Qingqing who had died, Qin Yu gently sighed. With a flick of his sleeves, the figures of 3 people appeared. The 2 seafolk standing outside were experienced and knowledgeable. They didn't make a fuss about this, but their attitudes were especially respectful. "May I ask who you are? What business do you have at our residence?" The 3 people in front of him seemed to be humans. But in these past years, because of certain reasons, the status of humans in the sea race capital city had risen by a great deal. Moreover, their master had always been close to humans. The 2 seafolk didn't dare to look down on him in the slightest. Qin Yu lightly said, "I'll have to trouble you to inform your master that an old friend of the human race has come to visit. Please wait here." One of the seafolk stayed behind. The other turned and entered the side door, hurrying to report. A moment later, the front door was opened. A group of black-armored riders with a cold and dignified aura walked out. Leon was surrounded by them. Dozens of years had passed. That cowardly and lowly nobody from the past had grown up. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and he actually had a dignified air about him. His eyes were vigilant. He said in a low voice, "May I ask who fellow Taoist is and why you are pretending to be an old friend of mine?" The two seafolk guarding the door nearly fainted upon hearing this. This person looked dignified, but he was actually a swindler who had come to visit? Recently, the limelight in the capital city hadn't been too good. Their master hadn't shown himself for a long time. Now that something like this had happened, how could they have any good ending? As they looked at Qin Yu, their eyes were filled with gnashing teeth. To be questioned and suspected by his only disciple, although the reason was because of him, Qin Yu still felt a bit uncomfortable. But as he looked at the boy from the past and how outstanding he had become, he felt even more gratified. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Leon, it's been so many years since we last met. Do you not recognize an old friend?" This voice, Leon's complexion changed. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with surprise and shock. "You, just who are you?" Qin Yu smiled. "Many years ago, you lived on the edge of the capital city with your mother and little brother. In a small alley, a human guest came to live next door. This was already enough." Leon's eyes widened and his face flushed red with excitement. But before he could do anything, Qin Yu's gaze stopped him. Leon took a deep breath and respectfully said, "So it was you. Forgive me for my poor eyesight, but I have truly offended you. Please, honored guest, come in and have some tea." Several black knights were puzzled. Just as they were about to say something, Leon said in a low voice, "He is indeed an old friend of mine. If there is a problem, I will bear all the consequences." Only then did the Black Knights draw back. After everyone left, only Qin Yu, Leon, and Qin Yu remained in the hall. Leon fell to his knees, tears flowing down his cheeks. "Teacher, the matter of him meeting his teacher for the first time was a secret. In order to avoid trouble, he had never spoken of it to anyone." Seeing Leon reveal his true feelings, Qin Yu was moved. He gently said, "Quickly rise." Leon shook his head. "This disciple has received great graciousness from teacher, but I have never served him for all these years. I am not worthy to be teacher's disciple." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He sighed and said, "What happened in the past, it was teacher who implicated you." Although he didn't say it clearly, both sides knew what he was referring to. Leon hurriedly shook his head. "Teacher, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, Qing and I would never have been able to walk together in the end. It was this disciple who didn't have the luck to protect her for the rest of her life." Qin Yu glanced at the few strands of white hair sticking out from his temples. He couldn't bear it any longer. "Qing has been gone for all these years. Have you not found another person?" Leon said, "In my life, I will only love Qing alone. I will not allow another woman to live in this courtyard." As he spoke to her, he bitterly smiled. In the past, although Qing didn't thank teacher, she truly liked this courtyard you gave us. You said that there were many places she planned to decorate it. Qin Yu sighed. He stood up and pulled Leon up. "That's enough. Let's not talk about these sad matters. How have you been these past years?" Leon respectfully said, "Because of teacher, Miss Yaya holds me in high regard. Now that I am in charge of the Wolf Riders, no one dares to slight me in the least." "Wolf Riders?" Qin Yu frowned. "Shuijing is no longer the commander of the Wolf Riders?" Leon nodded. "Around 20 years ago, Commander Shuijing received orders to leave the capital city to patrol. During this time, an accident occurred and his whereabouts have been unknown ever since. He knew that his teacher had some friendship with Shuijing." He thought for a moment and said, "Afterwards, His Majesty sent out many people to search for him, but they didn't find anything. For 20 years without a trace, it wasn't likely that he was still alive." Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He sighed inwardly. This was life. No one knew what the future would be like. Thinking of the favor he owed Shuijing in the past, Qin Yu asked. Does Shuizheng have any descendants or relatives? Leon guessed his teacher's meaning. His eyes became even more respectful, but there was a hint of regret in his voice. No one knows where Commander Shuizheng came from. In these years he has been in charge of the Wolf Riders, but he hasn't cared about personal matters. Thus, he doesn't have any relatives or descendants. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. This Shuizheng, did he want him to owe him a favor from the past for the rest of his life? Leon saw him remain silent. His eyes fell on Little C and Hai Yi. He hesitantly asked, Teacher, these two are? He didn't sense too much intimacy from the three of them, so he didn't think too much about it. But he knew that his teacher didn't like to meddle in other people's business, so he was a bit surprised that Qin Yu had brought a mother and daughter with him. Qin Yu put down his thoughts. Little C is a friend of mine for many years. This is her daughter, Hai Yi. He paused for a moment and continued to say, Little C and her daughter will be residing in the capital city from today onwards. I cannot stay here for long, so I will have to ask you to look after them in the future. Leon said, Teacher, rest assured that this disciple will take care of everything. Seeing his lack of manners, Qin Yu frowned. Little C once saved my life. Hai Yi is my recognized niece. Leon's expression turned solemn. He bowed. Leon thanks Little C for saving my life on behalf of Teacher. In the future, no matter what happens in the capital city, you can come find me. Leon will not refuse. Little C quickly moved aside and bowed back. Qin Yu's expression relaxed. He looked at the restless Leon. You seem to have something on your mind? Leon's face was full of hesitation. Qin Yu lightly said, What? You can't even tell me your teacher? Leon fell to his knees. Teacher, please calm your anger. This disciple absolutely wouldn't dare to disrespect you in the slightest. It's just that this disciple doesn't know whether or not he should tell you. Carefully looking at Leon's expression, Qin Yu saw that there was only fear and apprehension in his eyes. He calmed down a little. It wasn't that Leon's thoughts were too dark, but that the hearts and minds of this world were constantly changing. If Teacher can help you, I won't stand idly by. Leon clenched his teeth. This matter isn't because of this disciple. He kowtowed. This disciple has been unfilial. I have received much care from Miss Ye these past years, and I cannot bear to see anything happen to her. I can only trouble Teacher. Then, he spoke of the current situation in the sea race capital city. As he thought, it was related to the divine stone that fell from the heavens. Several days ago, a meteor had fallen from the heavens, crashing into the sea region. This sort of matter was common and occurred many times a year. But this meteor was clearly different. It shined like a sun at the bottom of the sea, and the aura it emitted was inconceivably strong. The royal palace had tried to investigate this meteor, but they couldn't approach it at all. And at this time, other seafolk arrived to demand the meteor. That meteor fell in the deepest depths of the sea mausoleum. Buried within are extremely high-ranking ancestors of the seafolk. Only those with direct bloodlines can enter, so they have no choice but to pressure us in a disguised form. Of the current royal family, only His Majesty and Miss Ye have a bloodline that satisfies the conditions to enter the sea mausoleum. His Majesty's life is related to the stability of the sea races, so those people don't dare to act recklessly. Instead, they set their sights on Miss Ye. Before Qin Yu entered the capital city, he had seen several large ships. These were the warships of the foreign seafolk. As he thought of the several tyrannical auras he sensed, Qin Yu was left speechless. According to Leon, the royal family was the true direct bloodline of the seafolk. Yet, they were in such a miserable state, far worse than the branch bloodline. But now wasn't the time to worry about these things. Since this matter involved Sangyaya, he couldn't stand idly by. In the past, that little girl had helped him a great deal, and in these past years, she had been taking care of Leon. Qin Yu sighed inwardly, a bit helpless. His previous thoughts of staying out of this matter had clearly failed. He stood up and said, "Let's go and see Sangyaya." Leon hesitated. "Teacher, although those people are only from a branch bloodline of the royal family, their ancestors obtained a great stroke of good fortune. On the warships that came to the capital city, there are several people with incomparably terrifying strength." As if thinking of something, his face paled. Qin Yu lightly said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Those people were indeed strong, and one of them had even touched upon the calamity immortal realm. But in front of him, they weren't anything at all. Leon was overjoyed. He knew that his teacher always had his own way of doing things. Since he said this, all of his worries were gone. "Miss Yaya is currently in the royal palace. Teacher, follow me." Leon strode out of the living room and ordered for a carriage to be prepared. By the time Qin Yu arranged for little C and her daughter to arrive at the main entrance, the carriage was already parked. Leon glanced at Qin Yu and saw that he didn't stop them. He respectfully said, "Teacher, please enter the carriage." Since he wanted to help Sangyaya, there was no way he could hide it any longer. Qin Yu boarded the carriage and Leon personally drove it away. The several sea folk at the entrance couldn't help but drop their jaws, their faces filled with shock. Their master's teacher, wasn't that? Everyone regained their composure and their faces flushed red. Their hearts were filled with the excitement of facing a legend. A squad of black riders galloped to either side of the carriage. Even though they were usually calm, their eyes couldn't help but drift towards the carriage. In truth, this person's name was far too resounding amongst the sea races. A short few dozen years wasn't enough to erase the traces left behind in the past. But in the end, they weren't ordinary people. They knew more and soon calmed down. This person was indeed incomparably powerful. In the past, the whale sovereign had died beneath his hands. But today, the malicious guest in the royal palace had strength that the whale sovereign couldn't compare with. Did he really think he could interfere? The current sea race capital city was no longer the same as it was in the past. Soon, the royal palace appeared in sight. The ones guarding the gates of the royal palace were the neatly equipped and dignified wolf riders. As they saw their commander personally drive over, they all fell to their knees. Leon leapt off the carriage. He asked, "How is the palace?" A wolf rider bowed. "Reporting to commander, there is a banquet being held in the palace. The branch royal descendants are being entertained." Leon's complexion changed. "Open the palace gates." He leapt onto the carriage and forcefully lashed out with his whip. The carriage was like an arrow released from a bow as it shot into the palace. Those bastards, they really couldn't wait any longer. He didn't dare to delay at all. For a carriage to wildly rush through the royal palace was already a great crime of disrespect. If this were a normal time, that old bastard Soupman would have already rushed over and dragged down the insolent person to punish him. But now, although the palace servants looked over with fear in their eyes, they were at a loss and didn't know what to do. "Hiya! Hiya!" Leon cracked his whip with all his might. The carriage soon arrived outside the banquet hall. A large number of black riders stood guard outside the hall. They were a vast expanse of black, like a silent black cloud. As they sensed the carriage madly rushing towards them, they shouted out loud. The black riders raised their spears, their slaughter intent soaring into the heavens. In the grand hall, the sea sovereign sat high on his throne. To his left, several sea folk had cold and arrogant expressions. Across from him were great figures of the capital city. They came from Noble Court Avenue and were originally peak nobles. But now they could only stiffly smile. There was movement outside the hall. A sea folk on the left put down his wine cup and said, "What is it? Does His Majesty plan on attacking us?" With a sneer, powerful fluctuations of cultivation erupted, instantly sweeping through the hall and covering everyone within. The sea sovereign's fingertips turned white and the wine cup in his hand deformed. He coldly said, "What is going on?" Soon, a palace servant reported, "Your Majesty, The leader of the Wolf Riders, Leon, requests an audience. The Sea Sovereign frowned. Tell him that there is a banquet in the palace. He can come another day to request an audience. Hold on. The first person on the left slowly said, I heard that this Commander Leon only has his current status because of Miss Sangyea's care. It seems that their relationship is quite close. Since His Majesty isn't willing to send a message, then let Commander Leon help us invite someone. His eyes were deep. Your Majesty, we have already been here for a long time. I believe that you won't refuse my proposal, right? Direct bloodline? Humph. If it weren't for the fact that they feared a backlash, and that they weren't the only powerful sea race branch families here, they would have already seized the capital city. What qualifications did a bunch of trash have to inherit the capital city left behind by their ancestors? All they did was take over a natural bloodline. There was no respect in his heart, and his words were filled with threats. The wine cup in the Sea Sovereign's hand shattered. To the right, Mr. Turtle's complexion changed. He hurriedly said, What Duke Immortal Jade says is correct. Since Leon has come, then let him invite Miss You. He looked at the Sea Sovereign, his eyes full of pleading. Although these sea race branch families had some fear in their hearts, if this matter were to be blown up, it would be irreversible. The Sea Sovereign was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Although his back was still straight, he revealed a dejected aura. Mr. Turtle's eyes turned sour. He naturally knew just what sort of proud person His Majesty was. To compromise today would be worse than killing him. But in order to avoid a catastrophe and maintain the inheritance of the sea race's direct bloodline, His Majesty could only lower his noble head. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Turtle loudly said, Summon Leon into the hall. Duke Immortal Jade and the other sea race branch families had relaxed expressions. Deep in their eyes, a bit of satisfaction flashed. So what if they were direct bloodline descendants? Now, they could only do things according to their wishes. With the sound of footsteps, two figures entered the hall one after the other. Leon bowed, Greetings, Your Majesty. The Sea Sovereign closed his eyes, not speaking. Mr. Turtle squeezed out a smile. Leon, the royal descendants wish to see Miss You. Go and invite her. Chapter 591. Qin Yu's eyes fell on the girl who had just entered the hall. Even with his firm will, he couldn't help but tremble. In the past, Sangyea was a beauty that could topple nations. Now that she had grown up, she was even more beautiful than he had imagined. The well-tailored long dress clung to her delicate and graceful figure. The faint, clear yellow color was like the pistils of a blooming flower. One glance was enough to move one's soul and make one want to protect her. Between her delicate features, one could still see how she looked when she was a child. The only difference was that there was a bit more of a distant indifference. Compared to the Sangyea that he had seen grow up, she seemed a bit different. Qin Yu quickly restrained his thoughts. If he continued to think about this, then he would go too far. He couldn't be a strange uncle. Slowly walking into the hall, Sangyea bowed. She lowered her head, revealing her snow-white neck. Sangyea greets Your Majesty. The Sea Sovereign opened his eyes. As he looked at her calm face and the decisiveness deep in her eyes, his heart trembled and a bit of sourness gushed out. Yeye, do you know why Uncle has summoned you here? Sangyea nodded. Yeye knows. Then your mother. Mother told me that as a direct descendant of the royal family, I have an unshirkable responsibility on my back. Yeye was born rich and noble, enjoying unsurpassed glory and honor. This is all because of my birth. Now, Yeye has grown up and is willing to share Your Majesty's worries and serve the royal family. The Sea Sovereign sucked in a deep breath. Good. Good. You are truly worthy of being my niece. Big Sister has taught you well. As he thought of his good-for-nothing children and then looked at Sangyea, who was now calm and composed, the Sea Sovereign made a decision. Mr. Turtle, I ask you to draft an imperial edict. The eldest princess daughter Sangyea is intelligent and worthy of praise. She has a sacred heart, and from this day forward, she will be conferred the title of crown princess. 100 years from now, she will succeed the throne of the sea races. If Sangyea didn't die after entering the sea mausoleum, this imperial edict was the only compensation he could give her. Mr. Turtle respectfully bowed. He cupped his hands together and said, "Greetings, Your Highness Crown Princess." Across from him, the Duke of Immortal Jade and the other branches of the royal family all had gloomy expressions. But the sea races placed great importance on respect. Even if they had powerful cultivations, they still couldn't ignore etiquette. "This Duke greets the Crown Princess." Sangyea kowtowed in thanks. Then, she stood up and looked at them. "I can agree to help you enter the sea mausoleum to obtain the spirit stones. But, you must all agree to 2 conditions." Duke Xian Yu's expression softened a little. "Please speak, Crown Princess." "First, I will need some time to prepare. The time to enter the sea mausoleum will be 5 days from now. Second, I will do everything in my power to extract the divine stone. But, if anything goes wrong and I am buried in the sea mausoleum, you are not allowed to mention this matter for any reason." Duke Xinyu frowned. "We are pressed for time, and can only give Your Highness 3 days to prepare. As for the second matter..." A faint coldness surfaced in the depths of his eyes. "The divine stone is extremely important to our sea clan and concerns the future of the royal family. We must obtain it. I believe Your Highness can understand this." Although they had their reservations, for the sake of the God Stone, they were willing to give it up. If Sangyea died, then even if the next one wasn't the Sea Sovereign, it would be another direct branch royal family. This would continue until the God Stone was sent out of the sea mausoleum. Even if it meant that countless members of the direct bloodline would die, it was still worth it. Sangyea was enraged. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted. Duke Xinyu's voice was ice-cold. "Your Highness Crown Princess, we have already made sufficient compromises. Don't push your luck." Below, several royal branch seafolk sneered and released their auras. Their powerful cultivations fell on everyone's chests, making it incomparably difficult to breathe. Sangyea paled. She sucked in a deep breath. "I will definitely take out the divine stone." Her voice was firm. In her heart, she was already prepared to die. "Fool!" A loud shout echoed out, each word filled with a lecture. "Even the Sea Sovereign doesn't have full confidence he can escape from the sea mausoleum. If you go in, isn't that the same as sending yourself to your death?" The hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell onto a figure in the corner of the hall. This person had entered the hall with Leon. Because of the tense situation, no one had bothered with him, but now he actually dared to say such words? Duke Xianyu sneered. "Who do you think you are that you dare to speak in the hall? You are courting death." At this time, the direct branch had already bowed their heads. He would not allow any more twists and turns to occur. A royal branch seafolk fiendishly grinned. He lifted a hand and pressed down. "Go to hell." It was he who had killed someone in the great court hall and shocked the capital city's seafolk in a single move. He couldn't wait to see these weak fellows pale and panic-stricken once more. Bang! With a loud explosion, a terrifying shockwave erupted outwards. The seafolk's eyes widened and faint traces of blood climbed up their cheeks. Bang! Bang! Dense rumbling sounds emitted from his chest. Like a fruit that had fallen to the ground, thick blood gushed out from his head. This blood was mixed with pieces of his organs. His body slumped to the ground, all signs of life extinguished. The hall was deathly silent. Everyone subconsciously widened their eyes, their faces filled with astonishment. No one imagined that this would be the result. The one who had tried to kill someone had died instead. Although Qin hadn't done anything from start to finish, the shock waves were still visible in their eyes. Had he been forcefully shaken to death? Everyone's eyes fell onto the calm figure in the corner of the hall. From the depths of their souls, they instinctively felt a deep awe. Leon was so excited that he nearly shouted out loud. In the great court hall, the one that had been killed by this seafolk branch was a friend he had made over the years. Although their relationship was ordinary, he had been standing beside Leon when he was killed, and bits and pieces of flesh and blood had splashed all over him. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have lost his composure in fear when he mentioned this royal branch master to Qin Yu. It was truly a shadow in his heart. But now, this terrifying royal branch master had actually been shaken to death by his teacher's strength. This was far too satisfying. Indeed, his teacher was indeed his teacher. He was far more tyrannical than he had imagined. Sangyaya's mouth fell open, her face filled with shock. Her mind went blank for a long time before she barely managed to recover her ability to think. Her eyes fell onto the figure in the corner. After looking at it several times, she discovered that this was an extremely handsome man. No, if she were to only describe him as handsome, then that was simply having eyes but failing to see. His tall and straight back, his calm eyes, his calm demeanor, all of this exuded a sense of self-confidence and nobility. This wasn't an ordinary person, but, in Sangyaya's memories, there wasn't a single trace of this person. No matter who it was, as long as they saw such an outstanding man, it was impossible for them to not have any impression of him. Although this person had a reprimanding tone just now, it was clear that he was protective and concerned about her. If it were anyone else, Sangyaya might have thought that they had taken a fancy to her beauty. But this man in front of her was absolutely not. His eyebrows and eyes, looking carefully, they did seem a bit familiar. Had she seen him before when he was a child? Duke Immortal Jade was enraged. An early Blue Sea Junior couldn't be considered an important character, but for him to be killed in front of him was the greatest provocation to the Bullet Sea race. But as he thought about how Qin Yu hadn't moved at all and had used the strength of the shaking to kill the sea race, he swallowed back the curses he was about to say. "Who are you? You dare to kill a royal descendant of my Bullet Sea race? Do you want to become enemies with my entire race?" Unexpectedly, Qin Yu didn't even glance at him. He said to Sangyaya, "Forget about this matter. You cannot enter the sea mausoleum." Duke Immortal Jade was truly enraged. He slammed his palm down on the table in front of him, shattering the plates and plates. He roared, "Human cultivator, no matter who you are, you do not have the qualifications to meddle in the matters of the sea race's royal family." Qin Yu had no expression. "I have already interfered. What do you want?" "You are courting death," Duke Immortal Jade shouted out loud. His powerful cultivation erupted and the ground beneath him instantly shattered. Cracks rapidly spread out like a spider web towards Qin Yu. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" Dong! The ground shook and the entire hall trembled. The rapidly spreading cracks were forcefully broken apart. Duke Immortal Jade's complexion paled. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't dare to reveal any anger on his face. Instead, there was panic. "Royal brother, why did you stop me?" A white-robed seafolk appeared in the hall. Between his eyebrows were speckled with scales that rippled with a brilliant halo of light. His eyes widened as he heard Qin Yu's words. He cupped his hands together and said, "Fellow Taoist, my young clan brother has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. If he has offended you, I ask that you forgive him. I apologize on his behalf." Qin Yu looked at him, remaining silent. The white-robed seafolk's pupils shrank. He turned and thrust out his palm. Duke Immortal Jade cried out pitifully as he was sent flying backwards, blood spraying from his nose and mouth. He turned and bowed. "Fellow Taoist, is this punishment enough?" It seemed that if Qin Yu didn't respond, he could continue attacking. This time, everyone was truly frightened. The white-robed seafolk had been given the title of King of the Nanyuan. Although this was a title given to him by the Bull Branch, one could still see that he had an exalted status and was the strongest person in his group. Now, was he apologizing to this stranger? Even Leon felt as if his brain was lacking oxygen, and he felt dizzy. He knew that his teacher was strong, but he never imagined that his teacher would be strong to the point where he could subdue an enemy without even fighting. From the very start, his teacher hadn't done anything. He had only stood there, and yet the king-level powerhouse of the Bull Branch had lowered his head and apologized. What sort of might was this? Leon suddenly thought back to the words that the Miss had said in the past. Death is not the end. In these past years, he had thought about this countless times. Finally, he had arrived at a possibility that even he found hard to believe. But even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Leon wouldn't give up. He would do everything in his power to grasp it. A throbbing feeling rose from the depths of his heart. Leon couldn't help but shiver. Qin Yu lightly said, "Take your people and leave the capital city. I won't pursue this any further." The Nanyuan king decisively said, "All right." He turned and left. Several Bull Branch clansmen helped up the fainted Duke Immortal Jade and hurriedly followed behind. No one here was a fool. How could they not see that this person in front of them was absolutely terrifying to the extreme? Not even the Nanyuan king could afford to provoke him. The Sea Sovereign stood up. He quickly stepped down from his throne and bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for helping me. This solitude is deeply grateful." Qin Yu had a faint expression. "I didn't help because of His Majesty." These words didn't leave any face behind. The Sea Sovereign's face stiffened. Luckily, the awkward atmosphere in the hall didn't last for too long. Qin Yu looked at Sangyea and furrowed his eyebrows. "I've already said many things, and you've also looked at me for a long time. Do you still not recognize who I am?" Leon knew his teacher's temperament and how highly he regarded Sangyea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed his original intentions and interfered in this matter. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Your Highness, look carefully. The one standing in front of you is my teacher." "Ah!" Sangyea cried out in alarm. She stared at Qin Yu. You are Big Brother Qin Yu." She hesitated. This was because the Qin Yu in her memories wasn't like the one in front of her right now, the one who was so handsome that it angered even the heavens. Qin Yu rubbed his face. He helplessly said, "When I discovered that I had become more handsome, I was smug with myself for a long time. But now I think it's troublesome. Including you, little girl, none of you can recognize me. Can't I change a little?" This joking tone, there was no mistake, it really was him. Big Brother Qin Yu. Sangyea threw herself at him. Her warm body immediately filled his nose and mouth with the fragrance of a young woman. Soft, the sensation of touching his chest was amazing. Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression and didn't know where to put his hands. He coughed and said, "Yeah, you are already a young lady, so why aren't you a bit more reserved? Hurry up and come out. You are the crown princess now, so don't let others laugh at you." Unfortunately, Sangyea had just experienced great emotional ups and downs. She had just escaped from death, and her heart was surging with emotions. How could she possibly listen to him? Not only did she not let go of him, but she instead hugged him even tighter. Seeing the helplessness and stiffness on Qin Yu's face, the sea race monarchs and ministers, who had been shaken to the point of dizziness, slowly regained their composure. Leon's teacher, human cultivator, it was actually him, in just a few short decades. How could he have become so powerful? But regardless of whether they believed it or not, the truth was right in front of their eyes. In the capital city, that human junior who had been faintly manipulated by them had now soared into the heavens, becoming an existence they could only look up to. In the hall, beside Sangyea, the one most surprised was Qingqing's father. In these past years, because of Leon, he had obtained some compensation and become one of the new nobles of the capital city. Looking at Sangyea tightly hugging Leon, he was overjoyed. With such a teacher, Leon's future was limitless. In these past years, even though Qingqing had died, Leon still treated the couple with great respect, truly treating them as his own family. In the early years, because the Qing family couple had a knot in their hearts, they had treated Leon coldly. But in the end, they were still moved by him, and their relationship became close, almost as if he were their own. There were two people who were the most nervous. One was the old turtle sitting on the right, and the other was Soup Man sitting next to the sea sovereign. These two people had taught Qin Yu many lessons in the past. If they were to settle old scores, their fates would likely be miserable. The two old fellows lowered their heads, nearly turning into ostriches for fear that they would attract Qin Yu's attention. Qin Yu helplessly said, "The clothes I just washed have been ruined by your hands. Let's make a deal. If you want to cry, then cry, but don't wipe your snot." To a young girl, these words were lethal. Sangyea coquettishly pouted and punched Qin Yu's chest. Finally, she stopped crying. Qin Yu quickly changed the topic. "I hurried over to the capital city, and didn't even have time to catch my breath before I ran over to support you. I'm so tired that I'm dizzy. Hurry up and let me rest." Sangyea revealed a nervous expression. "Big brother Qin Yu, are you injured?" She pulled his hand and looked him over. Qin Yu coughed. "No, I'm just tired." Sangyea nodded again and again. "I'll bring you to rest." It was only then that she regained her composure. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall, she blushed red and bowed. "Your Majesty, please allow me to bring Big Brother Qin Yu to rest first." The Sea Sovereign naturally agreed. "If Mr. Qin needs anything, please feel free to speak." Looking at Sangyea's red eyes and the pitiful look in them, Qin Yu didn't give her any more face. He casually nodded in agreement. He looked at the old turtle and Soup Man and paused for a moment. Seeing the two old fellows stiffen, Qin Yu nearly laughed out loud. "You two, we can be considered old acquaintances. Since I've returned, I hope we can get closer in the future." The old turtle and Soup Man nearly cried. Qin Yu laughed out loud. As Sangyea pouted, he was pulled out of the hall. Outside the sea race capital city, several warships started to move. As the lines of the array formation lit up, they released a powerful propelling strength. Bang, seawater tumbled and the warships rapidly sailed away. Looking at the capital city that gradually became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared from sight, the Southern Yuan king let out a long breath of relief. He couldn't help but lift his hand and wipe away the beads of sweat on his forehead. It was only then that he discovered that his back was also soaked. The several Bowl Branch seafolk behind him glanced at each other in dismay. They hadn't entered the royal palace, so they didn't know what had happened. A person cautiously said, "My king, what happened? Why did we have to leave?" The Southern Yuan king clenched his teeth. "If we don't leave, should we stay and wait for death?" His eyes fell on the unconscious Duke Immortal Jade, and he ruthlessly kicked him. "If you continue to play dead, I will tear you apart and feed you to the fish." Duke Immortal Jade's body shook and he quickly opened his eyes. But his injuries weren't light. His face was deathly pale and he couldn't stand up. His eyes were filled with grief. The Southern Yuan king was enraged. "You disgraceful thing, do you still dare to be dissatisfied? If it weren't for me promptly taking action, you would already be dead." Duke Immortal Jade shook his head again and again. "Brother King's punishment is not something I dare to hold a grudge against. But just how terrifying was that person that Brother King would make you run so far away? Avoid my ass." This king was scared away. The Southern Yuan king gulped. "I don't know how strong that human is, but there is one thing I am sure of. If he wanted to kill someone, even I wouldn't be able to stop a single finger of his." The complexions of the seafolk all changed. The Southern Yuan king was known as the #1 person below the Calamity Immortal realm in the Bullet Branch bloodline. He had once fought a Calamity Immortal without dying. But even he had to admit that he couldn't block a single finger of that human. Just how strong was that person? The direct bloodline of the royal family had long since declined. In these past years, they hadn't produced a single powerhouse, so how could they know such a terrifying existence? And most importantly, with the protection of this terrifying human, how could they take away the divine stone? Thinking of this, everyone revealed a bitter expression. King, what do we do next? Do we really have to leave like this? If they couldn't obtain the divine stone, no matter what the reason was, they were all at fault. This wasn't a small problem. The Southern Yuan King's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. Let's leave first. Otherwise, we won't know when to retreat. Once this storm calms down a bit, I will make arrangements. Sangye swept away her noble and dignified appearance in front of everyone and turned into a typical chatterbox. She chattered on and on in front of Qinyu. She talked about how hard she had cultivated these past years, and how astonishing her progress had been. That was how her father and mother had changed their minds and allowed her to return to the capital city. She talked about how Leon wasn't willing to work hard and how she had persuaded him many times, giving him pressure and motivation, allowing him to have today's achievements. Of course, she couldn't forget. She talked about how she missed her big brother Qinyu, interspersing every word she said. It wasn't annoying at all. Rather, one could truly feel how much she missed him in her heart. Qinyu smiled as he listened, his heart warm. He had unexpectedly returned to this place, but whether it was Little C or Leon, when they faced him, there was always a bit more awe and respect that he couldn't see. He couldn't say anything more and could only allow them to do as they pleased. Thus, Sangye's true feelings and unwavering heart were especially precious. He liked this sort of feeling where everything was the same as it was in the beginning. It was like he was still the little human cultivator that lived in the sea-race capital city, and she was still that innocent and lively noble daughter of the royal family. Sangye's mouth went dry and she drank all the tea in the large shell. Only then did she notice that Qinyu had been looking at her the entire time. She lowered her head and her cheeks flushed red. Before Qinyu could feel the pride of having a daughter in his family begin to spread, he nearly choked to death on her next word. Big brother Qinyu, have you changed your mind? I've always liked you. As long as you are willing, we can get married today. After a violent coughing fit, Qinyu's face flushed red. He looked at the sad and innocent Sangye and didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This girl, she really needed to be spanked. Cough cough, alright, she really couldn't be spanked right now. Sangye pouted. She angrily said, Fine, fine, I know that big brother Qinyu has someone in his heart and you don't like me, but you don't need to be so scared. I won't make you take responsibility. Stop, stop. Qinyu waved his hand again and again. There is nothing between us, so why would I take responsibility? Sangye stuck out her chest and humphed. Do you dare to say that when you hugged me before, you didn't feel anything at all? You were clearly the one who forced your way in, but he didn't have the face to say these words. Qinyu was embarrassed. He could only cough again to cover it up. I won't scare big brother Qinyu anymore. After all these years, have you found the person you've always loved? Sangye asked curiously. Qinyu nodded and then shook his head. Black lines covered Sangye's face. What do you mean? Qinyu's expression was calm. I found her, but I lost her. But I believe that the day of our reunion isn't too far off. This time, I will not let anyone, no matter what, take her away from my side. His words were calm, but they were heavy. Sangye nodded. I believe in you. Big brother Qinyu, you will definitely be able to do it. Qinyu smiled. I'll work hard. He yawned. But I really am tired right now. Sangye stood up. Big brother Qinyu, you should rest. I will help you wash up and change your clothes. When you wake up and take a bath, you'll feel more comfortable. Watching her leave, Qinyu smiled. This girl really was born with a heart made of crystal. Sensing his mood, she obediently left. She was an obedient and sensible girl. He leaned back in his chair. No matter how much he suppressed it, the urgency in his heart became even stronger. He really didn't want to delay any longer. He wished he could immediately return to the land of divinity and demons and inherit the throne of the holy monarch. Because only by doing so would he be able to control a sufficient amount of power. Very soon. Chapter 592. Outside the capital city, the seawater rippled. The Nanyuan king's figure emerged from within. He looked at the brightly lit underwater city in front of him, a look of apprehension in his eyes. He took a deep breath and flew in. After entering the capital city, the Nanyuan king carefully hid his tracks. He smoothly snuck into the royal palace and arrived outside a group of palaces in the southeast. I said that I would have you leave the capital city. Did you really think I wouldn't kill you? An icy voice sounded out from behind him. The Nanyuan king stiffened. His mind seemed to be covered by darkness. Endless cold and an aura of annihilation caused his soul to scream out in fear. He didn't doubt that if he couldn't immediately give a reasonable explanation, what awaited him would be a thunderous strike that left no room for negotiation. Senior, please spare me. I came here without the least bit of malice. I ask Senior to investigate this. As the Nanyuan king begged for mercy, he didn't move at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare to. His aura had already been locked down. If he moved even the slightest bit, he would draw in a storm of attacks. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He didn't doubt these words at all. If the Nanyuan king knew that he was guarding the royal palace and still dared to have any devious thoughts, then that was no different from suicide. Give me a reason not to kill you. The Nanyuan king restrained his aura and let out a long breath. What he feared the most was that this person wouldn't give him a chance to speak and would instead kill him. He had finally passed the most dangerous juncture. But the Nanyuan king still didn't dare to be careless. He turned and respectfully bowed. Senior's cultivation is transcendent and you possess an unfathomable might. As long as you are here, no one will dare to have any ideas about the capital city. But, Senior, it is impossible for you to stay here forever. The God Stone is in the sea mausoleum. Although only the Bull family knows of it, paper cannot wrap fire. Once other influences discover it, there will surely be a calamity. I admit that the Bull family has no respect for the direct branch of the royal family. But, in the end, because of their bloodline and status, it is not good for them to do anything ruthless. But what if it is a cultivator from the land of divinity and demons? The Nanyuan king became even more cautious. He swept his eyes over Qin Yu's face. If the God Stone is left in the sea mausoleum, then that is the source of calamity. If Senior wishes to take the God Stone, then I will not dare to compete with you and will immediately leave the capital city. But if Senior has no intention of interfering, it's best that you find a way to get the God's Stone out. My Bullet family will be eternally grateful. Please help us, Senior. That's right, his plan was that Qin Yu had no intention of fighting for the Divine Stone. Although he didn't have direct evidence, when they first crossed swords in the royal palace, if Qin Yu really wanted the Divine Stone, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. He only needed to reveal his cultivation, and that would have been enough to scare away the Bull clan. Of course, things were not absolute, so the Nanyuan king added another sentence to express his respect and humility. Qin Yu was expressionless, but he knew that what the old man said wasn't wrong. No matter what great lucky chance was hidden within this divine stone, it wasn't something that the capital city's seafolk had the qualifications to possess. But now that the divine stone had fallen deep into the sea mausoleum, he also knew the inside story. Only direct descendants of the royal family with a sufficiently powerful bloodline could enter. Only the sea sovereign and Sangyeya fulfilled the conditions. How could they take the divine stone? Undying's voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. Master, why don't you personally take action? Even if the sea mausoleum produces a formidable specter, it still won't be your match. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He glanced at the cautious Nanyuan king. His thoughts raced and he coldly said, I will personally take the divine stone from the sea mausoleum and give it to you. But the Bull clan must promise me that they will not covet the capital city in the future. The Nanyuan king was overjoyed. I will follow Senior's instructions. Before, he didn't know that the direct descendants of the royal family had such a great backer. But now that he knew, who would dare to have any other thoughts? Qin Yu lightly said, I hope that the Bull clan can remember their promise. At the latest tomorrow at sunset, I will give you the divine stone. The Nanyuan king's smile stiffened. From these light words, he could sense a cruel and bloody flavor. His face paled a bit. He nodded again and again, bowed and left. What? Big brother Qin Yu, you want to go to the sea mausoleum? No, no, you are not a sea folk. If you go you will anger the souls of all our slumbering ancestors. That is far too dangerous. Sang Yeye exploded with anger as she heard this. She shook her head like a rattle drum. Qin Yu's heart warmed. Now you know how dangerous it is, and yet you still dared to agree? Little girl, if it weren't for me stopping you, you might already be dead. Sang Yeye stuck out her tongue. I am a direct descendant of the royal family. Perhaps the ancestors of my clan will be lenient. Don't change the subject. In short, I absolutely will not agree to this. Qin Yu smiled. Don't worry, I am living well. I haven't reached the point where I want to commit suicide. Since I dared to enter the sea mausoleum, that means I have absolute confidence in myself. His lips curved up in a faint smile. As for those ancestors of yours who have been dead for countless years and still refuse to fade away, they had best pray that they don't provoke me. Otherwise, I fear their fates will be miserable. Undying strange laughter spread into his mind. He knew that his little scheme couldn't be hidden from his master's eyes. In the eyes of others, those specters were extremely terrifying and nearly impossible to kill. But to Undying, they were nothing more than fat lambs jumping about. Now that he could openly enter and eat and drink to his heart's content, just thinking about it left him excited. Sang Yeye had a suspicious look in her eyes. Really? In truth, she didn't care too much about the fate of her ancestors' specters. These restless ancestors had stirred up a great deal of disturbances, so it was long past time for them to be put to rest. Qin Yu casually said, If I personally take action, there is nothing I can't accomplish. Little girl, what do you know? Just wait and see my triumphant return. Sang Yeye hesitated for a long time. She had Qin Yu guarantee it again and again, and she almost swore an oath before she reluctantly believed him. She turned and informed the Sea Sovereign. The Sea Sovereign certainly understood what she was thinking. Leaving the God Stone in the capital city was a disaster. He expressed his endless gratitude towards Qin Yu for helping them. As for whether or not humans entering the sea mausoleum was an offense and disrespect to the sea races, it was best not to have such brainless thoughts. Everyone here was a smart person, so no one would be stupid enough to jump out and make a ruckus. Like this, the matter was settled. The Sea Sovereign promised Sang Yeye that no matter what Qin Yu needed, she could tell him. The sea races wouldn't have any objections. Sang Yeye accurately conveyed the Sea Sovereign's meaning to Qin Yu. She was just short of telling him that if he wanted anything, he could ask for it. If he opened his mouth as wide as possible, it wouldn't be a problem even if he bit off a piece of the heavens. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. There's no need. I can do it myself. Supman's eyes brightened and the stiff smile on his face immediately brightened. His heart was filled with excitement and ecstasy from escaping death. On the way here just now, his heart had nearly split open in pain. As he thought about how His Majesty had to give away all the wealth he had accumulated over the years, Supman found it hard to breathe. He never thought that Qin Yu would actually turn over a new leaf. When he returned, he would definitely pay his respects to all the gods and Buddhas in the world and thank them for their protection. Sang Yeye anxiously said, Big brother Qin Yu, how can you not want anything? The sea mausoleum is so dangerous. I know that in Uncle's treasury, there is a set of 13 soul-linking pearls that can protect the soul as well as a blazing sun armor that can resist energy. These are all treasures that can help you. There are also the soul-gathering bead, God-slaying spike, demon flower seed, and so forth. I've recorded them all in this jade slip. Hurry up and take a look. Soupman looked at the jade slip in Sangyaya's hand that was almost touching Qin Yu's eyeballs. He couldn't breathe and nearly fainted. My dear Crown Princess, His Majesty's things will be yours in the future. Even if you want to squander your wealth, you shouldn't do it in such a way. He already said that he didn't want it, and yet we still gave it away and even made a list. Just thinking about it makes my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ache. But at this time, there was no room for him to speak. He winked so hard that his face was cramping up, but Sangyaya pretended not to see him. Soupman wanted to cry. Qin Yu chuckled and reached out a hand. He took the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. There really was a lot of things here. If he really asked for them according to Sangyaya's list, then even if the Sea Sovereign's treasury wasn't emptied out, he would still be able to walk around freely. This little girl, she had completely sided with an outsider. Although Qin Yu was gratified, he still smiled and shook his head. There's really no need. In the past, his cultivation was low and his experience was limited. When he entered the Sea Sovereign's treasury, he felt that there were treasures everywhere and that there were good things everywhere. He wished that he could hold them all in his arms. Now, to put it bluntly, even if he gave the entire treasury to Qin Yu, he wouldn't think it was heavy. He had scraped the sea of purgatory for dozens of years and had countless good things, so how could he possibly care about these trifling things? Seeing Sangya pouting an unhappy expression, Qin Yu rubbed his eyebrows and said, I remember, there really is something I want to ask Soupman for. Beneath the royal palace there is a vine that grows. In the past, I once received a favor from it. I ask that Soupman report back to His Majesty and have him return its freedom. Soupman let out a long breath and quickly nodded. Mr. Qin, rest assured that this old servant will remember this and will definitely handle it properly for you. He hesitated for a moment and then dryly smiled. I wonder if Mr. Qin has anything else you need? Qin Yu waved his hand. Soupman quickly bowed and then turned to leave. What nonsense! If he didn't leave now, what if he changed his mind later? Big brother Qin Yu, Sangyaya hatefully said, why don't you grow up? When a person walks in this world, how can they not have something they can take with them? Even if you don't need it, you can still take it and casually trade it for a great deal of money. Uncle has never been so generous to anyone. What a great opportunity, and yet you let it slip away like this. I'm going to die of anger. Qin Yu laughed. Laugh. You're still laughing? If you regret it later, don't blame me for not warning you. This little girl. Qin Yu lifted a hand and took out a storage ring. You are now the crown princess and will inherit the throne of the sea races in the future. At that time, I don't know where I will be, so I'll give you a gift in advance. Take a look, I'm sure you'll like it. Sangyaya humphed several times. She finally couldn't resist the temptation of the gift. She received the storage ring and then cried out in alarm. Inside was a complete phoenix crown and robe. This was a treasure that Qin Yu had snatched from an extremely fierce monster beast from the Purgatory Sea. If it could be kept by Qin Yu alone, it wasn't too much to call it a treasure. Moreover, with his current experience, he could imagine just how precious it was. Sangyaya could feel the powerful aura rippling from the phoenix crown and robe. Her heart shook and she quickly regained her composure. She quickly said, No, this treasure is too precious. I cannot take it. Qin Yu shook his head. Just now you nearly gifted over half of His Majesty's wealth to me, and now you want to refuse my gift? Seeing her shake her head again, Qin Yu had no choice but to take out his own storage ring. Then, there was no then. Sangyaya was clearly dazzled by the treasure. Her face flushed red and she dizzily sat in a chair, mumbling to herself and giggling from time to time. Qin Yu raised a hand to cover his eyes. How shameful! He had forgotten how excited he had been when he was searching for treasures. Qin Yu entered the sea mausoleum. Of course, before he entered, he had to accept Sang Ye's bombardment of words. To sum it up, Big Brother Qin, you had to be careful and come out safely. Otherwise, I will go in and look for you. If you don't want me to die, then you should live well. Her endless chatter disturbed his heart. Qin Yu felt his face stiffen. He quickly shook her off and flew in. The surroundings immediately quieted down. The sky was dark and gloomy. Vast tracts of fog floated in the air, tumbling about like living creatures. Qin Yu had long suspected that the sea mausoleum was an independent space. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the array formation was, it would be impossible to imprison so many powerful specters. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. His thoughts stirred and his divine sense erupted, howling deep into the sea mausoleum. Even if he was confident in his own strength, it wasn't a bad thing to be a bit more cautious. Soon, Qin Yu's complexion became dignified. His eyes were deep, like a bottomless abyss. The space that the sea mausoleum was in was much larger than he had imagined. In particular, there were many powerful auras in the depth. When Qin Yu's divine sense arrived, these powerful auras instantly responded. Before he even probed to the end, he knew that this sea mausoleum was far more terrifying than he had imagined. If that girl Sang Ye came in, she wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Qin Yu took a deep breath and calmed his shaking heart. Then, he composed himself. With his current cultivation, as long as he didn't court death, it would be difficult to kill him. Now, besides the divine stones, he was even more interested in this sea mausoleum. There seemed to be some extraordinary secret hidden within. The specters had strange methods, but in the end, they were only transformed from souls that hadn't scattered yet. Their pure soul strength was actually strong to such a degree, and it was clear that they had given birth to a new will. If someone said that there was nothing strange about this sea mausoleum, Qin Yu wouldn't believe it even if he cut off its head. Thinking about it was useless. Since he had come here, he might as well take a look with his own eyes and find out. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. His body turned into a phantom, and he howled deep into the sea mausoleum at an astonishing speed. The aura of life carried with it a sweet and juicy flesh and blood. In this world of death, it was even more striking than a lighthouse in the dark. Thus, Qin Yu soon encountered trouble. A mass of gray fog quietly floated in the air. As he approached, it suddenly split open, revealing a mouth covered with pale white fangs that ruthlessly bit at him. This fog actually hid an extremely terrifying specter. It controlled a mortal body that had lost its flesh and blood but was tempered by the aura of death, making it even more powerful. Qin Yu punched out. With a loud explosion, the specter was sent flying away. He frowned. It wasn't that he was startled by the specter's strength, but that he hadn't sensed it at all before it attacked. This specter revealed its true appearance. It was the skeleton of a crocodile, but its body had been cut in half, leaving only the lower half of its body. Even so, it was still over a dozen meters long and had a horrifying appearance. At this time, it shook its head and opened its mouth to roar. Its figure flashed as it was about to rush over, but at this moment its body froze. Kacha, a crack appeared on its hard skull. Then, it rapidly spread out and collapsed. In just a breath of time, a deep fist mark had appeared. The crocodile specter's giant body crashed into the ground, kicking up a great deal of dust. The soul fire in its empty eye sockets would soon be extinguished. Fluctuations appeared beneath Qin Yu's feet. Undying rushed out like a cheetah, shouting that food was precious and that it was shameful to waste it. He took a deep breath. Then, without making any other movements, the soul fire that was about to collapse turned into a thin line that sank into his mouth. Undying patted his belly and smacked his lip. It was clear he was satisfied with the meal. This is truly worthy of being a spectre bred in this world of death for so many years. The taste is delicious and the aftertaste lingers. It is truly unforgettable. Qin Yu's lips twitched. Ever since he borrowed the power of the great Tao tree and was reborn from the land of death, undying had become a bit abnormal. Although he was normally taciturn, as long as he opened his mouth, he could make others feel the ever-present excitement of letting go of himself. If this fellow's aura hadn't changed, Qin Yu would have suspected that his body had been seized. A bell suddenly rang out from within his soul space. Within Lin Ming's soul space, a bell suddenly rang out. Mei Mei, who still hadn't emerged from her weakened state, strongly protested. Qin Yu coughed. Leave a portion of the spectral strength for Mei Mei. Leave a portion for Purple Moon as well. Even if he didn't say anything, he still had to be fair. As for that bastard Blue Sun in the Dantian Sea, he didn't even help in such a critical moment, so he deserved to not have anything to eat. Undying turned around and bowed like a gentleman. Yes, I will obey your orders, master. Here it comes again. Once this was over, he would have to ask Undying where he felt uncomfortable. Being sick wasn't something to be afraid of, but he had to be treated. Let's go. Qin Yu's figure moved and he continued forwards. Undying followed behind him. But after just a few steps, he suddenly stopped. What is it? Undying pointed a finger. Master, there is a spectre hiding there. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. It didn't provoke us. Undying shook his head. Master is mistaken. The grass and trees quietly grow on the ground without doing anything, but the cattle and sheep still want to eat them. This has nothing to do with right or wrong, but whether or not there is a need. It wasn't easy for us to find a place filled with supplements, so how could we enter a treasure mountain and leave empty-handed? Moreover, Mei Mei, Purple Moon, and I are all very weak right now. We urgently need Master to place food in us. Qin Yu's lips twitched. For Undying to even say words like place food in, this fellow's illness wasn't light at all. Arguing with someone who was sick was an absolutely stupid decision. Thus, Qin Yu simply punched out his fist. A powerful strength crossed through space and smashed apart a distant mountain. With a pitiful cry, a spectre hidden inside was blown away. Its pale white bones began to disintegrate in midair. Undying shouted out loud, "Long live Master!" He had already rushed forwards. With a wave of his hand, the soul fire split into 3 and he swallowed his portion. As for the remaining 2 portions, they were pulled up by an invisible strength. They howled into Qin Yu's eyebrows and were cleanly eaten up in the blink of an eye. Undying briskly walked back. Master, this world of the dead is extremely large, and we still have a long way to go. Let's hurry along. A foreboding premonition rose in Qin Yu's heart. As he thought, the following journey directly turned into a blissful journey for 3 gluttons. Master, please wait. There's one here. Master, there's one more. Master, there's a great discovery. There are 2 of them hiding in one nest. Master, Qin Yu was already numb to this. As long as there were specters, they couldn't escape Undying's senses. He thought about refusing, but before Undying could say anything, the 2 in his soul space had already rebelled. The always cold and aloof Purple Moon sent him a cold thought. If he didn't provide the strength of specters, then he could forget about her helping him in the future. Qin Yu could only compromise. Thus, he decided to hurry up and go to hell. He didn't take a straight path at all. Instead, he took a winding path. Undying's slogan was loud and clear: food is precious. Wasting it is shameful. Occasionally he would turn his head and look at the brighter skies behind him. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He had entered the sea mausoleum to take the god stones, causing the sea sovereign and the others to be deeply grateful to him. But if they knew that the fellow they let in had swept away all the specters of their ancestors, wouldn't they turn hostile? But there was nothing he could do about it. There are difficulties everywhere in life, so I hope that everyone can understand each other, cough cough, Regarding the matter of the godstones, he had to be swift and decisive, otherwise he really wouldn't have any face left. Because he had underestimated Undying, Mimi, and Purple Moon's appetites, his journey had been greatly affected. Qin Yu's original plan to settle this matter in a single day naturally turned into a bubble. Outside the sea mausoleum, Sangyea's eyes were red. She nervously looked at the sea sovereign, as if saying that if he dared to say anything bad, she would immediately cry in front of him. Across from her, the sea sovereign held the sacrificial disc in his hand. After sensing for a long time, he opened his eyes and revealed a strange expression. Sangyea's heart skipped a beat. "Your Majesty, how is it? Have you found Big Brother Qin Yu's aura yet? How come he hasn't returned yet?" The sea sovereign hesitated for a moment. He said, "Yaya, don't worry. This solitude senses are a bit inaccurate. I ask Mr. Turtle to also give it a try. Only then will I be confident." As he spoke, he handed over the disc. Mr. Turtle had already noticed the sea sovereign's expression. He uneasily received it. No matter how worried Sangyea was, she could only forcefully endure it and maintain her silence. After a long period of silence, Mr. Turtle opened his eyes. His expression was exactly the same as the sea sovereign's. The two glanced at each other. Ruler and minister had been together for so many years that they could understand each other's thoughts with a single glance. They didn't know how to express themselves. Was it anger or joy? However, there was one thing that was beyond doubt. This matter absolutely could not be leaked out, otherwise how could they continue living in the world? "Grandpa Turtle, what is it? Say something." The old turtle coughed. "Crown Princess, there is no need to worry. Mr. Qin, he is fine. It's just that it's difficult to travel through the sea mausoleum, so his journey has been delayed." Sangyea relaxed. She looked at the sea sovereign and saw her uncle nod. Only then did she truly feel relieved. "Big Brother Qin Yu, what kind of big words are you talking about? He clearly can't rush back in a day." She thought of something else. She hurriedly asked, "Grandpa Turtle, when will Big Brother Qin Yu return?" The old turtle's face stiffened. He quickly coughed to cover it up. The sea sovereign was left speechless. He thought that he would have to ask Qin Yu just how much he was planning to plunder the solemn sea mausoleum. In a single day, the aura of specters within the sea mausoleum had actually fallen by nearly 10%. This rate was far too horrifying. Seeing His Majesty look up at the skies, clearly unwilling to speak, the old turtle squeezed out a smile. "Ah, Crown Princess, rest assured that Mr. Qin's aura is like a rainbow and his vitality is boundless. He hasn't suffered any damage at all, cough cough. He will return in at most several days." With great difficulty, he managed to fool Sangye. As the ruler and minister left the sea mausoleum, their smiles immediately vanished. When they entered the grand hall and sat across from each other, they couldn't help but reveal wonderful expressions. The sea sovereign bit his cheeks and said, "Mr. Qin, what do you think this solitude should do?" In these past years, the sea mausoleum had stirred up many events and was gradually becoming a hidden danger to the capital city. But after all, generations of the royal family's ancestors were buried within, as well as all sorts of great meritorious officials. It was a sacred land of the sea races. If it was only killing a small number of specters and taking away the divine stones to erase the hidden dangers, then that would be acceptable. But what Qin Yu was doing now was simply a carpet sweep, an indiscriminate sweep. The two of them could clearly sense that wherever he went, there wasn't even the slightest specter aura left behind. It was so clean that it made one want to cry. Mr. Turtle earnestly said, "Your Majesty, you must endure. We offended Qin Yu in the past, but it was all thanks to Her Highness the Crown Princess being close to him that he had some scruples and didn't pursue this matter. You cannot give him any chance to take advantage of this situation to cause trouble, otherwise the capital city will be in danger." The sea sovereign was silent for a long time. Could this solitude only be able to stare blankly on? This was no different from someone digging up their ancestral graves. Mr. Turtle was incomparably embarrassed. He thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, you can only think of this as a condition for Qin Yu to take action. I believe that the heroic spirits of our ancestors are also aware of this and are willing to sacrifice their souls in exchange for the stability of the capital city and the inheritance of our bloodline." His expression was solemn and respectful. He said, "In order to protect us, our ancestors have paid such a heavy price. We must remember this in our hearts. I sincerely ask your Majesty to hold a grand ceremony after the matter of the divine stones is concluded to repay the great graciousness of our ancestors." The sea sovereign sucked in a deep breath. Mr. Turtle is right. This solitude will gather the entire sea races to pray and pray for our deceased ancestors. The ruler and minister both blushed red with shame. But for better or worse, they had found a way out of this awkward situation. In truth, the two of them knew better than anyone else that the sea mausoleum was already too big to deal with. It had gradually become a great hidden danger that threatened the capital city, and if it wasn't changed, future generations would inevitably suffer. Today, Qin Yu had taken action and cleaned up the entire sea mausoleum. If this hidden danger was eliminated, logically speaking, this was an absolutely good thing for the sea races. But even if this was the truth, they couldn't admit it. Something like face, although it was useless and sometimes a burden, they still had to protect it. 7 days had passed since Qin Yu entered the sea mausoleum. Even if the world of the sea mausoleum was large enough and countless specters were born, it still couldn't withstand this sort of brutal harvesting. The current sea mausoleum had undergone tremendous changes compared to when Qin Yu first entered. The skies had brightened by more than just a little bit. Even the fog that gathered together was hard to find, and the aura of specters had nearly vanished. Besides the deathly silence, there wasn't much difference between this place and the outside world. He stopped and looked up at the ends of his vision. Over there, the skies were pitch black like ink. Terrifying specter auras pierced through the world like wolves and sheep. This was the deepest depths of the sea mausoleum, the only place that Qin Yu hadn't stepped into yet. Buried here was the most powerful ancestor of the sea races, and also the place where the specter aura was the most terrifying. The terrifying ancestor specters had already sensed that he was an intruder. It was only because he was imprisoned that he couldn't break free. The specter aura that soared into the skies was a declaration of war filled with killing intent. They were waiting for Qin Yu to walk into their trap. Undying clenched his jaws, his body shivering. "Food is precious and wasting it is shameful. Master, what are we waiting for?" Chapter 593. The innermost depths of the sea mausoleum didn't seem too far away, but the truth was that this was only an illusion. Space was bent, twisted, and stacked together, making the distance one had to travel far longer. Moreover, as they approached, there was a certain aura in the air that made one feel restless and oppressed. Qin Yu revealed a dignified expression. He was even more sure of his previous speculations. The sea mausoleum where the ancestors of the sea races were buried was absolutely extraordinary. Through this sea mausoleum, he could faintly guess how powerful the capital city's sea races were in the distant past. But why hadn't they fallen to their current situation and been directly bullied by the Bull Branch bloodline? There must be some hidden reason he didn't know. Perhaps he could find the answer he wanted in the deepest depths of the sea mausoleum. His steps weren't fast or slow, but with every step he took he crossed a vast expanse of space. Qin Yu's speed was astonishing. After half a day, he finally crossed the final distance. At this time, a giant black stone tablet appeared in his line of sight. It was only the height of a person, and its surface was covered with the marks of the passing of time. Many parts of it had fallen off. On the front of the stone tablet were large blood-red characters. "The world of the dead, all living beings are forbidden to enter," As Qin Yu's eyes fell on these blood-red characters, his heart skipped a beat and a terrifying feeling rose in his heart. To him, each character was like a blood-red vortex that released a powerful pulling strength, wanting to swallow his soul. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he looked at the blood-red characters on the stone tablet. That terrifying feeling had already disappeared, as if it were just an illusion. But Qin Yu didn't relax at all. As he looked at the pitch-black skies above his head, his eyes became increasingly dignified. Undying half-squatted down, a bit hesitant. Then, he reached out a hand and pressed it against the black stone tablet. His body shook and he fell silent. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "Undying, what is it?" Undying said, "Master, this stone tablet's aura is very familiar to me, as if I've seen it somewhere before." Qin Yu asked, "What do you think?" Undying shook his head. "No, I just feel that it's familiar." He hesitated for a moment. "But my intuition tells me that there is danger ahead. Master must be careful." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Let's go. I want to see just what secrets this sea mausoleum is hiding." His tone was firm, but his heart was even more cautious. Undying came from the unfathomable mysteries. Since even he felt danger, he wouldn't lower his guard in the slightest. He stepped over the stone tablet. His body was a little numb, as if a faint electric current had passed through him. He focused his mind and sensed that there was nothing wrong with his body. Then, he continued forward. The expected storm of attacks did not appear. In the silence, a wide and orderly road appeared in front of him, leading straight ahead. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He continued walking along the road. A moment later, a towering city appeared in his line of sight. The city gates were wide open, and there were armored guards standing guard. Many figures of the sea race walked in and out of the city, making it seem especially prosperous. Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. Deep within the sea mausoleum, in the world of the dead, there was actually such a large city. Undying's figure moved, fusing into the shadows. "Master, I will hide for now. You can act according to the situation." He was far more useful in the dark than in the light. Qin Yu nodded and walked towards the city gate. When he arrived, the guards at the city gates and the sea race members that came in and out didn't show any abnormalities. Not too far away, there was an old man carrying a pole. He smiled and nodded, his attitude warm and genial. Following behind him was a pair of young brother and sister. They were a bit afraid of strangers and half of their bodies were hidden behind the old man. They peeked out, their eyes full of curiosity. One of the city guards revealed a pair of huge pincers. He glared and shouted, "Outsider, what are you doing here?" Qin Yu lightly said, "I've come to take something." "How dare you?" The pincer guard was enraged. "This is my king's capital city, and everything here belongs to my king. You dare to demand it from me? I advise you to leave immediately, otherwise you will die without a grave. Don't regret this." Qin Yu shook his head. "If I can't take what I want, I won't leave." Suddenly, there was a commotion within the city gates. The sea race members that came in and out of the city quickly moved to the side. A group of sea race guards surrounded a gorgeous carriage that stopped outside the city gate. A steward with a mustache and meticulously combed hair walked over. He respectfully bowed. "Honored guest has come from afar. It is impolite of me not to welcome you. My master has prepared a banquet. Please follow me." As he spoke, he drew to the side and respectfully opened the carriage door. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Without fear, he boarded the carriage and sat down on a soft and pure white couch. The carriage turned and passed through the city gates, heading straight towards the center of the city. The curtains of the carriage windows were lifted by the wind. One could see that on both sides of the street, there were countless shops and countless seafolk coming and going. It was a lively and bustling scene. The city was large, but the deeper one went, the fewer seafolk there were. The courtyards gradually became larger and more luxurious and dignified. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of a giant courtyard. The main doors were already open and a group of beautiful maids were respectfully waiting outside with lanterns in their hands. The carriage stopped. The steward opened the door and knelt on the ground on his own initiative, acting as a stepping stone for Qin Yu to leave. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He stepped on the steward's back and landed on the ground. His eyes swept over the towering gates in front of him. Although he didn't speak, he was indifferent and composed. A noble and untouchable aura naturally exuded from him. It left one in awe and awe. We've been waiting for honored guest for a long time. The banquet has already begun. Honored guest, please follow us. A group of maids stepped forwards and bowed. Then, they turned and led the way. 2 rows of gorgeous lanterns were carried in their hands. They emitted a warm yellow light, exuding a warm and comfortable aura. These maids were all incomparably beautiful. Their bodies were soft and curvaceous. As they walked, they were like swaying willow branches, causing one's heart to heat up. But Qin Yu only glanced at them and then followed behind. He walked up the stairs to the main entrance and stepped in. Hiss, that faint numbing feeling, like a faint electric current sweeping over him, appeared once more. Qin Yu paused for a moment before calming down. The courtyard was deep and unfathomably deep. The beautiful scenery was shrouded in mist, adding to the tranquil beauty. The sound of stringed instruments spread out from the front. It was soft and elegant like a spring breeze, raising one's spirits. After turning a long corridor and passing through a screen wall, a grand hall appeared in front of him. After passing through 13 open doors, he could see that a lively banquet was being held within. There were many guests drinking wine and chatting merrily. Maids in beautiful dresses shuttled back and forth like butterflies fluttering through the crowd. The performers were 13 skimpily dressed seafolk. They had some sort of translucent wings growing out of their backs that softly wrapped around their bodies. As they danced, they would open and close, occasionally revealing the beauty of spring, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. At the highest point of the grand hall sat a dignified middle-aged seafolk. He clapped his hands and laughed. Our honored guest has arrived. The singing and dancing stopped. The beautiful seafolk women turned and drew to the side. All the maids knelt on the ground, their heads lowered to reveal their snow-white necks. Countless eyes gathered on Qin Yu from all directions. Some were curious, some were surprised, and some were appreciative. Of course, most of them were icy cold indifference. Qin Yu treated all of this as air. He stepped into the grand hall and cupped his hands together. Uninvited guest, I have disturbed your banquet. I apologize for my lack of manners. The middle-aged seafolk laughed. Honored guest, there is no need to be like this. This banquet was specially held to welcome you. He reached out a hand and pointed to an empty seat on the lower left. Honored guest, please enter. Qin Yu said, then I shall accept. His attitude was calm. Beneath the countless eyes, he walked deep into the grand hall and sat down in an empty seat. The middle-aged seafolk's laughter became even louder. He picked up a cup of wine in front of him and said, everyone, let us raise our cups and welcome our honored guest. In the grand hall, countless arms were raised. However, no one spoke, making this scene seem strange. The maids at the side carried wine jugs with both hands and poured white jade wine cups for Qin Yu. The amber wine emitted a rich fragrance. Qin Yu picked up the jade cup. Thank you for your hospitality. He looked up and drank. Great! In the grand hall, the middle-aged seafolk's laughter echoed out. Let's drink together. The singing and dancing continued. The dancing beauty's eyes were like little hooks that constantly fluttered towards Qin Yu. Honored guest, although my group of dancers doesn't have much of a background, they have been spoiled by me for all these years and their horizons have been astonishingly high. You are the first person to have moved the hearts of my 13 dancers. For this, you should drink several more cups. The middle-aged seafolk's voice was bright and hearty. Qin Yu lightly said, Your Majesty is too kind. I don't dare. Humph. What do you mean you don't dare? Your Majesty's words are not wrong at all. Several tables away, a thin seafolk sneered. He lifted a cup of wine and said, I will drink a cup with the honored guest. Honored guest, you won't sweep away my face, right? Qin Yu glanced at the maids beside him. Fill it up. He raised his cup and drained it. Good. Honored guest, you're straightforward. Come, let me offer another cup to the honored guest. Good things come in pairs. Drinking wine requires two. How can you only drink a single cup? For a time, there were countless people urging him to drink. Qin Yu didn't refuse any of them, and soon drank the entire pot of wine. Perhaps it was because he kept pouring wine, but the maid beside him that was holding the pot blushed red and beads of sweat began to drip down her forehead. The banquet was bustling with noise and excitement. Only when Qin Yu drank the entire pot of wine did the number of toasts gradually decrease. However, from beginning to end, Qin Yu didn't even touch a single mouthful of the exquisite and tempting dishes that were placed on the table. As he placed down the wine cup, there was a light smacking sound. Although it was weak, it instantly drowned out the sounds of singing and dancing, causing the graceful and alluring dancers to stiffen. Then, Qin Yu's calm voice sounded out. I have already accepted everyone's good intentions. Now, it is time for the banquet to come to an end and get to the main topic. The hall suddenly quieted down. The seafolk that had been laughing and laughing just a moment ago had now restrained their expressions, as if they were wooden statues. The lively banquet hall suddenly became a bit more gloomy. In the main seat, a middle-aged seafolk smiled and broke the silence. The host follows the guest. Since honored guest does not wish to delay any longer, then please speak. Qin Yu calmly said, I have come to take away the god stone that fell into the sea mausoleum not too long ago. Insolence! A seafolk roared. The god stone contains great good fortune. It is a gift from the heavens to my king, yet you dare to covet it? Another seafolk gnashed his teeth. I already guessed that a human like you had ill intentions. The god stone is a supreme treasure bestowed by the heavens. In this world, only my king has the qualifications to hold it. You lowly character, what right do you have to ask for it? Qin Yu was expressionless. Just now I will drink all of your toast. He stretched out a hand and spread open his fingers. Drops of black liquid fell to the ground, each drop filled with countless ghostly faces that howled and tumbled about. Is this enough? Every cup of wine was an invisible killing tool. It could wither away one's soul and annihilate it. The complexions of the seafolk changed, revealing a look of dread. But soon, someone sneered. To us, this wine is a rare saint-grade tonic. You didn't have the fortune to enjoy it, so do you want to blame us? Qin Yu drew back his hand. He looked around the hall and lightly said, It looks like you are all prepared to be unreasonable. Then, there is no need for us to continue speaking. In the main seat, the silent middle-aged seafolk suddenly said, Honored guest, there is no need to be angry. In truth, this is only a test for us. If honored guest is fine after drinking, then you have the qualifications to exchange with us. Chapter 594. Qin Yu turned around. Your Majesty, what request do you have? Please speak. The middle-aged seafolk smiled. To honored guest, this matter is as simple as lifting a finger. In the corners of this residence there are 9 stone pillars. As long as honored guest makes a move, any one of them can be moved away. Qin Yu was silent for a long time. He frowned. Your Majesty's request is a bit difficult. The 9 stone pillars are connected to each other, so how could they be moved so easily? The middle-aged seafolk's smile widened. Honored guest, please rest assured that I have detailed records of the 9 stone pillars. The contents are all in a jade slip. As long as honored guest follows the steps, you can easily accomplish it. Qin Yu didn't sense anything wrong. He took the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. A moment later, he opened his eyes. The middle-aged seafolk said, How is it? Honored guest should know by now that what you want to do isn't too difficult. As long as you agree, I can make an oath right now and give the god stone to honored guest. Qin Yu said, Your Majesty, since you have such a clear understanding of the 9 stone pillars, why would you need an outsider like me to do it? You could just order someone to move them away. The middle-aged seafolk's face stiffened and his smile faded. This isn't something that honored guest should be concerned about. Now I ask honored guest to make a choice. Will you agree to my conditions, or will you stay here forever and accompany me? Qin Yu looked at him for a long time. Then, he suddenly said, Why? The one who built these stone pillars in the past should have been your Majesty. I believe that you should have already predicted what would happen later. The middle-aged seafolk had no expression. Honored guest is drunk. Qin Yu shook his head. It is best to keep these stone pillars. If even one is moved, I fear this world will fall into chaos. Shut up. The middle-aged seafolk's expression suddenly turned fierce. I don't care what nonsense you are spouting. Remember the choice I am giving you. Take the god stone and leave, or stay here forever. Think carefully about your answer. I will not give you a second chance. Qin Yu lightly said, I won't move the stone pillars but the god stone. I also want it. He stood up and the phantom of a purple crescent moon appeared in the depths of his eyes. The world in front of him suddenly changed. Where was this luxurious mansion? Where he was now, he was in a vast and horrifying tomb. Within the temple, there were well-dressed seafolk with cold and arrogant expressions. Now, they were nothing but pale white skeletons draped in rotting robes. Deep within the tomb, there was a massive mass of black fog. A giant bone dragon roared out, Kill him! A slender bone hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, grasping at Qin Yu's throat. The incomparably charming maid that had been serving him was now nothing more than a skeleton. Unfortunately, before her hand could approach Qin Yu, it was shaken away by a formidable strength. It disintegrated in midair, turning into broken bones. However, the dismembered skeletons hopped together and formed a body in the blink of an eye. Their hands hugged the skull and pressed on the neck. After a few cracking sounds, they came back to life. Sir, you are so ruthless. These sisters really like you. Since you don't agree to His Majesty's conditions, then stay with us sisters and live happily ever after. The 13 beautiful dancers were formed from the souls of countless women. They wove together like snakes, forming a composite body. These women's souls wriggled about. Heads popped out one after another, all of them saying the same words. It was strange and horrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, the 13 dancers howled as they flew outwards. Each one of them landed on a tomb door. Their bodies were like folded sheets of paper as they unfolded and sealed the tomb door shut. Within the temple, specters rose up one after another. Spectre flames danced in their eye sockets as they gathered from all directions. There was also a mass of pure spectre strength that turned into fierce, ghostly faces that howled and danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu was surrounded in 3 layers and 3 layers. Bang! The berserk power was like a great tide, erupting in an instant, engulfing the departed spirits and sending them flying. Pitter-patter, countless bones fell to the ground. Even the sturdy bodies of the specters rapidly disintegrated beneath the impact of this horrifying strength. But these specters were the same as the one that had been smashed to pieces. After they fell to the ground, their bodies began to automatically reform. In just several breaths of time, the scattered bones reformed, their auras not weakening in the slightest. The ancient dragon's voice echoed out from deep within the tomb. Human, this is the world of the dead. We can obtain its protection and will never be killed. Although you are powerful, you will definitely pay a painful price for your foolish decision. I will obtain your soul and place it in the flames of purgatory. I will burn it for millions, tens of millions of years. I will have you suffer in pain and despair for all eternity, never to be freed. Qin Yu frowned, a dignified look in his eyes. These specters were on a completely different level from the ones he had killed before. He noticed that even if he increased the intensity of his strength and crushed the bodies of the specters, even the crushed bones would instantly reform. Although there were countless cracks on the surface of the bones, their hardness didn't decrease in the least. Humph! With a cold snort, Qin Yu stepped forwards. A shock wave visible to the naked eye stirred up a cloud of dust that swept out in all directions, sending the specters flying away. His feet exerted strength and the ground began to crack. In the blink of an eye, countless cracks spread out like a giant spider web. A formidable strength pushed Qin Yu's body. Like a boulder falling from a mountain peak, he howled towards the entrance of the tomb. He lifted a hand and punched out. A wild strength surged out like a flood dragon, smashing into the tomb door formed from the souls of these women. The terrifying impact caused their souls to wildly bulge outwards, stretching them like rubber band. "Io, what a cruel Langjun, you almost beat me to death!" "Hee, now that I've tasted it, it's actually very comfortable." "Husband, use a bit more strength." "Husband, hurry up and come, I can't wait any longer." Qin Yu fell to the ground, his eyebrows furrowed even tighter. He had no idea what sort of mutation these women's souls had undergone, but they actually possessed such astonishing toughness. It was impossible to break them. The ancient dragon's voice sounded out once more. "You cannot escape. You are destined to stay here and accompany us forever. Stay here forever. Accompany us in suffering. Even after 10 million years, we still cannot free ourselves. Accompany us." The specters laughed and roared as they wildly rushed forwards. Qin Yu coldly sneered. "Sorry, but I have no interest in a bunch of bones and specters. If you want someone to accompany you, then go find someone else." He lifted a hand and the space in his palm gently trembled. A bell appeared from within. Its surface was a bit damaged, but it was still as bright as new. With a flick of his wrist, the clear ringing of the bell fell into Qin Yu's ears. His mind instantly became clear and his will became unprecedentedly focused. But to the specters in the tomb, this ringing of the bell was a terrifying attack that tore at their hearts and organs. They cried out in pain and their bodies began to explode. The women's souls on the 13 tomb doors were able to resist for a bit longer. But in the end, they weren't able to resist the strength of the cosmic Sea-Cross bell. This was the world's most precious treasure for souls. Not only did it have a terrifying effect on living souls, but it also had a terrifying might towards specters. "Stop shaking around and we'll let you out." "No, stop. We were wrong, we beg you to forgive us." Qin Yu remained expressionless, unmoved at all. His wrist shook even faster and the ringing of the bell became even more urgent. Countless women screamed out at the same time. The 13 tomb doors exploded, turning into a white fog. Tens of thousands of women flew out from the fog, bowing to Qin Yu in gratitude before turning to ash and vanishing from sight. No wonder the tomb doors formed by these women were so tough. Each one was formed from the souls of countless women, refined and fused together. To these women, this was an indescribable torture. They had been fused together by an evil technique and would never be able to free themselves. It was no wonder they still bowed to Qin Yu after they were killed. This was because to them, death was the best possible result. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stepped forwards and rushed out of the main tomb door. But he was still in the tomb. The ancient dragon's pained and cruel roars echoed out from the main tomb. "You absolutely cannot let him escape, otherwise all of you will die." Countless specters gathered from all directions. In just several breaths of time, Qin Yu's line of sight was completely occupied by them. There were so many that it left one's scalp tingling. Qin Yu closed his eyes and opened them again. The purple moon phantom in the depths of his pupils shined even brighter. His vision pierced through the thick fog, and he found the exit to the tomb. He stepped forwards and his figure burst out like a bolt of lightning. The cosmic Seacross Bell's strength was limited and it couldn't be used without limit. It could only be used in a critical moment. Luckily, with his cultivation, even though there were many specters, they were only a bit troublesome. They simply couldn't stop him from advancing. Within his chest, his heart fiercely beat, turning into a wild source of strength. His blood wildly raced through his body, and an inconceivably thick blood vitality gathered above his head, forming the phantom of a giant demon. The power of qi and blood of extreme yang was like a blazing sun, naturally suppressing the spirits of the dead. As long as they came close, they would feel as if they had been splashed with boiling oil. Smoke would rise from their bodies, and they would scream and wail incessantly. Specters were sent tumbling away. Looking down from the skies, one could see a clear white line appearing from the center of the great tomb and rapidly extending outwards. The so-called Great City deep within the sea mausoleum was the entire great tomb, and the long streets were the alleys of the tomb. The densely packed residences and shops were the burial grounds of those who had been buried here. The sea folk that passed through the streets all turned to look at the wildly running Chinyu. With a roar, they revealed their true appearances and joined the army of specters. "Stay here. Suffer with us. You cannot escape." Chinyu didn't care about these howls at all. As he ran forwards, whenever his path was blocked, he would lift his hand and punch out. It was said that strength could defeat all method. Although this wasn't too appropriate, this was the truth. No matter how many specters blocked his way, he would send them flying with a single punch. Moments later, the entrance to the great tomb appeared in sight. The sea folk that were entering and exiting the city all revealed shocked expressions. As if they didn't know what was happening in the city, they panicked and cried out in alarm as they fled in all directions. An old man tightly grabbed onto two children, but he was soon washed away by the flow of people. The two children cried out in panic, tears streaming down their faces. Chinyu wildly ran forwards. He frowned and flicked his sleeves, pulling the two children to his side as he rushed towards the exit. At this time, two seafolk children, one male and one female, suddenly looked up and strangely smiled. One's eyes turned pale white and the other's eyes turned pitch black. Their bodies directly disintegrated, turning into black and white gases that howled into Chinyu's body. At the city gate, the panicked seafolk all stopped. They laughed and turned into fog before vanishing. Only the old man remained. He looked at Chinyu with an indifferent expression. "I said that you cannot escape." Chinyu frowned, a pained expression on his face. With a stuffy cough, his body slumped to the ground. The moment he touched the ground, his palms slammed against the ground and he shot towards the old man like an arrow. "Humph!" The old man coldly sneered. But at this time, his body stiffened. That brief moment was enough for Chinyu to escape. He slapped the old man away and flew towards the city gate. The moment he entered the city gate, he heard a shrill roar in his ears. The city gate suddenly snapped shut. How was this a city gate? It was clearly the head of a horrifying specter that drilled out from the ground and stood upright. Ding ding ding, crisp and dense ringing sounds spread out from the mouth and nose of this terrifying specter. It wildly tumbled about, causing the ground to boil with it. Bang, the giant head exploded. Chinyu shot into the skies and flew out of the great tomb. The old man's angry and resentful voice drilled into his ears like the roars of a demon. "You are my prey, don't think you can escape from here." Bang. Chapter 595. The skies grew increasingly dark. When all the specters in the great tomb were swallowed up by the bone dragon, its body was completely submerged in darkness. Black energy tumbled about. A 100,000-foot large face emerged from within, its crimson eyes staring at Chinyu. "I will make sure you never transcend for 10,000 generations." Chinyu had a calm expression. "Perhaps your majesty can do it, but I must apologize. Your true opponent today is not me." He took a step back. The skies behind him lit up, casting a shadow on the ground. But now this shadow didn't. As Qin Yu moved, it flowed like water, stretching out Undying's figure. His face was blank without any facial features. But the feeling he gave off was that he was earnestly staring at the giant face that appeared in the black energy in the skies. For some unknown reason, the giant face felt a great sense of unease beneath this gaze. This feeling left it incomparably angry. It roared out, "Who are you?" Undying's voice echoed out. "Who I am isn't important. What is important is that you took something that shouldn't be yours. Now it's time for you to pay the price." The giant face fiercely shivered. Its crimson eyes revealed clear fear. It opened its mouth and monstrous specter aura gathered, condensing into a black sphere. Then it was about to disappear into the black energy. It actually wanted to run away. Undying looked up at the terrifying specter strength bead that came crashing down from the heavens. He lifted a hand and pointed at the void. The bead violently trembled before collapsing and dissipating. His fingers danced about, drawing in the air. A rune that flickered with a faint light appeared, and a terrifying sealing power erupted. "No!" The giant face screamed in panic. It was forcefully pulled out from the black energy. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't avoid falling down. It shrank little by little until it was finally sealed within the palm-sized rune. The rune violently trembled and faded away. A pitch-black bead fell into Undying's hand. It was translucent and one could clearly see countless black clouds tumbling within. A giant face with a cruel and ruthless expression struggled left and right, but it couldn't escape. Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. Although he believed that Undying wouldn't joke around with something like this, the subduing process still surpassed his imagination. A light rune had suppressed the ancestor of the sea race that had swallowed millions of specters, causing its strength to soar. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. "You took something that shouldn't have been yours." After thinking about it carefully, this sentence seemed to contain countless pieces of information, causing one's thoughts to run wild. He looked up at the great necropolis, and saw that it was completely clean. Not a single specter of the dead could be seen, and the black clouds in the sky were dispersing. Undying lifted a hand and pressed the pitch-black bead between his eyebrows. It directly fused into it. He turned to face Qin Yu, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Master, I have indeed thought of something, but it is only an incomplete fragment. Once I understand everything, I will tell you." Qin Yu nodded. "There's no need to think too much about it. We've experienced many life and death situations together. If I didn't believe in you, I wouldn't have lived until now." He smiled. "Let's go. Once we find the divine stone, this matter will be concluded." He walked towards the great tomb first. Undying stood behind him, watching his back. After several breaths of time, he followed. All the specters were sealed away, and the great tomb revealed its original appearance. Qin Yu soon found the traces left behind by the falling divine stone. Following several broken tombs, Qin Yu arrived at the edge of the main tomb, underneath a giant stone pillar. He found the divine stone that fell from the heavens. The edges were sharp and there were clear cracks on them. Its surface was crystalline, as if it were some sort of jade formed after being burned at a high temperature. What was even more mysterious was that there were strange fluctuations of strength within this divine stone. It constantly released and restrained a strange purple light as if it were breathing. But what Qin Yu paid more attention to now wasn't this divine stone, but the stone pillar that had been smashed by it and cracked. The surface of the stone pillar was engraved with countless runes. They were chaotic, and it was impossible to see how deep they were, but if one stared at them for a long time, they would feel as if they were alive. It was like a giant spider web that wanted to imprison one's soul. Qin Yu's heart shook and he suddenly regained his composure. He looked away, his complexion dignified. This stone pillar was indeed strange. Undying's voice echoed out. "I also have an impression of this stone pillar. It is only an imitation. It seems that the suppressed Seafolk ancestor once saw the true stone pillar." He pointed at the divine stone. This object contains a great amount of energy. When it smashed into the stone pillar, it was damaged. This is why the Seafolk ancestor's specter had the extravagant hope of leaving this place, and also why Master experienced such a thing. The stone pillar has an absolute suppressive strength towards specters. Even if they know that the divine stone is here, they cannot approach it at all. No matter how good the divine stone is, they can only look at it. His words were filled with ridicule. These Seafolk specters had been bragging all this time, saying that the divine stone that fell from the heavens was something that only their king had the qualifications to possess. Qin Yu smiled. It didn't matter if they were bragging or not. He had already been suppressed to the left and right. Although he didn't know what that black sphere was, he could tell from Undying's attitude that these specters wouldn't have a good ending. Although he didn't sense anything wrong with this divine stone, Qin Yu was still careful. He gathered a mass of light in his palm and picked it up from the ground. It was extremely heavy. Although it was only the size of a palm, its weight was astonishing. It was at least several thousand genes. He carefully probed with his divine sense. After determining that there weren't any unknown dangers hidden within this divine stone, Qin Yu scattered the light and truly touched it. Although Qin Yu didn't covet this divine stone, now that it fell into his hand, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Just what sort of lucky chance was hidden in this thing that all the various influences in the land of divinity and demons, and even the Seafolk, would send people to compete for it? Qin Yu immediately discovered that there were 6 other auras that resonated with the divine stone in his hand. It seemed that when the divine stone fell from the heavens, it had split into 7 parts and scattered around. Suddenly, of the 6 auras that Qin Yu sensed, one of them rapidly weakened until it vanished from sight. Following that was a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Qin Yu stared blankly at the divine stone in his hand. The purple light shined slower and slower until it completely faded away. As if it had lost all vitality, Qin Yu was suddenly enlightened. Someone had comprehended the good fortune contained within the divine stone and obtained its strength. Although it had split into 7 parts, the auras of the divine stone were still connected together. Once one of them recognized a master, the strength of the other divine stones was taken back. Qin Yu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but frown. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but his complexion was strange. It wasn't because the divine stone had turned into trash as soon as he obtained it, but because the aura of the divine stone that had taken away all of its strength was actually very familiar. It wasn't an illusion. Qin Yu carefully thought about it and his complexion became increasingly strange. He compared it to the approximate position of the last divine stone and finally couldn't help but laugh. The divine stone that fell from the heavens actually chose this bastard. Was it blind? Undying tilted his head, puzzled. Qin Yu weighed the divine stone in his hand. The good fortune contained within this thing has already been taken away. Unfortunately, that fellow and I have known each other for many years. He shook his head, a helpless look on his face. He wanted to return to the land of divinity and demons as soon as possible, but now it seemed there would be more complications. Qin Yu sighed. He wasn't prepared to say anything more. He turned and walked away. Let's go. We might really be stirring up trouble after this. From the start, he had no choice but to help the Seafolk. Now, he feared he would have to directly interfere. Things didn't turn out as he wished. Undying didn't leave. Master, the things buried here are very rich. Qin Yu stiffened. This isn't too good. After all, these are things buried with their ancestors. Undying's voice didn't rise or fall. We've already cleared out the entire sea spirit. Qin Yu was enraged. Isn't this all for you? Whatever, since you all ate to your heart's content, I can't come here for nothing. The ancestral specters had all been taken away, so what else did he have to worry about? He could do whatever he wanted. After putting down the burden in his heart, Qin Yu was immediately in high spirit. The sea sovereign's treasury was indeed beneath his eyes, but there were many good things buried here. Chapter 596. Above the inn, the Nanyuan king, who was pretending to be a powerful tribal guest, had long since lost his cheerful demeanor. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. He paced back and forth like a cat on a hot tin roof. It was already the 8th day and there was still no news. Even though everything was normal in the royal palace, he couldn't hold himself back any longer. Just what accident had occurred? Was the sea mausoleum really so terrifying that even that incomparably powerful human cultivator had died inside? If so, then he should give up any thoughts of stealing the divine stone as soon as possible. What nonsense! If things were really as he thought, then even if he forced all the seafolk in the capital city to death and then stuffed in the entirety of the Bowl Sea race, it still wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between the sea mausoleum's teeth. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to figure out just what the current situation was. This was because besides that human cultivator having an accident, there was another terrifying possibility. He had already succeeded and left with the divine stone. Thinking of this, the Nanyuan king's forehead was covered with a cold sweat. These past days, he had been repeatedly questioned by his clansmen and had no choice but to tell them the truth about the situation in the capital city. If the divine stone was really taken away, then he would become a fool that was played around with. At that time, he would become the scapegoat for losing the divine stone. The Nanyuan king suddenly stopped and walked towards the door. But just as his hands touched the door, a light voice sounded out from behind him. "Where do you want to go?" The Nanyuan king stiffened. His eyes widened and he turned, wild with joy. "Senior, you've returned." This joy wasn't fake at all. Qin Yu's appearance meant that the terrifying situation he imagined wouldn't appear. In the corner of the room there was a beautiful coral-potted plant. A crystal lamp sprinkled down light, forming a small shadow. Qin Yu stepped out from this shadow. He flipped his hand and took out the divine stone. "The thing you wanted is here." The Nanyuan king was overjoyed. But this happiness only lasted for a short period of time. "Say, senior, the divine stone, it's too," he stammered, a cautious expression on his face. Qin Yu lightly said, "It seems you've seen the other divine stone fragments before. When I first obtained them, they emitted a strange purple light as if they were breathing. But after several breaths of time, the light was extinguished." The Nanyuan king lost his voice. How is that possible? His complexion was extremely ugly. Could someone have already obtained the good fortune of the divine stone? It was impossible for him not to suspect Qin Yu, but just as this thought rose, he suppressed it. Anyone who had obtained the fortune from the god stone would become the common enemy of all the forces. No matter how powerful this human was, there was no way he could withstand the combined efforts of all the forces. He could not wait to escape, so how could he possibly return to the capital city? After thinking this through, the southern courtyard king hesitated for a moment before respectfully saying, "Senior, the divine stones are able to sense one another. Since you have obtained a divine stone, you should know which one it is. In the end, you obtained its acknowledgement. Senior, please tell us the location. The Bolet tribe will be eternally grateful." Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. "I wasn't able to bring back the complete divine stone, so consider this information as compensation. Remember your promise to me." After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed behind him. He laid down the divine stone and turned to leave. He stepped into the shadows and vanished from sight. In the room, the Nanyuan king's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with horror. Not daring to delay, he hurriedly used a secret channel to send the news back to the clan, and then hurriedly left the capital. The Bolet family's warship that had come to the capital city was anchored in some underwater canyon. After the Nanyuan king returned, everyone hurried over to greet him. Every seafolk could feel his terrible mood. Brother Wang, what happened? Duke Xinyu asked in a low voice. The Nanyuan king regained his composure. After a moment of silence, he told everyone the news that Qin Yu brought back. Duke Xian Yu almost jumped up. The god stone recognized its master? Brother Wang, how could things be so coincidental? It's very likely that the human is deceiving you. Nanyuan king glared at him. Shut up. If he really did get the god stone to recognize him as its master, why would he waste his breath on me? What's more, 70% of the god stone will react to it recognizing its master, so it can't be fake. At this moment, his expression changed slightly, and he took out a golden conch with a flip of his palm. He sucked in a breath of air and brought it to his ear. Although no one knew what the message said, everyone could see that the Nanyuan king's face suddenly turned pale. Brother Wang, what happened? The Nanyuan king muttered, the news is true. Duke Xinyu's face flushed red. He hurriedly said, since the news is true, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and chase after him. If we can seize the good fortune of the god stone, not only will we not make any mistakes, but we will have performed a great merit. The Nanyuan king's complexion paled. You don't understand. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. The god stone that recognized its master fell into the land of exiles, and the land of exiles has another name, the land of extermination. Haven't you all been curious as to why the direct branch of the sea race's royal family, the Eastern sovereign bloodline, would fall to such a degree? The complexions of the group of Bolit seafolk changed. A chill rose from the depths of their hearts, making them shiver. Perhaps the greatest reason why the Eastern sovereign bloodline has fallen to such a state is because of the location of the capital city. The Nanyuan king's mouth was dry and his voice bitter. I don't know much, but there is one thing you must remember. The land of exiles is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It might even be the most dangerous place in the world. Currently, Qin Yu was hurrying towards the most dangerous place in the world that the Nanyuan king had mentioned. Blue waves rippled beneath his feet and blazing sunlight shined down on his body, making him feel warm and comfortable. In the distance, the black coastline was like a twisting dragon lying in the sea. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He couldn't help but feel a bit of excitement rise in his heart. The land of exiles, this was the place where he was born, where he grew up, where he struggled, and where he lived. After dozens of years, he had finally returned. But as his excitement gradually subsided, Qin Yu gasped. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. At this moment, the coastline that was as long and majestic as a dragon seemed to emit an aura of pain. That's right, it was pain. It was like a great dragon that had fallen from the highest heavens and was nailed to the surface of the sea. It writhed in pain without end. Qin Yu's heart quivered. But when he looked again, that horrifying feeling from just now had already disappeared. As if it had just been an illusion, but was it really an illusion? Qin Yu revealed a dignified expression. As he looked at this land that he was incomparably familiar with, he felt as if there was a bit more fog around it, making everything blurry and indistinct. He closed his eyes and erupted with his divine sense. After a long time, he let out a long breath. He hadn't harvested anything at all. Qin Yu thought for a long time and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. But in the end, there was still a bit of restlessness in his heart. He took a step forward. Space fluctuated and his figure submerged within. A moment later, Qin Yu's figure appeared once more. He was in a mountain range. The forest was lush and full of life. In front of him was a severed mountain. The cut was smooth, as if it had been cut off by a saber. There was a large stone tablet erected at the top of the mountain. Everything within 300 miles is forbidden, all trespassers will die. Killing intent soared. But looking at it now, the killing intent in those words seemed a bit childish and laughable. In the past, when he first had some achievements in his cultivation, he had indeed been a bit arrogant. But if one wasn't arrogant, who wouldn't have experienced something that seemed absurd now, but who didn't regret it. This was Severed Spirit Mountain, the place where Qin Yu had gone into seclusion in his early years. The stone tablet was also a warning sign that he had erected in order to avoid being disturbed by the cultivators gathered on the mountain. Shaking his head, Qin Yu stepped forwards again. He passed through space and appeared in the mountain valley. Dozens of years passed and the wooden house he had built was still intact. One could see clear signs of repair on the surface. A flock of brightly feathered and arrogant pheasants occupied most of the valley. They were led by graceful hens as they leisurely basked in the sun. Qin Yu's sudden appearance didn't scare them. Instead, the flock of pheasants became excited. They screamed as they surrounded him, eager to give him a try. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment before he regained his composure. Looking at the flock of pheasants in front of him, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Indeed, dogs couldn't change their habits and chickens couldn't change their lustful nature. These pheasants all had that fellow's aura on them, they were clearly its descendants. With a flick of his sleeves, strength gushed out from thin air and sent the flock of pheasants flying away. This frightened them all. The normally lawless second and third generation pheasants all began to cry out. But as they discovered that there was no father pheasant jumping out to support them, they immediately scattered. Qin Yu was disinclined to bother with such trivial matters. He strode into the wooden house and carefully probed with his divine sense. That fellow's aura had become extremely weak. It had clearly been gone for a long time. This wasn't unexpected. It had always had a timid personality. Since it knew it was in trouble, how could it not run away? Qin Yu was confident in its ability to preserve its life. Since it wanted to hide, it wouldn't be easy for others to find it. Like this, he wasn't in a hurry to find it. Now that the land of exiles had gathered attention from all sides, he had to make some arrangements as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden clamor above him. Qin Yu listened for a moment and couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. He lifted a hand and swiped at the skies. The fog that filled the skies instantly vanished with this swipe. The fleeing pheasants suddenly froze in place. Along with them, the group of cultivators on the cliffs of the mountain valley also froze. The thin and pale supremacy sage Zhang Wei's eyes fell on Qin Yu in the mountain valley. After a moment of shock, he shouted out in pleasant surprise, "My supremacy sex master, the 100-mile ruler with profound magic power, has left seclusion. You will not be able to escape today's calamity." Behind him, several shivering and panic-stricken supremacy sect disciples suddenly felt their spirits rise. But when they looked back, they revealed unnatural expressions. They had seen the portrait of the 100-mile ruler and it wasn't this person at all. As this expression fell into the eyes of the pursuing cultivators, their panicked hearts calmed down. But when the fog scattered just now, they didn't dare to be too insolent. After a moment of hesitation, one of them stepped forwards and cupped his hands across his chest. "Fellow Taoist, the supremacy sect is normally tyrannical and overbearing. Today we have come for revenge. If this has nothing to do with you, I ask that you do not interfere." His words were neither servile nor overbearing, and there was quite a bit of bearing to them. Unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't even glance at him. He lightly said, "This is my cave dwelling. Don't cause trouble and leave." The pursuing cultivators all revealed gloomy expressions. The one who spoke frowned and coldly said, "This is clearly the cave dwelling of the 100-mile ruler. It seems that fellow Taoist wants to deliberately make things difficult for us. I'm not afraid to tell fellow Taoist that a divine stone fell into this mountain range from the heavens, and we were ordered to investigate it. If fellow Taoist interferes, I fear you will provoke disaster upon yourself. Let me advise you, if this matter doesn't concern you, then don't do anything. Otherwise, there is no medicine for regret in this world." "How noisy!" Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and strong winds rose up, sweeping up the group of cultivators. As they cried out, they vanished without a trace, as if they had been tossed somewhere. The supremacy sect disciples were left dumbfounded. With their experience, they had never seen such supernatural powers before. Their eyes widened in shock. Zhang Wei's face paled. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This person in front of him looked young, but who knew how many years this old monster had lived for? There was no way he would help them for no reason. The 100-mile ruler's 2 spirit beasts had disappeared. Perhaps they had fallen into this person's evil hands. Was he also someone who was looking for divine stones? And was he keeping them here to interrogate them? If they fell into the hands of such a powerhouse, how could they have a good ending? If he wasn't satisfied with them, they would suffer a fate worse than death. If they knew something, that would be fine. If they said something, they might be able to keep their lives. But the crux of the problem was that the supremacy sect disciples were completely confused from the start. If they told this powerhouse in front of them that they only saw a fireball fall from the heavens and then it disappeared, that was simply seeking death. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. His face turned pale and he knelt down with a putong sound. Tears and snot flowed down his face. "Senior, please spare our lives. We were forced to use your name. We have no intention of offending you," as he cried. His thoughts raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. The several supremacy sect disciples around him were so frightened that they slumped to the ground, kowtowing again and again. Qin Yu lightly said, "Stop crying. Has the supremacy sect been guarding this place all these years?" His voice was loud, but it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears, carrying with it a powerful will that couldn't be questioned. Zhang Wei's heart shook and endless awe rose in his heart. He quickly stopped crying and turned his eyes. Reporting to Senior, the supremacy sect is a subordinate of the 100-mile ruler. We have been ordered to guard this place these past years, so we didn't dare to slack off in the least. Qin Yu could see that this supremacy sect disciple was smooth and slick. But what Zhang Wei said shouldn't be false, otherwise he wouldn't have come here to ask for help when he was being hunted down. The supremacy sect has been implicated in today's disaster. This blue cloud sword can be considered compensation for you. There is no need for you to guard this place in the future. With a flick of his sleeves, a radiant sword light flashed, submerging into the earth. With just a single glance, the supremacy sect disciples felt a stabbing pain in their eyes. Tears flowed down their cheeks and they quickly closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes once more, Qin Yu's figure had already disappeared. A long sword was stabbed into the earth. Layers of blue light flowed across the surface of the sword, as if it were floating clouds. Zhang Wei's body trembled with excitement. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out. Sword light immediately shot into the heavens, as if it would split the heavens apart. He was startled for a moment before he cried out in joy, "Treasure, what a treasure!" One by one, he kicked the disciples beside him to the ground. He then knelt down and kowtowed a few times. Bam, bam, bam. The entire supremacy sect thanks the 100-mile ruler for his generous gift. We will never forget this great kindness. He had already figured out Qin Yu's identity. Besides the master of this place, who would reward the supremacy sect for their obedience. And indeed, thinking about it carefully, although Qin Yu was much more handsome, there were still some similarities between their eyebrows. After kowtowing several times, Zhang Wei crawled up and ran away. "You little brats, hurry up and run with me. Don't stay here and wait for your death." As he spoke, he took out a bag and wrapped it around the blue cloud sword, tightly holding it in his chest. That sword light just now had been far too eye-catching. He had no choice but to draw attention to himself. After living for a long time, he certainly knew this. Immortal Eclipse Valley. It was completely empty. There was no longer the usual bustling atmosphere. The doors were tightly shut and there wasn't a single person to be seen. The only place that had its main entrance wide open was a shady side hall in the valley. Right now, the hall was filled with torrential infernal energy, as if it had condensed into a substantial wave. The source of this infernal energy was the figure sitting in the main seat of the side hall. He wore black scale armor, and even though his eyes were closed, he still gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. The sun outside was shining brightly, but it didn't bring the least bit of warmth to this side hall. Suddenly, the black-scaled armored figure opened his eyes. A scarlet-red light flashed through them, as if he were an awakened vicious beast. He took a step forwards and instantly flew out of the hall. He lifted a hand and grasped the air. The infernal energy that gushed out from the doors behind him rapidly gathered in his palm, condensing into a black spear. At the center of the spear point, there was a scarlet blood line that wriggled like a living creature. It was incomparably strange. The clear skies suddenly darkened. Black clouds tumbled endlessly and a handsome young man walked out. His eyes were deep, revealing the endless vicissitudes of time. As he looked at the spear-wielding black-armored man, he frowned, a helpless look on his face. "Shan Wugu, do you really want to stop me?" The black-armored man was expressionless. "This is my place. Leave immediately." The handsome young man sighed. "If that's the case, then you and I can only fight. But remember, the cultivators of the Dark Night Demon region do not forbid killing each other." Shan Wugu lifted his spear. "Even if I kill you, there won't be any trouble for me. Ha! I have lived in this world for countless years. The number of people that want to kill me could fill up the entire Immortal Eclipse Valley. But now I am still alive and I will continue to live on. As for those people, they have all become skeletons beneath the ground. After today, I fear that the number of skeletons will increase by one." The handsome young man lifted a hand and pressed downwards. With a deep rumbling sound, a giant black hand appeared. The flesh and blood on its surface were rotten and emitted a nauseating stench. Shan Wugu remained silent. He thrust out his spear. The blood line on the spear point erupted with a blinding light, turning into dreadful spear shadows. The rotten hand collided with the spear shadows. There was a loud explosion like a thunderclap. A wild strength swept out, raising the entire hall to the ground. Luckily, this place was remote to begin with and had been cleaned up ahead of time, so there weren't any additional casualties. Deep within Immortal Eclipse Valley, in an underground palace that was covered by an array formation, several female disciples in a room paled as they felt the earth shake and a faint and terrifying aura spread out. "Junior apprentice Aunt Gu, that person has come again. Will we be all right?" a female disciple said with a trembling voice. Across from her, Gu Ling patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry, we are safe." Feeling her composure, the several female disciples calmed down a little. But they still had restless expressions on their faces. "That demon, why does he have to target our Immortal Eclipse Valley? He is too hateful." "That's right. There are so many sects out there, but he just has to choose us. I really have no idea when these days of fear and anxiety will end." Nagging complaints entered Gu Ling-er's ears. She stiffened and guilt appeared in her eyes. Her big brother's enemy was naturally her enemy. It was natural for him to seek her out for revenge. But in the end, she had implicated these innocent disciples of Immortal Eclipse Valley. If she couldn't resist, she would walk out and have that demon kill her so that more people wouldn't be implicated. Chapter 597. Terrifying fluctuations of strength surged out from Immortal Eclipse Valley. Their auras soared into the heavens. Black-een infernal energy that nearly condensed into essence collided with the pitch-black demonic energy, causing the skies to darken as if a great sun were about to fall. Shan Wugu grasped his blood-red spear. The spear point danced like a dragon, each strike erupting with an incomparably terrifying piercing strength that shattered the demonic energy that came at him from all directions. On the surface it seemed as if the handsome youth had the upper hand, but the truth was that the two sides were evenly matched. "Shan Wugu, after leaving Myriad Demon Caves I never imagined that you would possess such formidable strength. It seems I have underestimated you. The handsome youth revealed a look of praise. Then, he strangely smiled. But do you think you can stop me like this? You are far too naive. Bang! Outside of Immortal Eclipse Valley, space suddenly shattered and a 2-meter-tall man walked out. His clothes were pushed up by his bulging muscles. He grinned. I control more than one mortal body. The man took several steps forwards and flew into Immortal Eclipse Valley. He knelt on the ground and punched out with his fist. Billowing strength was like a stone falling into water. Ripples spread out from the ground. After several breaths of time, the man looked up, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. I've found you! Shan Wugu thrust out his spear. Countless spear shadows instantly split apart, piercing through the surrounding demonic energy. A terrifying wound appeared on the handsome youth's face, starting from the point between his eyebrows until it disappeared from his jaw. Just a hair's breadth difference had nearly cut off his head. Heaven seek old demon, if you dare to harm them, then I swear I will kill you. He stepped forwards, wanting to stop the strong man. The blood-stained youth angrily roared out, Shan Wugu, this is my favorite body. You really deserve to die. The demonic energy became even richer. It surged out from all directions, twisting towards him. The strong man walked deep into Immortal Eclipse Valley. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground, a wild strength rumbling into the earth. In the past, Qin Yu nearly put me to death. Now that I don't know where he is, I can only start with those close to him. Shan Wugu, today I will kill everyone here in front of you. If you want to take revenge, then I will welcome you at any time. As his last word fell, the strong man appeared deep within Immortal Eclipse Valley. He stared at the ground and licked his lips. Right here. Bang, bang, a series of loud explosions rang out, and the entire underground palace trembled. It was as if the underground palace was being battered by the waves of the ocean. The sound grew louder and louder. The impact on the underground palace grew stronger and stronger. The Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators hiding here all had faces filled with fear. All of a sudden, the loud noise disappeared, and the impact that the underground palace had withstood disappeared as well. Is it over? Just as this thought rose in his mind, the earth trembled violently. A violent power surged like a raging river, exploding into the depths of the earth. Runes rapidly lit up, counteracting the destructive strength of the outside world. But even so, the entire underground palace groaned, as if it couldn't bear the burden. Ah! Horrified screams rang out. The faces of the people in the underground palace instantly turned pale. The burly man's momentum was like that of a crazed demon. His fists continuously bombarded the ground. His expression was fanatical, but his eyes were ice-cold. Strengthened by the formation, the ground was even harder than iron and stone. Under the ferocious attack, it quickly cracked. Giant cracks appeared one after another, rapidly spreading outwards like a giant spider web. At this rate, the array formation would collapse in just a moment. At that time, everyone in the underground palace would have to withstand his merciless slaughter. No one would come to help them. Their fate was already decided. Senior Apprentice and Gu, are we going to die? I'm so scared. I don't want to die. Who can save us? Hoo, Senior Apprentice and Gu, I miss my father, my mother. I want to go home. The sound of crying filled the room. These young girls had never experienced such a scene before, and their minds had already collapsed. Gu Ling paled. As she listened to the loud explosions in her ears, she was silent for a long time. Then, she looked up and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." She stood up and looked at the group of female disciples. She suddenly smiled and said, "If we can survive today, then we must cultivate hard in the future. Don't be lazy anymore." She turned and pushed open the door, leaving behind a group of female disciples with wide eyes, none of them knowing what had happened. In the main hall of the underground palace, Jiang Li and Daoist Wang's complexions changed. They looked at the calm Gu Ling. Girl, what are you doing here? Hurry up and go back. Gu Ling respectfully knelt down. For these years, I have received much care from the two elders. I have no way to repay you, so please accept a bow from me. Hearing this, Jiang Li and Daoist Wang became even more nervous. Daoist Wang scolded, Girl, you are usually the most sensible one, so how could you be so confused now? Hurry up and go back, don't cause trouble here. Gu Ling bitterly smiled. Even if I listen to High Master and go back, what can I do? At most I will live a little longer. The demons outside are here for me. If I go out, perhaps I can protect everyone. Jiang Li shouted out loud, Fool! Heaven-seek old demon and my immortal Eclipse Valley have long had a deep grudge against each other. Since there is a chance today, how could we show any mercy? We promised Qin Yu that we would take good care of you. Girl, could it be that you want me to betray you? Gu Ling had a firm expression. Even if there is only a 1 in a million chance, I must still try. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't be able to rest in peace. She kowtowed. I have already made up my mind. I ask High Master and High Master to help me. In the future, if I see Big Brother again, please tell him that I have no resentment in my heart and that he doesn't need to feel guilty. She stood up, her expression firm. I ask High Master and High Master to open the underground palace. If High Master and High Master do not allow it, then I will commit suicide in front of you. Daoist Wang and Jiang Li's lips moved and they both sighed inwardly. They had naturally seen through this girl's temperament in these past years. Although she appeared weak on the outside, she had her own opinions and was extremely proud. She didn't want to owe anyone anything. If they tried to stop her now, she really would end her own life. Daoist Wang took a deep breath. I will accompany you. He turned around. Time is pressing, old Jiang, don't argue any further. You are more familiar with the array formation, so we will need you to manage it. If we can exchange for a slim chance of survival today, then I will need you to worry about Immortal Eclipse Valley in the future. Little girl, don't waste time. Come with me. He took out a token. The shaking underground palace doors slowly opened to both sides. The strong man frowned, a strange expression on his face. He stopped and stood up, a faint smile on his face. The ground began to fluctuate. Then, it separated to reveal a flight of stone steps. Daoist Wang walked in front and Gu Ling followed behind. Heaven-seek old demon, she is Qin Yu's little sister and I can be considered half a teacher to Qin Yu. In Immortal Eclipse Valley, I am the closest to him. If you want to take revenge, killing the two of us is enough. There is no need to implicate others. Gu Ling was suppressed by his aura and her complexion paled even more. But, her expression was calm and firm. My sister will pay for my brother's debts. My name is Gu Ling and I am Qin Yu's little sister. If you want to take revenge, then just kill me. The strong man grinned. I'm so touched. Even in the face of death, you are still thinking of others. He looked her up and down several times. Then, he suddenly said, Little girl, if you can promise me that you won't commit suicide, then I will let everyone from Immortal Eclipse Valley go. I will even let Daoist Wang off. She wouldn't commit suicide sometimes, living was far more terrifying than death. Gu Ling trembled and a deep fear appeared in her eyes. The strong man revealed his white teeth. What? You don't agree? Daoist Wang was enraged. Heaven-seek old demon, killing someone isn't going too far. For better or for worse, you are a grand master of the demonic path, someone who has shaken the heavens and earth for thousands of years, so why must you make things difficult for a little girl of the younger generation? The strong man punched out his fist. Shut up. When I speak, there is no room for you to interrupt. A wild strength came crashing down from the void. Daoist Wang stuffily coughed and was sent flying away. He crashed into the ground and blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. With the absolute disparity in cultivation, it was impossible to resist. The strong man lifted a hand and grasped the air. Taoist Wang's body was lifted up from the ground by an invisible strength. Little girl, hurry up and answer me. If you don't agree, then I will first exterminate him and then slaughter everyone in Immortal Eclipse Valley. Gu Ling screamed, No, I promise you everything. The strong man reared his head back and laughed. Good, good. I will keep my promise and not chase down those from Immortal Eclipse Valley anymore. Little girl, come with me. He casually tossed Taoist Wang aside and grabbed at Gu Ling. Heaven-seek old demon, you deserve to die. An icy cold voice suddenly echoed through the world. The strong man's complexion changed. Who is it? Without a response, the space around him began to twist. Like a giant and fierce mouth, it swallowed him whole. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of flesh and bone breaking rang out without end. In a breath of time, everything was crushed to pieces. The handsome youth fighting Shan Wugu suddenly cried out miserably. His expression was one of panic as he turned to flee. But what awaited him was a dazzling silver light. It was 10 times faster than lightning, no, 100 times faster. It instantly cut through his body. The handsome youth froze. In the next moment, he was split in half from the point between his eyebrows. Before he fell to the ground, a gust of wind blew past him, and he was turned to ashes. All of his life force was instantly annihilated as it was cut apart by the silver light. In a breath of time, Heaven-seek old demon's 2 tyrannical avatars were killed on the spot. All of this happened so suddenly that it surpassed everyone's imagination. The world fell deathly silent. Shan Wugu fiercely looked up. He saw a figure appear in the distance, stepping through the void. The wind lifted up his black robes and his long hair. His handsome face was bathed in the sunlight, making him seem like a heavenly god that had descended to the mortal realm. Killing intent surged out, causing his aura to revolve around him. At this time, it still hadn't dispersed. In Shan Wugu's senses, this aura could cause the sun and moon to lose color, could cause the heavens and earth to collapse. This person's cultivation was like a sea of stars, unfathomably deep. Shan Wugu revealed a dazed look. This figure gave him a strange feeling of familiarity, but it instantly vanished. Shan Wugu lowered his head and respectfully bowed. How could he possibly recognize such an incomparably powerful existence? Thinking about it, this person in front of him was another super powerhouse from the land of divinity and demons. But why did he attack and kill Heaven-seek old demons' avatars? Qin Yu was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. He lifted a hand and thrust it towards the heavens. Bang! Heaven and earth's spiritual strength began to seethe, crazily gathering from all directions. It condensed into a giant palm that shot upwards in defiance of the heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble! With a heaven-shaking roar, the clouds were crushed apart by a wild strength, revealing an arrow that came from the highest heavens. At this time, the arrow trembled and began to collapse. A cold and callous voice echoed out, each word like a towering mountain pressing down. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the internal affairs of my Dark Night demon region and kill my avatars? Shua, a figure appeared in the skies. He wore a wide and gorgeous black and gold robe that exuded a dignified aura. When his eyes opened and closed, a divine light flashed, like thunder roaring through the highest heavens. However, this person gave off the feeling that he could suppress the heavens. As he existed, even the sun in the skies became dim. This wasn't an illusion. Rather, all light that approached him would automatically extinguish. This was a phenomenon that occurred when one cultivated the great supernatural powers of the Dark Night demon region. Qin Yu had a calm expression. The land of exiles, Immortal Eclipse Valley, has some relationship with me. If your people want to kill them, then I can only kill them. They didn't harm the cultivators here. As long as you have the heart to kill, that is enough. Beneath the black and gold crown, a pair of thick eyebrows furrowed together. His deep voice echoed in the skies. I am the demonic path's dark night demon region, subordinate of the highest divine throne. Fallen wing, unfamiliar powerhouse, tell me your name. Qin Yu lightly said, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the demonic path. Today's matter ends here. Fallen Wing was a great figure in the Dark Night demon region, second only to the divine throne. He was equally famous as the Eternal Undying, and was an absolute peak character of the demonic path. Since the Dark Night demon region had sent someone this time, and with such an existence like Fallen Wing, it was clear that they were determined to obtain the divine stone. If he reported his identity, then with the tense relationship between the Dark Night demon region and the Holy Palace, there was bound to be a storm. And most importantly, once the Dark Night demon region linked him to Shan Wugu, the latter would be in great danger. Qin Yu had made the decision to conceal his identity because of his worries. In Fallen Wing's eyes, this was an absolute contempt towards him. His breathing deepened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Now, I can determine that you have become an enemy of the Dark Night demon region. Above Fallen Wing's head, black energy condensed into a giant pair of wings that fell onto his back. His aura immediately rose. A wild and violent oppressive strength caused space to violently tremble. If nothing was stopped, the vibrations in space would be enough to erase everything around them. Qin Yu frowned. With a flick of his sleeves, another strength appeared. It collided in the void and erased all the fluctuations. His eyes were cold. He slowly said, In the current land of exiles, there is not only the demonic path. Are you sure you want to break off relations with me and become an irreconcilable enemy? Fallen Wing was expressionless. He deeply looked at Shan Wugu. Remember what happened today. No matter who the enemy of the Dark Night demon region is, they will not have a good ending. With a step forward, space collapsed and his figure vanished. Shan Wugu respectfully bowed and left. Qin Yu looked at the place where Shan Wugu disappeared, an apologetic look in his eyes. They still couldn't recognize each other. Shan Wugu had actually become a member of the Dark Night demon region. This was beyond his expectations. Even if he succeeded the throne of the Holy Lord and became the nominal ruler of the demonic path, he still wouldn't be able to interfere in the affairs of the Dark Night demon region. He had to carefully handle this matter. Suppressing these thoughts, Qin Yu's figure flickered and he appeared beside Taoist Wang. He lifted a hand and placed it on his chest. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Heaven-seek old demon had left behind an extremely dark and sinister demonic energy in Taoist Wang's body. It had already seeped into his marrow. If he couldn't expel it, then the demonic energy would erupt and Taoist Wang would die. This old demon was truly ruthless. Strength poured out from his palm. Taoist Wang stuffily coughed. His body trembled and black drops of blood seeped out from his pores. But there was a bit more color on his pale face. He struggled to stand up and gratefully bowed. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. It was only then that Taoist Wang realized that Heaven-seek old demon already had the heart to take his life. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed. I beg Senior to help once more and save the life of my Immortal Eclipse Valley's master. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Pill Crucible is injured? Lead the way. Taoist Wang's heart shook. He never thought that this terrifyingly strong powerhouse in front of him would actually know of the Valley Master's name. Could it be that he really was old friends with Immortal Eclipse Valley and wasn't just making things up? Although he couldn't figure it out, he couldn't care too much about it right now. He hurriedly said, Senior, please follow me. The calamity of overturning had vanished in the blink of an eye. The Valley Master, who had been grievously wounded, now had a chance to live on. Taoist Wang was overjoyed and his steps quickened. He pulled on the absent-minded Gu Ling and hurried down the stone steps, leading the way in front. The doors to the underground palace had already been sealed shut. Jiangli, who was bewildered and filled with sorrow, suddenly heard Taoist Wang shout out, Old Jiang, hurry and open the door. He didn't know what was happening outside, but Jiangli hurriedly activated the array formation to open the door. As he saw Taoist Wang and Gu Ling unharmed, he was both surprised and puzzled. What was going on? Had Heaven-Seek Old Demon been moved by their kindness and let them go? Stop joking around. And what was with those two terrifying auras that left one in despair just now? Taoist Wang didn't give him a chance to speak. He pulled Gu Ling to the side and said, "Senior, please." Qin Yu strode in. He nodded to Jiang Li and then followed Taoist Wang to where Pill Crucible was recovering. Jiang Li finally had a chance. He hurriedly asked, "Ling, what happened? Where did Heaven-Seek Old Demon go, and where did this senior come from?" Gu Ling had already regained her composure. She recounted everything that happened just now in detail. As Jiang Li heard that Heaven-Seek Old Demon's two avatars had been cleanly killed in the blink of an eye, he felt a bit dizzy. Luckily, Gu Ling immediately told him about Qin Yu's confrontation with Fallen Wing. Only then did he recover a bit. For an existence with a terrifying aura to kill Heaven-Seek Old Demon, it was no more difficult than squashing a fly. Right now, Jiang Li's heart was the same as Taoist Wang's. He was also puzzled and perplexed. When did Immortal Eclipse Valley have such a powerful old friend? Let alone this generation, even if one looked at the peak of history, they still hadn't heard of such a person. Could there have been a mistake? Jiang Li's heart shook and his face blanched. He thought that Immortal Eclipse Valley had already obtained all the benefits, so if there really was a mistake, how could this great figure possibly give up? But with things having come to this point, no matter how worried he was, he could only resign himself to the will of the heavens. He hoped that the ancestors of the sect would bless him, and that it really was one of them that formed good karma for the juniors and disciples of the sect. Pill Crucible's injuries were extremely heavy. If it weren't for Immortal Eclipse Valley having treasures that could save his life, he feared he would have already died. And because of this, his life was as thin as a thread, as if he were a lamp without oil. Qin Yu took back his finger from between Pill Crucible's eyebrows. As he looked at the dignified senior apprentice brother of the past, he felt his heart ache. Heaven-Seek Old Demon, even if all the gods and Buddhas of the heavens gathered together, they still wouldn't be able to protect you. Qin Yu took a deep breath and steadied his thoughts. He said in a low voice, "My injuries are dangerous. I need to go into seclusion to heal Pill Crucible. Leave first and don't let anyone disturb me." Pill Crucible could be said to only have one last breath left. Even if he used just a bit more strength when treating him, it was possible that he would lose his last bit of life. He had to be cautious and cautious. How could Qin Yu allow this cheap senior apprentice brother of his, who had looked after him, to die so miserably? Taoist Wang nodded again and again. After determining that Qin Yu didn't need help, he turned and left in a hurry. He paced back and forth outside the door, his expression incomparably tense. He never thought that even this tyrannical and powerful senior wouldn't be able to directly restore the Valley Master's life. From this, it could be seen just how serious his injuries were. When Jiang Li, Gu Ling and the others arrived, they saw Taoist Wang's worried expression. Taoist Wang was a bit irritated. After a brief explanation, he began to drive everyone away. "Leave, don't stand around here. The Valley Master is fine." After a moment of hesitation, he continued to say, "Don't leave the underground palace yet. Wait until the Valley Master's injuries stabilize before we speak again." In truth, he was worried that if Qin Yu wasn't here, some accident would occur again. In truth, he was worrying too much. With Fallen Wing's status, since he had acknowledged this grudge, he wouldn't vent his anger on them. Jiang Li nodded in understanding. He led everyone away. Although Pill Crucible hadn't escaped danger yet, they all had relaxed expressions. The crisis of Immortal Eclipse Valley's survival had been resolved. To them, this was undoubtedly the best news. No one wanted to live in a precarious situation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Pill Crucible's injuries finally stabilized. Although he hadn't woken up yet, his condition had improved. Qin Yu walked out from his room with a tired expression. These past days had been incomparably dangerous. Even though he had been careful, Pill Crucible had nearly lost his life several times. The Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples guarding outside hurriedly bowed as they saw Qin Yu come out. One of them ran off to report, and then Taoist Wang and Jiang Li hurried over. "Senior, the Valley Master's injuries," Qin Yu nodded. "They've improved. He just needs to rest well." He rubbed his temples. "Arrange a place for me to rest. I need to go into seclusion for the time being." Taoist Wang revealed a grateful expression. "Senior has worked hard. A room has already been prepared. Please follow me." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Just find someone. Go and guard Pill Crucible. If there are any problems, call me at any time." Taoist Wang nodded again and again. He ordered people to bring Qin Yu to rest and then followed Jiang Li into the room. As he saw Pill Crucible slowly fall asleep, he finally felt relieved. After a short day of seclusion, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He was glowing with health and vigor. He had returned to his peak state. He stood up and pushed open the door. After examining Pill Crucible and confirming that he was recovering, a smile lit up his face. In a corner, Gu Ling suddenly said, "Senior, this junior has some matters that I wish to speak with you in private." The surrounding space fell deathly silent. The group of Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators all revealed nervous expressions. They still hadn't figured out just what sort of relationship Senior had with Immortal Eclipse Valley. If Gu Ling were to rashly speak, she feared Senior wouldn't be happy. Eclipse Lenqing shouted out, "Shut up! Senior's time is precious. It isn't something a junior like you can delay. Hurry and draw back." His eyes were icy cold and his aura was unkind. He was originally dissatisfied with Gu Ling because of heaven-seek old demon's matter, and now he was venting his frustrations. But just as he finished speaking, Eclipse Lenqing froze. Qin Yu looked away from him and said, "All right. Come with me." The Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. In a side hall of the underground palace, Qin Yu sat down. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Sit." Gu Ling didn't move. She looked at him in a daze, large tears falling down her cheeks. "Big brother. I know it's you, but why aren't you willing to recognize me? Did I do something wrong?" As she spoke, she began to wail. Qin Yu immediately panicked. To hell with being careful. He hurried over and held her in his arms. "Ling don't cry, don't cry. It's not that I don't want to recognize you, it's just that the situation is a bit special. I'm worried that my identity will be exposed and I'll bring disaster upon you." Gu Ling was originally restless and had cried out in grievance. But now that she relaxed, her sobs became even louder. It was only after a long time that she stopped sobbing. She stared at Qin Yu's face with her red and swollen eyes. "Big brother, when did you become so handsome?" Qin Yu's lips twitched. Indeed, this was the thinking of a little girl. She always placed appearance above all else. He coughed lightly and said, "This is a very long story. In short, I am still me." As he said this, he sighed in relief. "As expected of me, little sister who grew up together with me. Others can't recognize me anymore, but you can still recognize your big brother." Gu Ling wrinkled her nose. She proudly said, "Of course, I will always remember big brother's appearance." "Crying and laughing at the same time, aren't you shy?" Qin Yu scratched the bridge of her nose and pulled her down to sit down. He said, "With my current status, it is inconvenient to speak of it. So, don't tell anyone that I have returned. If someone asks, just tell them that I am a friend of Qin Yu's from the land of divinity and demons." Gu Ling nodded. "Big brother, don't worry. I will remember this." The brother and sister reunited after a long time. They chatted for several hours. When Gu Ling left, she was glowing with a radiant glow. Her big brother had returned and his cultivation was extremely fierce. With such a great backer, she was naturally filled with confidence. Taoist Wang had been waiting anxiously for a long time. He was afraid that Gu Ling would suffer a loss. When she came out, he hurried forwards. Ling what did you say? What took you so long? Looking at Gu Ling's charming and alluring appearance, Taoist Wang's heart was filled with torment. Qin Yu had handed her over to Immortal Eclipse Valley. If she were to be bullied by others, he wouldn't have the face to see his old friend again. Gu Ling finally realized what was going on. Nothing much. We just talked about some matters related to Big Brother. She feigned a happy expression. Hi Master, so this senior is a friend that Big Brother met in the land of divinity and demons. He came because of the divine stone, so he helped us. She stuck out her chest, her face full of pride. Senior said that Big Brother has already become a great figure in the land of divinity and demons and is incredibly fierce. In the future, he will bring us to the land of divinity and demons. Her face was filled with longing and longing. Taoist Wang revealed an awkward expression. He was secretly glad that he had spoken in a vague manner, otherwise he would have lost a great deal of face. No wonder the sect couldn't find any information about this senior even after searching through all the ancient texts. So it turned out that he was that boy Qin Yu's friend. That couldn't be right, just how many years had passed. Even if that boy progressed at a godly pace, he still didn't have the qualifications to be friends with such a character, right? Perhaps it was his sect's senior, and to say they were friends, it was likely that little girl Ling was trying to flatter Qin Yu. That was it. Thinking he had found the reason, Taoist Wang's heart relaxed. These past days, everyone in Immortal Eclipse Valley had been afraid that Jiang Li's worries would come true. Chapter 598. At the former site of the land of sealed demons, in an extremely deep underground cave, a drop of water turned to ice and the temperature was terrifyingly low. Giant pillars of ice stood in sight. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a frozen lake formed from water droplet. The surface of the ice was sparkling and translucent. One could clearly see the black stone at the bottom of the lake as well as the skeleton wrapped in stone. Suddenly, two balls of soul fire appeared in the skeleton's eye socket. An enraged roar echoed through the entire cave. Who is it? Who are you? You dare to kill my avatar and destroy my divine sense? I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. The black stone trembled. With loud cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the frozen lake. The giant icicles shattered into pieces and rolled to the ground with a rumbling sound. The entire cave shook. It took a long time for everything to calm down. The cracks on the surface of the frozen lake began to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon returning to how it was in the beginning. To the skeleton in the black stone, this frozen lake was both a protection and an unbreakable imprisonment. It couldn't break free and didn't want its main body to be trapped here forever, so it could only try its best to think of a way. Luckily, it had already placed down its chess piece. Now, it seemed that the game was set. Before long, it would have a chance to find its main body that it had lost contact with. At that time, this place would no longer be able to trap it. Soon, it's already very soon. I will finally leave this place and take back everything that I lost. After a low whisper, there was a heart-chilling laugh. Billowing waves of sound collided with the stone tablets in the cave, constantly reverberating outwards. East of the Southern Empire, on the fertile plains, Ning City. The important figures of the gold noble family that lived in a spatial fragment had all moved back to the city. This was because the great figures from the immortal sect had arrived and their cultivation auras were far too terrifying. It wasn't something that a small spatial fragment could withstand. In the city, whether it was in the light or in the dark, all of them knew that a group of mysterious and powerful cultivators had arrived in Ning City. Even the dignified Ning family had to bow and scrape to them. All of them felt uneasy and anxious. They ordered their disciples to be careful and not stir up any trouble. In the Ning family residence, the best courtyard had been cleared out for the various lords of the immortal sect to live in. The ones that served him were all direct descendants of the Ning family. The servants had already been sent away, and no one was allowed to approach him. In an exquisitely decorated hall, a group of immortal sect cultivators were gathered. Sitting in the seat of honor was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. He had an elegant demeanor and a calm bearing. He couldn't be considered handsome, but his sparkling eyes filled him with an aura of charisma. This person spoke calmly, his voice gentle and magnetic. The one who caused Fallen Wing to attack and forced him to retreat was an unfamiliar powerhouse. We don't have any information about him. As he spoke to her, he revealed a cautious expression. The existence of the divine stone has attracted the attention of everyone in the world. Some deeply hidden influences can no longer restrain themselves from making a move. We must end this matter as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the more variables there will be. An immortal sect cultivator stood up and respectfully said, "Grand Marshal, we've borrowed the power of the God Detection Array to search the entire barren lands, but we couldn't find the presence of the divine stone. Now, there are only two possibilities. The first is that the person that obtained the approval of the divine stone has left this place, and the second is that this person is hiding in a place that the God Detection Array cannot reach." Another immortal sect cultivator said, "When the divine stone's aura gathered, we were ordered to arrive at the barren lands and activated the God Detection Array. The person that obtained the approval of the divine stone absolutely hasn't left this place." The High Clarity Netherrealm's Grand Marshal was also a title that stood below a single person and above tens of millions. There were at most 4 people in the High Clarity Netherrealm, and they were responsible for managing the various regions. Moreover, there were still 2 vacancies for the High Clarity Netherrealm's Grand Marshal. His status was even more revered than before. But now, as he heard the report from his subordinates, this unparalleled Grand Marshal had a dignified look in his eyes. The barren lands had been in decline for tens of millions of years, and the current cultivation level was extremely low. It was impossible for a strength that could block out the God Detection Array. Then, there was only one possibility left. Thinking of this, Shangguan Mingjing couldn't help but rub her sore temples. The Realm Master had paid a considerable price to exchange for the Buddha Sovereign to withdraw. He placed an extremely high value on the Divine Stone, so how could he accept returning without any results? But if it really was that place, then no one could control what would happen after it was opened. It was highly likely that a terrifying event would occur. Thinking of this, Shangguan Mingjing couldn't help but praise the Realm Master's wisdom. Could it be that he had already predicted that there would be trouble, so he agreed to let this person travel with him? "Young Palace Master, what do you think we should do?" Decima's attitude was rather respectful. However, the person he was treating seriously was a young girl. She had a slightly puffed-up face, and there was still some baby fat on her face. Even so, no one dared to show any disrespect towards her. This was because, in terms of status, this young girl was the most respected person in the group. This was because she was the young palace master of 9 Heaven Mirrormoon Palace. In the Immortal Sect, her status was only inferior to the 3 giant. Lan Rua's back was straight and her face was cold and indifferent. Her demeanor was almost the same as her honorable master's. Hearing this, a trace of panic flashed in the depths of her eyes. She lowered her eyelids to hide it. After several breaths of time, she said, "My journey this time is under the orders of my teacher. I will follow the Grand Marshal to gain experience and increase my knowledge. I will not interfere in any specific matters, so the Grand Marshal can make his own decisions." Unfortunately, in front of the shrewd Grand Marshal, this sort of excuse was weak and immature. Shangguan Mingjing smiled. "Since young Palace Master doesn't oppose it, then I will take it as you agreeing." His expression turned solemn. He ordered, "Reporting to the Immortal Sect, We are preparing to open the source of disaster in the land of exiles and search for the whereabouts of the divine stone. Lan Rua's complexion changed. She felt as if she had been dragged into this mess. She could feel the fluctuations of the several people behind her, and subtly shook her head. Her teacher's orders were very strange. He had her come to the land of exiles but didn't give her any instructions at all. He only wanted her to take a look at this land? Although the land of the exiles had once been the most dazzling place in the world, where the cultivation civilization was at its peak, it had already declined for tens of millions of years and had long since become a wasteland. The highest cultivation here was a mere early divine soul, so what was there worth her paying attention to? Thus, Lan Rua felt that there was more to this than met the eye. It was just that her teacher hadn't told her about it for some reason. Only by staying in the land of exiles would she be able to learn the truth. It was because of this that she stopped the nanny arranged by the palace from speaking. The source of disaster, before her teacher left, although he had told her to be cautious, in Lan Rua's heart, the immortal sect was powerful and omnipotent. The land of exiles that had been in decline for tens of millions of years couldn't possibly have any true dangers. Even if there were, Shangguan Mingjing was strong enough to deal with them. Although she felt that the Grand Marshal was a bit sinister and cunning, Lan Rua still recognized his strength. The source of disaster? Fallen Wing was expressionless. Since we have confirmed that the person who obtained the Divine Stone's approval is hiding inside, then open it. Within the myriad demon caves, the complexions of several demonic path powerhouses changed. One of them said, "Sir, it is rumored that the source of disaster hides an extremely terrifying power. An ancestor of my demonic path once passed down an order not to open it. Should we make a decision on this matter first?" Fallen Wing lightly said, "Are you saying that I cannot make this decision?" The person's complexion paled. He hurriedly explained, "I have no disrespect for you at all." Before he finished speaking, he was sent flying away. He crashed into the ground, blood spraying out from his nose and mouth. Fallen Wing's eyes darkened. "I have already said that I will open the source of disaster. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone fell silent out of fear. Soon, the sea races received news that the immortal sect and demonic path would be opening the source of disaster. When this news spread out, the entire sea races were shaken. Even the branch that had won the competition for the heart of the divine stone refused. Unlike the immortal sect and demonic path, the sea races knew more about the source of disaster. Many ancient texts had been passed down. Tens of millions of years ago, there was a heaven-shaking change that caused the sea races to suffer heavy casualties. From that moment on, the royal branch began to decline. If the source of disaster was opened, who knew what sort of terrifying scene would appear? Even if they had to give up on the divine stone, they absolutely could not open it. The Grand Marshal and Fallen Wing personally arrived at the coastline to negotiate with the 8 great branches of the sea races. Their attitudes were unyielding. The sea races' territory was vast and boundless. Powerhouses rose up in great numbers and masters were as common as trees in a forest. But they lacked a peak existence that could suppress generations and shock the world. Facing the pressure of the immortal sect and demonic path, they had no choice but to bow their heads. The sea races agreed to hand over the key to open the source of disaster, but they wouldn't participate. All of this occurred during the 7 days that Pill Crucible was healing him. When Qin Yu and Gu Ling are reunited, the immortal sect and demonic path had gathered at the land of sealed demons, the legendary cursed wilderness. Fallen Wing led the way, the Dark Night demon region was on the left, and Grand Marshal Shangguan Mingjing was on the right. The first immortal sect and demonic path collided, splitting the skies in half. To the left it was pitch black. Demonic phantoms appeared, their roars shaking the heavens. To the right, the skies were bright and clear. Heavenly flowers sprinkled down from the heavens and celestial music lingered in the air. Fallen Wing's complexion darkened. Shangguan, I still remember that sword strike from the past. The Grand Marshal smiled. Your fist is also fresh in my memory. Fallen Wing fiercely smiled. Once you enter the source of disaster, don't give me a chance to attack. Otherwise, I will send you to hell without hesitation. The Grand Marshal's smile widened. Likewise. Humph. Fallen Wing composed himself. Let's begin. He lifted a hand. 2 square jade pillars floated above his palm. The surface of each pillar was covered with mottled scars, as if they had experienced a great catastrophe. What was strange was that there was a key in each of these 2 jade pillars. But the jade pillars seemed to blend together without the least bit of a mark on them. It was as if the key had grown out of the jade pillar. The keys in these jade pillars were the key to opening the source of disaster. One of them came from the sea races. The Grand Marshal turned his hand and took out the 3rd key from the immortal sect. Hum, hum, hum. The 3 jade pillars seemed to respond to each other. They gently trembled and the keys within erupted with an incomparably radiant light. This light blended together like water and milk, turning into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Within Immortal Eclipse Valley, Qin Yu's complexion changed. His figure flickered and he appeared outside. He looked up into the distant horizon. The beam of light that shot into the heavens and the aura it emitted caused his mind to tighten. Senior, what happened? Taoist Wang and Jiangli hurried over. Qin Yu said in a low voice, There will be a great change in the land of exiles. Immediately seal up Immortal Eclipse Valley and do not leave unless necessary. With a flick of his sleeves, 13 sword phantoms howled into the skies. After tearing apart the clouds, they submerged into the earth. Whoosh, whoosh, tens of millions of sword lights instantly appeared, turning into a thick curtain of swords that protected the entirety of Immortal Eclipse Valley. This sword array obtained from the Sea of Purgatory was enough to resist the bombardment of a calamity immortal. After finishing his preparations, Qin Yu no longer delayed. He stepped forwards and vanished from sight. Bang! A deep and dull sound spread into everyone's ears. It was like a great door that had been sealed for countless years had been opened. A black vortex appeared in the skies. It was thousands of miles wide and its shadow covered the entire wilderness. An inconceivably large stone gate appeared from the vortex, rapidly condensing from illusory to material. With just a glance, everyone who saw it felt their blood freeze over and their souls tremble with endless fear. It was like behind this stone gate was a great terror that could destroy the heavens and earth. Even the powerful Fallen Wing and Decima had dignified expressions. A sharp light burst out from their eyes. As if by prior agreement, the 2 of them took a step forwards. Their auras erupted like volcanoes, sweeping through the world. This was a warning to those who coveted the source of chaos in the dark, telling them not to try and enter it first. But in truth, these 2 great figures were overthinking things. This was because although the stone gate had appeared, it had no intention of opening at all. It remained indifferently closed, keeping everyone outside. Decima's complexion darkened. The key isn't right. Of the 3 square jades, the key that came from the Seafolk was emitting a much dimmer light. Fallen Wing roared, Seafolk, you are seeking death. Who, a pair of wings unfurled behind him. He was about to shatter space and leave to find the Seafolk to settle accounts. But at this time, a calm voice sounded out. There is no need to trouble yourself. The final key should be in my hand. Fallen Wing fiercely turned around. It's you. Qin Yu stepped through the void. His voice was light. Fallen Wing, we meet again. With just a few words, Decima knew that the person in front of him was the mysterious powerhouse that had confronted Fallen Wing 7 days ago. His thoughts raced and he extinguished some of his cold and cruel thoughts. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Immortal Sex Lucid Nether Realms Grand Marshal greets, fellow Taoist. May I ask if what fellow Taoist says is true? Qin Yu lightly said, Of course. He lifted a hand and a jade pillar appeared. It was imprisoned in his palm by strength so that its aura couldn't leak out. Even so, it caused the other 3 jade pillars to tremble. It was clear that they came from the same source. For more information, see Chapter 233 Key. Looking at the jade pillar in his hand, Qin Yu sighed with emotion. He never thought that the jade pillar that the Seafolk priests had gifted him in the past would actually be hiding such a great secret. The jade slips that the priests had left behind in the past had said that this object was related to the secrets of the world and was the key to awakening the sea spirit, and now, it was actually related to the source of disaster. Although Qin Yu didn't know what the source of disaster was, his expression was calm, as if he had a card up his sleeve. If he could take out the key, then no one would have thought that he didn't know anything about it. Decima decisively said, "If fellow Taoist can take out the key, then you have the qualifications to enter the source of disaster with us." Fallen Wing's eyes flashed with a cold light before he composed himself. He knew that the immortal sect had already agreed and he couldn't oppose them anymore. Otherwise, he would be pushing this mysterious powerhouse towards the immortal sect. Chapter 599. Qin Yu lightly said, "Thank you 2 fellow Taoists for helping me. But before I enter the source of chaos, I hope that you 2 can share some information about the source of chaos with me." Fallen Wing's expression was cold. "Are you threatening us?" Who said the cruel was brainless? With just a few words, he had pushed Qin Yu to the side of immortals and demons. For him to be able to mix his way into the eternal darkness demonic region and become someone second only to the divine throne, his methods were sharp and incisive. Qin Yu's expression didn't change. "You are overthinking things. I just want our cooperation to be a bit more sincere." He paused for a moment. Of course, if the eternal darkness demon region really wants to understand it that way, then that is up to you. If he removed the immortal sect and pointed his spear at the eternal night demon region, then he would have to sit firmly in the middle and not rely on either side. This was the most difficult thing to do. In order to avoid being attacked by both sides, he had to make a choice. Shangguan Mingjing's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "The source of chaos has been opened today. Information about it will soon spread. If you want a copy, you can have it." He raised his hand and tossed the jade scroll. The source of chaos was a secret to begin with, and the immortal sect's records regarding it were mostly vague. Furthermore, Decima had erased several key parts of it, making it even less valuable. But what he didn't know was that what Qin Yu lacked was this seemingly worthless information. Otherwise, if his eyes were blind, he wouldn't have any confidence at all. He was all smiles as he took the jade scroll. "Thank you, Grand Marshal." The Grand Marshal waved his hand. "Fellow Taoist, are you related to my immortal sect?" Qin Yu simply replied, "Our origins are extremely deep." The smile on Decima's face grew brighter. "Just as I expected, I feel that I'm in tune with you. If there's a chance in the future, we should get to know each other better." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Seeing the 2 of them, flirting with each other, looking like they were getting more and more into each other, Fallen Wing's face turned livid. He sneered and said, "Stop wasting time. Open the stone door." Decima laughed, not angry at all. He gestured towards Qin Yu and said, "Fellow Taoist, please." Whether it was true or false, Qin Yu's willingness to approach the immortal sect was a good thing for them given the current situation. With the words of both sides, it was nearly impossible for him to cooperate with the demonic path again. That was enough. Qin Yu spread his fingers and the imprisoning strength vanished. The square jade pillar in his hand flew out on its own, fusing together with the jade pillar left behind by the Seafolk. Rumble, in the black vortex in the sky, a giant stone door slowly opened. A desolate, and extermination aura flowed out. The sparse gray-leafed vegetation growing in the wilderness beneath their feet was rapidly turning yellow and withering. Qin Yu's complexion changed. This aura could actually seep into a person's body and extinguish their life force. With a thought, his cultivation exploded, blocking the aura flowing out of the stone door. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from above. A layer of black light was propped up from the inside of the stone door, forming the outline of a malevolent claw. It was as if a devil slumbering in the depths of hell had been awakened and was about to descend upon the mortal world. Although the black light seemed thin, it contained unimaginable power. No matter how the ferocious claws crazily scratched at it, they were unable to break it. It was unknown what happened in the world behind the stone door, but with a pained howl, the sharp claws finally retreated. But what happened in just a few short breaths of time was enough to make anyone feel just how terrifying the black light was. The immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators all had dignified expressions on their faces. However, this couldn't scare away their determination to obtain the divine stones. Fallen Wing roared, "Go!" With a flick of his sleeves, the demonic path cultivators shot into the skies. The Grand Marshal lightly said, "Cultivators of the immortal sect, follow me into the source of disaster." The immortal sect naturally wouldn't give the demonic path a chance to take the initiative. Qin Yu was the last to arrive. As he approached the stone door, his eyes flashed, or there were still fluctuations of divine stones left on the stone door. The chicken overlord really was hiding here. Although he had already guessed this, it wasn't until he confirmed it that Qin Yu finally relaxed. If it weren't for saving this fellow, he wouldn't have bothered to interfere in the battle between the immortal sect and the eternal darkness demon region. The black light that sealed the stone door didn't block the outside world from entering. As he entered, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cold swamp. He was wrapped up in layers and began to sink deeper and deeper. The general feeling was like cold and wet tongues constantly licking at his exposed flesh and blood. The process took an unexpectedly long time. Everything around him was pitch black. Occasionally, he could hear the sound of someone gulping down saliva. Qin Yu's body tensed. His blood energy boiled as he prepared to fight. But some existence hidden in the darkness seemed to sense his tyrannical strength and hesitated for a moment before retreating. "Ah!" Several pitiful screams echoed out, accompanied by deep and wild fluctuations of strength. In the dense darkness, there was an additional smell of blood. It was like a thick fog beneath the blazing sun. As the sun rose, it gradually dissipated. Light shone through the darkness, finally filling the entire field of vision. It was unexpectedly bright, as if 100 suns had lit up at the same time. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes to block out the light, but he still felt a stinging pain in his heart. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. 5 skeletons fell to the ground, incomparably pale. If it weren't for the fact that they were still wearing clothes and the blood on them hadn't scattered, it would have looked as if they had been buried underground for countless years. Looking at these skeletons that had all their life force sucked away, the immortal and demonic cultivators all had shocked and angry expressions. Fallen Wing and Decima had dignified expressions, their eyes gloomy. Who would have thought that even though the two of them were personally overseeing this place, they would still suffer losses as soon as they entered the source of chaos? Looking up into the skies, one could see that there was a black vortex thousands of miles wide. As for the stone door within the vortex, it was exactly the same as the outside world. It was like a projection, but also like the sky was a clear pool of water that could clearly reflect everything outside. It was incomparably strange. Suddenly, there was a light kacha-kacha that entered everyone's ears. When they saw the source of the sound, they felt their hairs stand on end. They saw that the 5 skeletons that had fallen to the ground, their life force completely extinguished. Now, they were shaken as they crawled up from the ground. In their empty eye sockets, 2 ghostly green flames ignited. A massive gray fog appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the 5 skeletons. Suppressed roars echoed out from the fog. Soon, when the fog scattered, the 5 skeletons had regrown their flesh and blood, restored to their original appearance. It was just that their eyes were a ghostly green and their skin was deathly white, without the slightest hint of blood. Roar! The 5 people roared out together. A terrifying aura of specters erupted. Stay behind and accompany us. None of you leave. Bang! The ground exploded. 5 figures rushed out like bolts of lightning, their speed astonishing. Hi Qing, I am Qing Jun. Hurry and wake up. An immortal sect cultivator cried out in alarm. As he looked at the figures rushing towards him, he tried to awaken his memories. Puff! A hand tore through his chest and abdomen, piercing through his back. This hand was also holding a beating heart. Qing Jun, you are my best friend, so of course you wouldn't have the heart to watch me suffer here alone. So, come with me. He pulled back his hand and placed the heart into his mouth, chewing on it. As blood splashed out, he wildly laughed. Decima flicked his sleeves and a formidable strength sent Hai Qing flying away. He exploded into countless pieces in midair. He coldly said, "They have already become specters. We cannot hold back any longer." But soon, his complexion became even uglier. This was because after Hai Qing was killed, his broken bones and rotting flesh began to bounce around, gathering together. As they came into contact with each other, they began to rapidly regenerate like a dazzling jigsaw puzzle. In just several blinks of an eye, this person had completely regenerated. He stretched his neck and strange and deep laughter came from his mouth. Decima, you cannot kill us. On the other side, Qing Jun's corpse rapidly rotted away, turning into white bones. Then, a gray fog wrapped around him and the 6th newly born specter appeared. The resurrected Qing Jun licked his lips with a black tongue. He excitedly said, "So much sweet flesh and blood, I really can't wait." Decima lifted a hand and pressed down. A powerful strength rolled out like a tide, sucking in Hai Qing and Qing Jun. Then, the 2 of them were torn to pieces. But, his complexion didn't relax at all. Rather, it became even uglier. This was because Decima could clearly feel that he hadn't been able to kill the 2 of them in this part of the world. There seemed to be some sort of rule that protected them. Was this the source of disaster? No wonder the immortal sect dreaded this place so much. Qin Yu frowned. He looked at the specters of the immortal and demonic path cultivators that couldn't be killed. He naturally thought back to his experiences in the sea mausoleum. The specters there also couldn't be killed. Both sides were similar in this aspect, but the specters of the source of disaster were clearly more terrifying. They retained their own consciousness. Was there some sort of connection between the sea mausoleum and this place? Before Qin Yu could think any further, the specters of the immortal and demonic path cultivators reared their heads back and howled into the heavens. Their mournful cries spread out into the distance. There was no sun, but in the dazzling skies winds began to rise. The billowing black clouds were like ink being poured into water, wildly spreading outwards. They were calling out to their companions. This thought instantly appeared in everyone's minds. Fallen Wing raised his hands and a black halo of light covered them. Within the halo of light it instantly turned pitch black, as if it were an eternally cold ice that could freeze all. The howling stopped, but the black clouds in the skies didn't scatter. Rather, as time passed, more and more of them appeared. "Your Excellency, it is already too late for you to take action. Ha ha ha! To be able to exist forever with Your Excellency is our highest honor." Fallen Wing clenched his fists. The darkness instantly shattered, turning into motes of stars that vanished from sight. What disappeared along with it were the specters of the 6 immortal and demonic path cultivators. Feeling the complex gazes of those around him, Fallen Wing's complexion became increasingly ugly. What he used was the great supernatural ability of the Eternal Darkness Demon Domain. Although it seemed ordinary, the consumption was extremely serious. He looked up and met Decima's gaze. Both of them were expressionless, but both of them felt a bit helpless in their hearts. If they knew that the situation would reach this step, they would have made their move earlier. The rules protected them and they couldn't kill them. But to a transcendent calamity, immortal realm's supreme being, breaking the rules wasn't difficult at all. But now it was too late for regrets. They could only deal with each move as they came. But in this situation, perhaps they could obtain other harvests, for instance, using someone else to do their dirty work. Eternal darkness descend. Fallen Wing roared. The cultivators under his command also attacked. Darkness spread out, covering them within. The movements of the immortal sect cultivators weren't slow at all. Crystal-clear lotuses began to bloom above everyone's heads, sprinkling down ribbons of divine light that condensed into essence. Qin Yu was left outside. If he couldn't resist this great terror that came from the source of disaster, then the immortal and demonic sides would have one less powerful opponent. In the next moment, a cage of white bones descended from the black clouds above their heads. It was like a giant bamboo basket woven from human bones. It hung upside down on the ground, covering everyone within. All living beings that intrude into the world of the departed will use their own flesh and blood as sacrifices to exchange for the forgiveness of the undead god. As the representative of God, I bestow upon you death. Deep and strange syllables carried with them a rich aura of years. As they entered the ears, one could naturally understand its meaning. Their souls trembled. Endless fear rose up from their instincts, as if death was about to arrive. The cage of white bones erupted with light. Figures walked out from the light. They wore ancient war robes and their eyes were ghostly green. They were different from the departed spirits that the immortal and demonic cultivators had turned into. They didn't seem to have their own consciousness. Their ghostly green eyes surged with nothing but slaughter and destruction. Kill! Loud shouts rang out like thunder. Even the immortal and demonic cultivators couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but feel fear. It wasn't that they were weak, but that these people in ancient war robes seemed to have emerged from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Their slaughter auras soared to the heavens. Great Zhou's war army! Decima cried out. His pupils shrank as a rumor appeared in his mind. In the past, the great Zhou dynasty was in turmoil. But the war army that guarded the imperial capital still maintained an incomparably potent combat strength. They fought in all directions, and after hundreds of battles, they had never been defeated. But in some great war, this war army mysteriously vanished. The great Zhou dynasty fell into a state of panic, speeding up the destruction of the great Zhou dynasty. He never thought that the great Zhou's war army that had vanished tens of millions of years ago would appear here. Fallen Wing roared, "Defend with all your strength." The great Zhou's war army was known as the #1 offensive force in the world. They were unstoppable in destroying cities and slaughtering trillions of lives. No one dared to underestimate them in the least. Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. Even if he didn't know the name of the great Zhou's war army, he could clearly feel from their aura that they weren't to be trifled with. No matter how tyrannical their strength was, if they were to fall into an encirclement, even if they grew 3 heads and 6 arms, they still wouldn't be able to deal with these villains. Qin Yu stepped forwards and drew backwards. He couldn't wait for them to surround him. He could only take the initiative to attack. He lifted a hand and punched out. A wild strength surged out like a raging sea. Several war army soldiers were sent flying away. But then, a scene that made one suck in a breath of cold air appeared. Several war army soldiers crashed into the ground, but they didn't seem to be injured at all. They climbed back up and roared in anger. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He hadn't held back his punch just now, but he still hadn't been able to completely break through their defenses. Just what were these people? Even if they were made of iron, they should have turned into metal by now. This made Qin Yu even more determined that he couldn't stay here and wait for death. He had to think of a way to escape from here. He raced forwards, his blood energy billowing like a true dragon. All the war army soldiers he passed were sent flying away. The white bone cage appeared in front of him. He lifted a hand and bent his fingers backwards, as if he were pulling back a giant bowstring. A radiant silver light rapidly condensed. He released his hand and there was the sound of breaking air. The space it passed through seemed to be imprisoned, fiercely twisting but didn't collapse. In the next moment, the all-out path of metal slashed down on the white bone cage. With a dull puff, the silver light submerged into it. A giant cut mark appeared on the white bone cage. But before Yu could reveal a happy expression, the white bone cage rapidly wriggled and the cut mark vanished from sight. Although he already expected that the white bone cage wouldn't be easily broken, Yu still couldn't help but curse inwardly. Undying, can we leave here? The path of metal was futile. Yu was well aware that it was impossible for him to succeed with his strength alone. If he wanted to preserve his life, he had to find Undying. In these past years, he had used his actions to prove that he had an unrivaled ability to escape. Undying's voice rang out. The space and white bone cage have become one. If you want to leave, you can only break through the cage. Yu's complexion became even uglier. Luckily, Undying's voice continued to ring out. I might have a way to open the white bone cage, but I will need time. Hurry up and do it. Yu only had time to reply with these words before his figure was submerged in a tidal wave of soldiers. With a loud rumble, a wild strength erupted and the soldiers were sent flying away one after another. But, under their fearless encirclement, Yu's figure was never revealed again. The immortal and demonic cultivators naturally attracted even more soldiers. They lifted their spears and threw them out with all their might. They were like golden arrows that cut through the skies. Although they already knew that the great Zhou army was known for their unparalleled offense, only by experiencing it for themselves did they realize just how terrifying they were. Eternal Darkness Descent and Pre-Celestial Ice Lotus were famous defensive supernatural abilities of the Dark Night Demon region and High Clarity Nether Realm. They could gather the strength of everyone to form a formidable shield. With the cultivations of Fallen Wing and the Grand Marshal, as well as the many powerhouses under them, if they joined forces, they could resist an entire army. But now, Eternal Darkness Descent formed a curtain of night. The ribbons hanging down from the Pre-Celestial Ice Lotus violently trembled, as if they were water under the assault of a torrential rain. Although there was no immediate danger of collapse, the immortal and demonic cultivators all paled. If they lost their protection, besides several great figures, everyone else would be instantly nailed to the ground by spears. Just what sort of place was the source of disaster? To think that it was actually hiding such a terrifying spectral strength. None of the confidence they had before entering was left. This was because this was only their first encounter after entering the source of disaster. Who knew what other terrifying existences were hidden in its depths? Lan Rua paled, but she didn't panic. As the young palace master of Nine Heaven Mirrormoon Palace, she knew far more than others. Those from the immortal sex had great treasures in their hands. Although they didn't dare to say that they could conquer the world, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. At this time, she couldn't help but look outside the Ice Lotus, at the area submerged by the army. Her eyebrows furrowed together. Although Lan Rua couldn't be considered experienced, she believed that she was calm enough. She wasn't someone who could be easily moved by beauty. But for some reason, when she first saw this person, she couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. This feeling was abrupt and strange, causing Lan Rua to jump in fright. She immediately suppressed her thoughts and focused her mind. Only after confirming that her cultivation method was operating normally did she relax. She cultivated the sublime lost emotion code. Although she had only touched upon the threshold of it, she didn't have many unnecessary fluctuations in her emotions. To think that she would have a favorable impression of a stranger, no wonder Lan Rua would think in that direction. Her cultivation method was normal. There was no abnormality in her body. Then what was going on? After looking at him for a long time, although she couldn't find an answer, she still felt a bit of admiration. No wonder even someone as arrogant as Fallen Wing had chosen to temporarily endure it. This mysterious cultivator's strength was truly tyrannical. She hoped that he didn't die. Of course, there was no other deeper meaning to this thought. Lan Rua simply wanted to find out why she was inexplicably close to him. Qin Yu didn't know that he had already been targeted by a little girl. He was panting for breath, and every time he took a breath, he felt a burning pain in his chest. A small purple fist mark had appeared on his chest. If it weren't for the Saint's sun robe mitigating most of the power, Qin Yu suspected that he would have been directly killed by this fist. Luckily, the army that had sneak attacked him seemed to have some sort of limitation. After punching out, it fell silent for a long time. At this time, Qin Yu's heart fiercely shrank and all the hairs on his body stood up. He tumbled to the side and dodged the fist behind him. His eyes rapidly turned and he was finally able to capture its trajectory. This small fist was fair and delicate. Through the fair and delicate skin, one could even see the blue blood vessels quietly spreading out. But this small fist that could be called beautiful had nearly killed him in a single strike. Bang! The ground shook and a fist mark instantly appeared. It was pitch black, reaching deep into the ground. It was unknown just how deep it was. There wasn't even the slightest crack around it. All of the strength had struck where the fist mark was. Qin Yu's mind shook. The higher the level of strength, the more difficult it was to control. This was why there were powerhouses that could cause the earth to shake with just a wave of their hand. It wasn't that they liked to show off, but that they simply couldn't control the fluctuations of strength that they naturally emitted. It was just like when a person walked, there would always be a gust of wind that would stir up the fallen leaves and weed. The owner of this fist had truly managed to control all of their strength and concentrate it at a single point, not allowing it to spread or leak outward. Perhaps his or her true cultivation base was not very strong, but because of this concentration, he or she possessed a terrifying explosive power. This could also explain why there was a long interval between the fist's attacks. They should have needed to make some preparations before they were able to erupt with their strength. Knowing this, Qin Yu relaxed a little. He stood up from the ground in a distressed manner, but when he looked back, that delicate fist had already vanished from sight. Undying, how much longer do you need? Qin Yu had successfully avoided the second fist, but he didn't have full confidence he could avoid the third. With his current condition, if he were to be struck again, he would be severely wounded at the very least. Undying's voice sounded out, "Wait a little longer." His voice was slightly hoarse and tired, but there was also a bit of excitement that couldn't be concealed. Like a shark that smelled blood, Qin Yu was left speechless. "Big brother, I'm about to be beaten to death, so how come you feel like you're about to go into heat?" Suddenly, majestic syllables echoed out from the bone cage. The war army seemed to be urged, and the frequency of their attacks instantly sped up. At the same time, a portion of the war army that was attacking the immortal and demonic armies actually rushed out, all of them rushing towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's complexion instantly changed. He was barely holding on right now. If the war army had doubled in number, then even without those delicate fists attacking him, he would still be beaten to death. "Undying! If you delay any longer, then you will have to collect my corpse for me." "Alright, attack the bone cage. I will bring Master out." Bang! The ground shook and a wild shockwave of strength swept out, sending the surrounding war army flying away. Qin Yu could clearly hear the creaking of his leg bones. But he couldn't care about the aching pain anymore. He turned and rushed towards the bone cage. He took several steps forwards and the bone cage appeared in front of him. Qin Yu lifted his hand and a common-looking shadow quietly wrapped around his fist. The fist fell and Qin Yu was shaken back several steps. A mark appeared on the surface of the bone cage. Immediately after, strands of gray lines drilled out from the mark and quickly spread along the bones. When they covered the size of a person, all the gray lines instantly tightened, like incomparably sharp blades, cutting the bones into countless pieces. Although it was fast, now was the time. Qin Yu leapt up like a large fish breaking free from its shackles. But at this time, his complexion changed. A delicate fist appeared in his line of sight. But he couldn't dodge, otherwise he would lose his chance to escape. With a loud shout, his bones began to rumble. Qin Yu's body grew several inches, and he raised his fist to meet the fist. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion, like two stars colliding. Qin Yu's entire arm emitted loud crackling sounds as his bones broke into countless pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying away like a sandbag. He instantly rushed out of the bone cage. The moment the gap in the cage of bones closed up, Qin Yu saw the owner of that fist. Her petite body seemed weak and frail in the midst of the many tall and burly soldiers. Her eyes were as black as ink, icy cold, and without any fluctuations. Before he landed, Qin Yu roared out loud, "Undying, let's go!" Space twisted around him, and he vanished from sight. Within the bone cage, the war army had been split in half. The place where they had crazily attacked was now empty. Lan Rua revealed a look of disappointment. Had he died? It seemed that she no longer had a chance to clarify the confusion in her heart. She turned around and lightly said, "Grand Marshal, let's leave." She could naturally see that Shangguan Mingjing had deliberately stayed here in order to borrow the strength of the great Chu war army to kill this mysterious powerhouse. Lan Rua didn't want him to die, but she wouldn't interfere with the Grand Marshal's decision. Compared to her curiosity, the interests of the immortal sect were far more important. Source of disaster: in a cave somewhere, several specter skeletons were scattered on the ground. The surface of each bone was covered with gray lines, making it impossible for them to revive. Undying stood at the entrance of the cave, his hands behind his back as he looked at the bright skies outside. Although he was silent, one could clearly feel the surging emotions in his heart. Deep within the cave, Qin Yu let out a long breath. His eyes flashed open, and a sharp light flashed through them. He clenched his fists, feeling the slight soreness in them. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The demon body's regenerative abilities were indeed incomparably potent. When combined with the strengthening abilities of the water and wood paths, breaking bones and tearing muscles wasn't anything at all. At most in 1 or 2 days, his severed arm would be restored to its original state. "Master, you've woken up." Undying turned and walked over. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "I must apologize to Master." Qin Yu's smile stiffened. His lips twitched several times. "Don't tell me that you were able to open the bone cage a long time ago?" Undying simply nodded. Qin Yu's field of vision darkened. He really wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood and drown this bastard. How heavy were those 2 punches of that little girl? She had nearly beaten him to death. But in the end, it was all thanks to Undying. Qin Yu took several deep breaths to suppress the anger in his belly. He clenched his teeth and said, "You had best hurry up and explain yourself." Chapter 600. Qin Yu was startled. He frowned. "It's related to the bone cage?" Undying nodded and then shook his head. "It is only a primer." He stamped his feet and pointed towards the sky outside the cave. Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. "The source of disaster is related to you? 1 trillion years ago, the land of exiles was a prosperous cultivation civilization. Powerhouses were as common as the rain, and they were even more dazzling than the current land of divinity and demons. But one day, disaster arrived upon this land. Life withered and powerhouses died for no reason. As for what exactly happened afterwards, it was impossible to find out. In the end, the source of the disaster was sealed away. Even the few influences that knew of its existence called it the source of disaster. The information in the jade slip that the Grand Marshal gave him was extremely simple. But, even though it was just a few simple sentences, one could feel the great terror contained within. Undying's origins were mysterious and his various methods were unfathomable. Qin Yu guessed countless possibilities, but he was still shaken so much that his field of vision turned black. It had to be known that this was the main culprit that caused the land of exiles to fall into its current state. Even more formidable than the land of divinity and demons, How many characters that shined upon the highest heavens like suns and stars had perished in that great turmoil? Facing Qin Yu's shocked and speechless eyes, Undying calmly nodded. As this simple action fell into Qin Yu's eyes, it was no less than 1,000,000,000,000 bolts of thunder striking his mind, smashing his consciousness to pieces. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu's eyes regained focus. He glanced at the quietly waiting Undying and bitterly smiled. "I suddenly have a feeling that I want to hug his thigh," Undying smiled. "Does Master not want to know what is going on?" Qin Yu quickly nodded. He didn't need to use his ears to know that this was an astonishing event. Of course he wanted to know. Undying didn't pause. His gentle voice echoed out as he told Qin Yu a story that happened a long, long time ago. There were many parts that were obscure and unclear, but Qin Yu was able to roughly understand what happened. The summary was as follows. Undying's family adopted a very talented orphan. They vigorously raised the orphan and quickly grew him up. In order to ensure that they could control the orphan forever, Undying's family used a secret technique to place an extremely powerful spell in the orphan's soul. With the restriction in hand, the immortal family clan was completely at ease with the orphan. They began to give him more and more strength and precious resources. The orphan grew into the most dazzling figure of the younger generation. Many years later, a great opportunity appeared. In order to seize it, the immortal clan sent an orphan to lead the clan's direct descendants. In reality, the orphan's talent was far more frightening than what he had shown. He had discovered the indestructible clan's restriction a long time ago, but he had endured it and never revealed it. In the struggle for the great lucky chance, the orphan broke through the shackles of his soul and killed all the direct descendants. He even took away a powerful treasure from the Undying family. Because of this, the indestructible family quickly declined and turned into bubbles in the long river of history. The orphans could not completely control the treasure, so they could only throw it into another world and use the long years to refine it bit by bit. That treasure was called the spectral calamity. It was also the source of disaster that Qin Yu was currently in. There was so much information in this that it made Qin Yu dizzy. He rubbed his temples and lifted a finger. "First question, what does another world mean?" Undying said, "It's a simple literal meaning. Master, do you think that the tribulation immortal realm is the end of cultivation and that there are only living beings here in the universe? Did you forget how you brought back Mimi's other world? In fact, you have already come into contact with information about multiple worlds. Are there many worlds? Very many. Although in essence there are no differences between worlds, some worlds have powerful sources that can breed and cultivate extremely terrifying life forms. Some worlds have weak sources, so they are extremely weak." Undying thought for a moment. Perhaps that isn't entirely true. I once heard that deep in the universe there are some worlds that have withered away to the point where it is impossible to cultivate. The life forms of those worlds have opened up another great Tao called science and technology. They are as weak as ants, but they can rely on external objects to possess the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Qin Yu licked his dry lips. "What about the world we live in?" Undying simply replied, "Before the spectral calamity was used, it could reach an ordinary level. Now it is only inferior. To be able to breed a terrifying calamity immortal realm world that could break through the rules of the universe and reverse the course of time, if Undying said that it was inferior, then just how terrifying were the powerhouses of the superior worlds?" As if he had guessed Qin Yu's thoughts, Undying glanced at him. He lightly said, "The world my family lives in can barely be considered superior. For the fierce characters there, destroying the world is a bit difficult, but it is only a bit difficult." Qin Yu's entire body stiffened. Even with his current boundary, he was still 108,000 miles away from breaking through the terrifying limits of a world. The second question. Qin Yu looked up, his eyes bright. "How do I go to other worlds?" Undying's calm voice revealed a hint of praise. You are truly worthy of being my master. You were able to stabilize your mind so quickly and didn't lose your confidence." He lifted his hand and clenched his fist. "Leaving a world is simple. All you need is a single punch. But this punch needs to cause the world's source to feel pain that seeps into the marrow so that it has no choice but to bestow a portion of its strength to you. With the world's source, you can freely enter and exit other worlds." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. To punch a world's source in submission, just thinking about it caused his blood to boil with excitement. Qin Yu took several deep breaths and calmed his tumbling thoughts. He lifted a third finger and said, "The third question. The spectral disaster is your family's treasure. Do you have a way to obtain its recognition?" Undying laughed. "Master, I really admire you. When you look at a problem, you can always hit the nail on the head." His laughter faded and his voice became incomparably dignified. "To be honest, I don't have much confidence I can do it. But since I've recovered my memories, I have to give it a try. Master, you should be wondering why I never mentioned that person's name in my narration. The reason is simple. With his potential, after so many years, he must have become a great figure that looks down upon the highest heavens. Even if we aren't in the same world, if I mention his name, he will still sense it. The spectral disaster was thrown into this world by him and is being refined by the power of trillions of specters. Once I try to awaken it, that person will sense it. It will take some time to break open the world's source. If I cannot complete it before he arrives, all that awaits me is death. Moreover, even if that person cannot descend, he can still summon the powerful specters slumbering in the spectral disaster and prevent me from awakening it." Qin Yu frowned. "You can't hide it?" Undying shook his head. Qin Yu asked, "Must you try?" Undying nodded. Qin Yu sighed. "How confident are you?" 20%. "Tell me the truth." 15%. Undying coughed. "That's not too small of a chance. No matter who it was, they would still give it their all." Qin Yu was left speechless. This was a matter that was close to death, and yet, he could speak of it in such a majestic manner. There was simply no one else with such a mentality. He took a deep breath. "If I help you, how much more confident can I be?" Undying coughed again and again. Qin Yu's face turned green. If he didn't intervene, then wouldn't the chances be even slimmer? This bastard, Qin Yu clenched his teeth for a long time. Then, he cursed out loud, "You bastard, it hasn't been easy for me to live until now. If you kill me then, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." Undying laughed. "Master, have you really thought it through? There is no medicine for regret in this world. Shut up, you bastard. If I don't help you then you will absolutely die." Qin Yu slapped his forehead. "My luck has always been excellent. I can always turn misfortune into fortune. I hope I can smoothly pass this time as well." Undying nodded again and again. "Master, rest assured that we will definitely succeed. Screw off, don't bother me. I need to go into seclusion. I need to recover before I can go all out." Qin Yu sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. 2 days later, after determining that all of his injuries had been restored to their original state, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a look of unflinching fear in the face of death. "Let's go." Undying nodded. With a flick of his sleeves, space twisted in front of him, and he stepped into it with Qin Yu. In the deepest depths of the source of chaos, perhaps it would be more accurate to call it the spectral scourge, there was an incomparably massive stone pillar that broke through the earth and pierced into the heavens. It was unknown how high it was, but it submerged into the clouds. The stone pillar was filled with the aura of time. It had existed for countless years. The runes on its surface had become mottled and indistinct beneath the corrosion of time. Suddenly, beneath the stone pillar, space fluctuated. 2 figures walked out. They were Undying and Qin Yu. Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. "This stone pillar?" Undying said. "The ones I saw in the sea spirit tomb were imitations of it. They only look similar, but the difference in strength is like the heavens and earth. He lifted a hand and pointed. There are a total of 107 such stone pillars in the entire spectral scourge. But I only need to subdue one of them to awaken it. Master, are you ready? Once I start I cannot stop, so I have no time to care about anything else. If the specters attack, then I can only rely on you. Qin Yu's lungs nearly exploded with rage. This bastard! What bullshit 15% confidence! Did he calculate that he would attack? Qin Yu's complexion was incomparably ugly. He hatefully said, "Don't speak any more nonsense and hurry up." He couldn't just turn around and leave. Since that was the case, why waste his breath? Undying bowed. "Thank you, master." His attitude was unprecedentedly solemn. He turned and sat down cross-legged. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger at the stone pillar. The incomparably massive stone pillar that connected the heavens and earth began to tremble as his finger touched it. Kacha, cracks began to appear on the surface of the stone pillar. Starting from where his finger touched it, they rapidly spread upwards. Faint traces of dark golden light flowed out from these cracks. It was like this stone pillar was about to reveal its true form. Rumble, rumble, thousands of bolts of blood-red thunder exploded at the same time. Heaven-shaking rumbles tumbled above their heads. A terrifying aura seemed as if the world would collapse. Chapter 601. In the vast sea of stars there were billions of stars. Only the 10 suns and the 10 moons emitted light. They were eternal and inextinguishable. The sun was the great Yang and the moon was the great Yin. They illuminated the heavens and the earth, and were the source of life in the world. On a planet near the great Yin star, a huge shadow of the moon almost occupied half the sky. Even the blazing sun could not cover its bright light. This was a lunar-worshipping planet. Almost all the cultivators on the planet cultivated with the help of the great Yin power. In a large city on the surface, the cool moonlight in a secret room gathered like flying insects and formed a shadow of the moon above her head. This was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a long white dress that made her look refined. The shadow of the moon above her head brightened and dimmed as she breathed. It was as if the two had merged into one. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. The shadow of the moon turned into countless pieces and dissipated with a bang. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her cultivation was interrupted and she suffered a backlash. Impossible! Her voice was slightly hoarse, but it was not strange or unpleasant to the ears. Instead, it revealed a different kind of charm. Her expression was shocked. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up. The shadow in the corner of the secret room surged over like a living creature and wrapped around her. When the darkness disappeared, what appeared in front of her was a man who looked feminine and had cold eyes. He took a step forward and disappeared. In the next moment, his figure appeared outside the planet. He took a deep breath and raised his palm. Light surged in his palm and condensed into a transparent ball. There were 107 shadows inside the ball. Each shadow was extremely clear. At this moment, one of the shadows was shaking violently and gradually dissipating. Seeing this, the man's expression relaxed slightly. Then, he became even more gloomy. "No matter who you are, touching my things, you're courting death." He raised his hand and pointed at the ball like an arrow. With a buzz, a tremor appeared on the surface of the ball and rapidly expanded outwards. Lan Rua's heart shrank violently. Her forehead swelled and ached. She suddenly looked up at the sky and was shocked by the next scene. The gigantic chains were thick and heavy and exuded darkness. They were like the shackles used to trap demons from hell. They were densely packed and sealed off the entire sky. It was like a huge net that fell from the sky. No one could escape. For the first time, the calmness in the depths of Decima's eyes disappeared. He did not know what these chains were, but their aura caused his soul to scream in despair. It was as if he was being suppressed into a bottomless abyss, never to be reborn again. Just at this time, the ground beneath everyone's feet rumbled, and a huge crack spread out in all directions like a malevolent mouth. Decima's expression changed drastically. He waved his sleeves and gathered everyone before he flew into the sky. He lowered his head and stared at the crack on the ground. His pupils shrunk rapidly, which was enough to show how emotional he was at that moment. Rumble, chunks of earth were tossed into the air, and an incomparably terrifying arm reached out from the ground. It was simply a massive and majestic mountain range. Following that was a head comparable to the sun, and a body that could fill up an ocean. When it stood up from the ground, its shoulders were nearly level with the sky. This was a giant that only existed in legends. He was missing an arm, and the stump of his arm was still covered in frost, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The aura of the dead was frozen, turning into tiny white snowflakes that fluttered down to the ground. The giant looked down at the immortal sect crowd. Then, without any hesitation, it turned around and strode off into the distance. His steps weren't fast, but every step he took covered a terrifying distance. The mountains and rivers beneath his feet seemed to be chasing after the trajectory of the sun and moon. Rumble, rumble, the sound gradually weakened. The giant's figure vanished from everyone's sight. Lan Rua's pride and self-confidence suffered a devastating blow at this moment. She couldn't believe that such a terrifying existence existed in the source of all calamity. Its head was in the heavens, and its feet were on the earth. Its terrifying body contained a power that could destroy all. Because she cultivated the supreme emotion forgetting code, Lan Rua had an extremely sharp perception. She was sure that if this giant wanted to deal with them, even someone as powerful as the Grand Marshal wouldn't be able to resist. Their only choice would be to flee, and they might not even be able to escape with their lives. Lan Rua's face paled to the extreme. She trembled as she sucked in a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure. She was her master's disciple. She couldn't lose face. Grand Marshal, what is it? An immortal sect powerhouse said in a trembling voice. His half-step tribulation, immortal cultivation, didn't give him the slightest sense of security. His eyes were filled with fear. Shangguan Mingjing let out a long breath. After a long time, she said, "It is rumored that in ancient times, a giant descended into the world. Its eyes were as bright as the sun and moon, and it could pluck stars with a raise of its hand. I thought it was only a legend, but I never thought I would see it with my own eyes today. It is indeed worthy of being the source of all calamity that turned the Starry Sea continent into its current wasteland. Perhaps it is hiding a secret that far surpasses everyone's expectations. As one of the most transcendent and powerful influences in the world, the immortal sect naturally had the qualifications to know more. But even they couldn't grasp everything about the source of all calamity. If this legendary ancient giant was able to leave this place, then it would be enough to stir up a great change in the world, even changing the heavens and earth. Luckily, this giant had already died. What was supporting him now should only be a strand of will. Shangguan Mingjing's complexion became increasingly solemn. He was already unable to imagine just how terrifying this giant would be if it were still alive. Then, who was the one that cut off its arm so many years ago? Even after such a long period of time, the chill from the severed arm still hadn't dissipated. As his thoughts raced, he couldn't help but feel a deep awe in his heart. Shangguan Mingjing recalled the Nether Domain Master's words, "This world is far too vast. Perhaps what we know is only its simple surface." In the past, he might have thought that with the Domain Master's status, he was far too modest. But today, the Grand Marshal somewhat understood. Perhaps the Domain Master knew more, thus he held awe in his heart. "Let's follow." Shangguan Mingjing was silent for a long time. Then, he looked at Lan Rua and said in a low voice, "The chains that appeared in the skies, the giant that had awakened underground, all of this couldn't have happened without a reason. There must have been some heaven-shaking event occurring, and perhaps it was related to the divine stone, He wasn't willing to miss this opportunity. Of course, the Grand Marshal made this decision because the giant hadn't revealed any hostility towards them. Another reason was because he had a hidden card in his hand. Even if it was dangerous, there was a high chance he could escape. Lanrua pursed her lips. We will follow the Grand Marshal's decision. She also wanted to know why the giant had awoken and where it had gone. The immortal sect people groaned inwardly. But the two people with the most distinguished statuses had already reached an agreement. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only follow. The giant crossed over mountains and rivers. Every step he took left a shocking footprint on the ground. They followed these footprints all the way forward. Soon, the complexions of those from the immortal sect changed. They saw a massive number of spectre fragments, and there were even several thousand giant spectre beasts that had lost their heads, as if their heads had been plucked off. Their massive bodies lay on the ground, completely dead. Just what was this giant's identity? Why would it wantonly slaughter spectres? And why were spectres that could resurrect so easily killed in front of this giant? The further they went, the more corpses of spectres they saw around their footprint. The strength of these spectres also became increasingly terrifying. There was a cultivator with a perfectly intact mortal body that wore ancient robes that had been smashed into a mountain, his chest completely caved in. Even though he had already died, the Grand Marshal could still feel a piercing sensation from his body that hadn't yet faded. This was a powerful spectre that could threaten him. But from the footprints on the ground, he could determine that from beginning to end, the giant's footsteps hadn't stopped at all because of his existence. At some unknown time, a fog suddenly appeared in the world. It became increasingly thick and pale, emitting a pressure that made one's heart race. One could hear rustling sounds in their ears, like the grinding of teeth. It was like a group of incomparably hungry monsters were hiding in this fog. Beads of cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. Grand Marshal had a grim expression and a black compass appeared in his hands. But the dangers in the fog were clearly terrified of the giant. Even if it was only the footprints he left behind, no one dared to approach. The fog gradually thinned. The immortal sect people's spirits rose and their footsteps quickened. They soon emerged from the fog. In front of them, the giant's footprints had strangely vanished from sight. But the immortal sect cultivators couldn't care about this right now, because an incomparably fierce battle was taking place in front of them. A single person was resisting tens of thousands of specters, allowing them to crash down like massive waves that blotted out the skies. Behind this person was a giant stone pillar that pierced into the heavens. The surface of the stone pillar had been eroded by the passage of time and was currently cracking and peeling off. All of the chains in the heavens were turning around this stone pillar. Grand Marshal's eyes sharpened. The cause of all this is this stone pillar. Lanrua's eyes widened. It's him? Status, experience, temperament, and status were completely different. At first glance, the two of them had completely different priorities. Countless specters continuously drilled out from the ground. They angrily howled and rushed towards the stone pillar. A bright lush green filled with vitality sprinkled down, forming a giant halo of light. Within this halo of light, saplings broke out from the earth, growing into towering trees in just several breaths of time. Their branches were like sharp swords that ruthlessly pierced into the specters. Vines stretched out, wrapping around the specters and crushing them to pieces. Even if the giant trees were destroyed, they would quickly grow back. But there were far too many specters and they simply couldn't be killed. The forest within the green halo of light could only slow down their advance. Now that they had broken through over half of it, they would soon be able to pass through. Behind the lush green was a calm and tranquil blue sea, as if it couldn't sense the horrifying slaughter occurring outside. It was like a flat mirror, without the slightest wrinkle. Behind the sea was a dazzling silver white. Even though it was separated by the forest and the sea, one could still clearly feel the terrifying aura contained within this silver white. It was like a sword that was being tempered. Even though it hadn't fully taken form, it already possessed a terrifying strength that could cut apart the heavens and split apart the earth. Qin Yu sat outside this silver-white light that was condensed from the rules of the metal path. His complexion was pale and sweat streamed down his face. He cultivated the five-element mountain, starting with the metal path and then perceiving the water path. In the sea of Purgatory's hot spring, he had experienced the terror of life and death. Then, with the help of the power of wood, he had reached large success in the water path and smoothly stepped into the wood path. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood. When the three of them superimposed on each other, they could erupt with the greatest strength. But this sort of unreserved display of strength also consumed an incomparably shocking amount of magic power. If it weren't for Qin Yu's great willpower and his five-element nascent souls, his magic power would have far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this. Qin Yu had already noticed that the immortal sect cultivators had arrived. But he didn't have the strength to deal with them. Undying was gathering the stone pillars with all his strength, so he had to buy as much time as he could. Decima had a bewildered expression. He looked at Qin Yu, who was resisting the specters. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain, as if he were calculating something. Suddenly, not too far away, the fog was torn apart. A wild aura mixed with monstrous, killing intent swept outwards. Fallen Wing's entire body was filled with darkness. 2 wings spread out behind him, and less than 10 eternal darkness demon region cultivators followed behind him. The fog rapidly gathered. Through the gap, one could faintly hear the pitiful screams of cultivators. But it was destined that no one would turn around to save them. The fog closed and the miserable screams vanished. Fallen Wing fell to the ground and the darkness around him scattered, revealing his black and gold robes that were torn in many places. Decima rejoiced. Luckily, they had followed the footprints of the giants and were able to safely pass through the fog. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the Eternal Darkness Demon region and suffered serious casualties. Fallen Wing's icy cold eyes met Decima's. Then, they separated at the same time, falling towards the stone pillar that pierced into the heavens. Just what was it? The green halo of light trembled and collapsed. The first specter that rushed out of the forest howled and plunged towards the still sea. The calm was broken. The mirror-like sea suddenly transformed into the cruelest tyrant in the world. It roared as it sucked the specters into the waves, instantly crushing them into powder. The power of the path of water erupted. The specters within the spectral disaster had fused together with the divine tool. As long as the divine tool wasn't destroyed, it would be impossible to kill them. Qin Yu didn't think about fighting 10,000 alone or killing off all the specters. He only wanted to buy as much time as possible for undying. The specters that were crushed by the sea were constantly suppressed and their recovery speed would slow. Of course, there was a limit to this suppression. As more and more specters were swept away by the sea, the suppressive strength would gradually decrease until the sea collapsed. In terms of defense, large success in the path of water could be considered at the peak of the calamity immortal realm. Even though the specters were endless, they still bought a great deal of time for Qin Yu. But it would eventually collapse. The raging waves of the sea suddenly shattered. Like a giant bubble, it vanished into thin air. Qin Yu looked up. His pale face was filled with tenacity. But at this time, his eyebrows shot up. From the stone pillar behind him, a formidable aura spread out. Rumble in the skies, countless thick chains wove together. They were like branches that were swept up by strong winds as they collided with each other. Undying's voice sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. I still need some time to drag the immortal and demonic cultivators into the water to help you share the pressure. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He immediately revealed an anxious expression. Decima's heart shook. This stone pillar is actually connected to the source of chaos space. It is the hub that controls it. If I can refine it, I can control the entire source of chaos. Fallen Wing shouted out, "Attack! Seize the stone pillar!" No wonder, Qin, you had suffered the attacks of the endless specters. They had finally found the reason. The source of chaos had caused a cultivation holy land to decline to this day. There was no doubt about its strength. Chapter 602. Decima and Fallen Wing's eyes fell on Qin Yu, an undisguised chill in their eyes. This mysterious powerhouse clearly knew more about the source of chaos. He had actually faked his death to escape and rush towards the greatest good fortune. If he could smoothly subdue the stone pillars, the source of chaos would be in his hands. At that time, let alone the immortal and demonic path cultivators competing for the divine stone, it would be a problem for them to keep their lives. This was a truly brilliant method. Luckily, they had already realized that Qin Yu wanting to take the stone pillars was nothing more than a fool's dream. Dark purgatory. Fallen Wing's wings unfurled. Black flames danced on his gorgeous feathers, gathering into a raging tide. Black flames swept out, dyeing everything in pure darkness. Absolute, extreme, without the least bit of light. A channel was pierced through the uncountable specter army. Decima raised his hands and a rich blue light erupted. A blue ox appeared in the void. With a deep roar, it galloped forwards. It tore through everything in its path, tearing apart all obstacles. Every specter it crashed into instantly disintegrated into countless pieces. Behind the two Calamity Immortal Realm super powerhouses, the immortal and demonic cultivators attacked at the same time. They were like two sharp arrows that broke into the army of specters. The summoned specters only had one mission: to prevent any foreign life form from approaching the stone pillars. Since the immortal and demonic cultivators interfered, the specters would crazily attack them. The pressure that Qin Yu had to withstand was reduced. Undying's plan had succeeded. Of course, it was more accurate to say that this was an open and honest plot. The stone pillars were indeed related to the entire spectral disaster. As long as he could successfully subdue them, he could wield this divine tool. Fallen Wing and Decima realized this. They wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to prevent Qin Yu from successfully taking them. Even if they knew this was a trap, they had no other choice. Qin Yu lifted his hand and submerged it into the silver light. His fingers clenched and he pulled outwards. A long sword appeared in his hand. All of the dazzling silver light was concentrated on the blade. Even though its style was simple, it still gave off a dazzling feeling. Quietly, tiny cracks began to appear and close around the sword. This repeated process made one feel as if they were shards of ice that constantly tumbled under the sunlight, sending a chill that penetrated deep into the marrow. He raised his hand and slashed down with his sword. Like a broken mirror, all the dead spirits within 100 feet of the sword were instantly destroyed. The sword light whistled through the air, setting off a destructive whirlwind. But Qin Yu didn't have the least bit of happiness on his face. After his sword fell, he didn't pause. Instead, he gathered strength in his wrist and flicked his sword upwards, colliding with a white bone sword. The bone sword was segmented, its edges serrated. It was actually refined from the spine of a certain creature, and there was a hole where every segment was connected. As the vertebrae collided, cracks appeared on the surface of the sword. Mournful and shrill syllables were emitted from these holes, sharp and ear-piercing like iron and stone piercing into one's heart. It was oppressive, sore, and painful. Pa! The spine sword swung out and the blade bent at a strange angle. It shot towards Qin Yu's throat like a viper. If his mind was attacked by the sound of the spine and his body froze for even a moment, it would be hard for him to escape this terrifying sword strike. But puff, the sword pierced through the forehead, and a berserk sword intent instantly burst forth. The skull of the departed spirit holding the spine sword exploded into pieces. The crushed skull and the scarlet flesh that didn't leak out a single drop of blood danced in the air. Qin Yu had already taken back his sword and ruthlessly stabbed it into the ground beneath his feet. A pained roar echoed out from underground. The ground violently shattered, lifting Qin Yu into the air. A half-decayed monster beast undead lay beneath his feet, its mouth nailed together by a sword. Even though the immortal and demonic sides had shared a great deal of the pressure, Qin Yu still had to withstand the main attacks of the undead army. With a heavy step, the hard skull of the monster beast undead shattered with a loud cracking sound. Its 4 strong limbs were crushed and it fell to the ground. Qin Yu grasped the sword hilt with both hands. With a loud shout, strength erupted and he thrust his sword downwards. The sword left his hand, instantly piercing through its skull and sinking deep into the earth. In the next moment, the entire earth violently shook, as if an earth dragon were turning over. Bang, bang, sword lights tore through the earth one after another. They howled as they flew up and down, weaving together into a dazzling curtain of swords. Layer after layer, they stacked on top of each other, forming a barrier. Dozens of undead crashed into the curtain of swords and were twisted to pieces. Their broken bones were carried away by the sword lights and sent flying far away. 5-element mountain. Metal, water, wood, fire, earth, these were the 5 paths. Each path represented one's deep comprehension of the rules of the world. Once one reached large success in their boundary, they would be able to comprehend all of the rules in their heart. Depending on what each person focused on, they could condense a corresponding supernatural ability. For instance, the sea that blocked the undead army was a supernatural ability that Qin Yu had discovered after he reached large success in the path of water. It was called the calm raging sea. This sword curtain was Qin Yu's strongest attack method after he reached large success in the path of metal. Originally, it pursued an explosive eruption in the shortest possible time to create the most terrifying killing power. But now, Qin Yu had changed its attributes and controlled its power within a certain range in order to buy as much time as possible. This was the advantage of creating his own supernatural ability. He could completely control it and adjust it with a single thought. It was far more convenient than cultivating other supernatural abilities. Of course, creating his own supernatural ability wasn't a simple matter. Qin Yu had experienced layers upon layers of tempering in the sea of purgatory. He had wandered between the horrors of life and death, and he had also spent dozens of years accumulating his insight. Only then was he able to create these 2 supernatural abilities in a single go. Within the sword curtain, trillions of sword lights crisscrossed and howled, like a million thunderclaps exploding. The momentum was heaven-shaking. Lanrua's eyes widened. As she looked at the sword curtain that was like a waterfall falling from the highest heavens, her heart shook. She had once seen her teacher demonstrate this ability. A single sword strike could freeze the heavens and earth, extinguishing all life. In her heart, her teacher possessed the most terrifying sword path in the world. But now, she couldn't help but admit that the sword curtain in front of her wasn't any weaker than her teacher's in terms of killing power. It was just that one was absolutely still and the other was wild and violent. This mysterious cultivator was strong to such a degree. But why didn't the immortal sect's powerful information channels have any information about him? Not to mention his cultivation, once such a powerful sword path supernatural ability was revealed in the world, it would never be forgotten. Just who was he? As her mind was in a trance, Lanrua's body tensed up. A terrifying feeling rose up in her heart. She could smell the scent of blood and death. The surface of her body suddenly erupted with a radiant light. A phantom walked out, its unrivaled elegance bringing with it an extreme cold that howled outwards. Bang! A black shadow was sent flying away. It froze in midair before falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. "Teacher!" Lanrua's face was filled with excitement. Shen Yuanin slowly said, "Leave this place immediately." Her figure began to dissipate. Forcefully tearing apart the seal and descending her projection was extremely difficult for her. At this time, Shen Yuanin seemed to sense something. She looked up towards the stone pillar. The figure within the layers of sword curtains was strange, but also incomparably familiar. Was it him? How was this possible? He had already died. Pa Shin Yuanin's projection vanished. Lan Ruo looked at the place where her honorable master's projection vanished, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She earnestly looked at where Qin Yu was and suddenly said, "Great Marshal, let's leave." She had never doubted her honorable master's judgment. Shangguan Mingqing revealed a hesitant look. But at this time, a sharp bird cry pierced through his mind like an arrow. His eyebrows jumped up and he looked up to see a winged person flying towards him from the skies. This winged person was 20 feet tall and only had a piece of beast skin tied around his waist, revealing a strong body that seemed as if it were cast from gold. Golden wings sprouted from his back, even more dazzling and magnificent than the fallen wings. As these wings gently flapped, terrifying winds rose up between the heavens and earth. Golden vertical pupils stubbornly locked onto Qin Yu's body. His long golden hair surged around him like a burning golden flame. This was a pure golden-winged person without the least bit of impurities, a strange race that had never appeared in this world before. But no one doubted this winged person's strength at all. That terrifying aura was like an invisible mountain pressing down on one's chest, making it hard to breathe. The vertical pupils suddenly shrank. The winged person raised his hand and threw out a golden lance. It was like a bolt of golden lightning falling from the heavens, howling through the heavens and earth, pressing forward with indomitable will. Wherever the golden spear passed, the world within the undead calamity would collapse. Thick chains would tremble violently in the sky above. As the winged person appeared, Qin Yu felt an intense threat. He fiercely looked up, his eyes locked onto that golden bolt of lightning, and he lifted a finger. As this finger fell, layers upon layers of sword light erupted, condensing into a silver-white sword that shined like a great sun. Sparks of lightning weren't enough to describe it. Before anyone could even think, the sword and lance collided. Everything turned dark, as if everything had come to a standstill. It gave off a strange and incomparably long illusion. Then, there was that world-shaking explosion that left one in despair. Rumble, rumble, an earth-shaking explosion shook the hearts of everyone present. Even the powerful fallen wings and Decima hurriedly drew back, not daring to touch them. Their eyes were filled with shock. The strength that erupted from this collision caused an unsuppressible sense of dread to rise in their hearts. The winged person lifted his hand and took back his lance. The radiant golden light on its surface had clearly dimmed. A tiny gap appeared at the tip of the lance, faint traces of sword intent still flowing through it. Qin Yu's face was pale and beads of sweat covered his forehead. His finger had completely cracked. His entire arm hung powerlessly at his side. Blood flowed out, dripping down his trembling fingertips before smashing into the ground. "Haha, so many years have passed and you're still trash, Birdman. Even a boy who knows how many years in the future can make you return empty-handed." With an undisguised taunting laugh, a sloppy man walked out from a spatial crack. He scratched his head and casually grabbed the spatial crack behind him, pulling it out as if he were casually picking up a tree branch. As if he didn't like the shape of this spatial crack, the man straightened it out and patted it in his palm. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. The winged person frowned. A terrifying aura surged around him, and his golden pupils became increasingly cold. But, he clearly had some scruples and maintained his silence. The man's sloppiness was only the first impression. If one looked carefully, they would discover that his eyebrows were clean and bright, giving off a comfortable feeling. But as he gently smiled, a demonic and charming aura appeared around him, and he exuded a strange aura. "You're still so cautious. It really is difficult to beat you up in broad daylight." He turned around and his eyes locked onto Qin Yu. "Since Birdman isn't willing to be fooled, I can only make you calm down. Because these past years, I've really been unhappy." He lifted his hand and smashed down the straightened spatial crack, as if he were waving a staff. Then, Qin Yu's field of vision darkened and all light was blocked out. His entire mind was covered by the overwhelming staff shadows. It was so large that it filled the world in front of him. He couldn't dodge, couldn't resist, could only passively withstand it. Under its bombardment, he would be turned to powder, doomed to perish in body and soul. He fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue, freeing himself from despair and fear. Then, he took a step forwards and roared out loud. An unwilling and unyielding aura erupted from his body like a volcano, transmitting an unshakable will, born to support the heavens and earth, to not fall after death. This was the ancient demon. Rumble, rumble, the vast and endless spectral aura between the heavens and earth gathered together like rivers returning to the sea, condensing into a pale white fog. Two large hands stretched out from the fog, as if they were propping up the collapsing sky, holding up the overwhelming shadows of the staff in their palms. Bang! The ground violently shook, forming visible waves. Wherever they swept through, the earth collapsed and endless dirt tumbled into the air, causing dust to fly into the air. As the dust settled, a towering figure gradually became clear. Everything below its calves had sunk into the earth. One of its arms was still above its head, but the other couldn't withstand the wild strength and shattered into pieces. The sloppy man who had grasped the spatial crack in his hand and nearly killed Qin Yu with a casual strike suddenly paled. His eyes bulged out as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, a furious roar suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. The terrifying sound waves caused everyone's faces to turn pale. The sloppy man fiercely turned around and looked at the tumbling fog. He screamed, "It's a misunderstanding! A misunderstanding! This is definitely a misunderstanding!" Bang! A terrifying palm stretched out from the fog and sent him flying backwards. He crashed into the ground like the strongest plow, instantly tearing open a long canyon in the ground. Puff, puff, puff! The sloppy man wildly spat out dirt. He jumped up and cursed, "Big fool, I already said that this is a misunderstanding, yet you still hit me so hard. I hate it the most when others press me to the ground. Do you really want to fight?" The fog surrounding the stone pillar was like a flowing river that was directly cut in half. An extremely terrifying figure walked out from within. Its shoulders were as high as the heavens, its head was like the sun, and its eyes were like stars. Every step it took caused the earth to tremble and wail. Lan Rua cried out in alarm, "It's that giant!" The expression on the golden statue-like winged person's face suddenly became vivid, clearly showing his uneasiness and panic. The wings on his back suddenly unfurled. But before he could fly away, the sky above his head darkened. A terrifying giant hand pressed down like a mountain. With a bang, the winged person followed in the sloppy man's footstep. His entire body was smashed into the ground in a comical manner. He spread his wings in an attempt to stop himself, but to no avail. A huge hole instantly formed. It was pitch black and led all the way to the ground. It was impossible to tell how deep it was. The sloppy man, whose eyes were blazing, was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. "This Birdman is relying on his speed. I don't even have a chance to beat him up. Big fool, well done. This fellow has a serious obsession with cleanliness. Ha 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 ha, this is great." Just as he finished laughing, a giant foot came crashing down, stomping him into the ground. Even the countless specters on the ground were crushed to pieces. Boom! The golden-winged person flew out from the deep hole in the ground. He was panting like an ox, and his handsome and cold face was twisted. With a sharp cry, golden light shone brightly like a golden sun. When the blinding light disappeared, a golden rock appeared. Bang! Another section of the earth shattered. A sloppy man covered in mud flew out, crazily spewing out dirt. "Big fool, I hate it the most when others step on me. I won't let you off today." He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The vast and mighty aura of specters gathered once more, condensing into an incomparably large spear. In front of this spear, The sloppy man seemed even smaller than an ant. But he held the spear in one hand and even used the spear point to make a dazzling display of spear moves, causing strong winds to howl. He coldly sneered again and again, "I will burst your chrysanthemum today." The golden roc suddenly swooped down. Its wings folded behind its back, and its head and legs straightened into a straight line. Its sharp beak tore through the air like an arrow. But what welcomed it was the giant's palm. As if it were a fly being swatted away, the golden roc was directly sent flying away. Its beautiful, gorgeous, and dazzling wings fluttered about, scattering golden snow all over the ground. It was just that these snowflakes were a bit too large. Each one was enough to cover a giant lake. Puff, with the sound of flesh tearing apart, the giant looked down at the spear that had pierced through his heart. Without expression, he grabbed it and smashed it into the ground. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, each strike caused the entire earth to tremble. But even with such a violent sound, it couldn't be covered up. The sloppy man screamed out in a high-pitched voice, as if he were a woman who was about to be ruined by the giant. His voice had a particularly penetrating power, and most importantly, there was even a slight rise to his voice. The golden roc rushed forwards once more. But before it could take this chance to open several bloody holes in the giant's body, it was caught in the giant's palm and then smashed into the ground together. Bang, 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 1 long and 2 short strikes. There was actually a sense of rhythm to them. Suddenly, the spear vanished from sight and the golden roc scattered with it. The sloppy man and the golden-winged man appeared not too far away, battered and exhausted. The two of them looked at the giant with dignified expressions. "Big fool, don't go crazy. This boy isn't your junior." The winged man spoke for the first time, his voice dry and cold. "Ancient, get out of the way, we must stop him." The giant opened his mouth and roared, slapping his chest with both hands. With loud banging sounds, the immortal and demonic cultivators that had moved away were shaken to the point where their faces paled. The sloppy man sucked in a deep breath. "Think about it carefully, otherwise we'll have to deal a heavy blow." The winged man lifted his spear. Golden light erupted from its surface and an illusory figure appeared, with 12 pairs of wings on its back. Majestic, noble, dignified, powerful, an aura of annihilation wildly erupted from this phantom, as if it could break apart the entire world. The giant turned and squatted down. It lowered its head, nearly touching the ancient demon-incarnated Chinyu. Looking at the incomparably massive face in front of him, Chinyu unexpectedly didn't feel any fear in his heart. Rather, from the star-like eyes of the giant, he could read the meaning of inquiry. Without hesitation, Chinyu slowly shook his head. He had to stand behind Undying. This was his promise. The giant's eyes revealed a gratified look. With a deep roar, he reached out a hand and grabbed Chinyu, pulling him up from the ground. Then, he pressed a hand between his eyebrows. His flesh and blood were like soft mud, gently parting to the sides. Chinyu's ancient demon body sank into it. Then, between the giant's eyebrows, a striking black mole appeared. Even though Chinyu had transformed into an ancient demon, in front of the giant, he still couldn't compare to a single finger. Everything in front of him turned dark and then bright. Chinyu subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was in a giant temple. In the temple stood the statue of a giant. His feet were slightly apart and his arms were raised, as if he were holding up the world. He angrily roared out something and his eyes released an unshakable and formidable will. "Future people, my life has long since reached the end. I have bitterly persisted until now, and now you have finally arrived. You have passed the test. In accordance with the traditions of my people, I will send you into the inheritance temple. I hope that you can obtain the complete inheritance of my people from within. Remember, we are of the bloodline of the ancients. We were born to support the heavens and earth, to advance courageously without fear. Even if we experience 1,000 tribulations and 10,000 tribulations, our hearts will never change. A deep and calm voice echoed out from all directions of the temple. Within the deep weariness, there was also the joy of liberation. It had been many, many years, so long that he didn't even remember how many years had passed. In the end, the inheritance of the ancients hadn't been severed in his hands. Chapter 603. Within the temple, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. A rainbow-colored ribbon of light flew out from between the giant's eyebrows, wrapping around him. His consciousness sank, as if he had fallen into a bottomless black hole. Countless mottled lights flashed in front of him. After an unknown period of time, his muddled consciousness suddenly became clear. Qin Yu struggled to open his eyes. What he saw was the face of a giant filled with excitement. A new little giant had been smoothly born, and the bloodline of the ancients had been passed on. The hidden giant village began to celebrate the night away. The huge bonfire almost burned through the sky, illuminating the cheerful faces. The newborn giants were passed between pairs of large hands. Qin Yu could clearly see all of this. He could even feel the rough hands of the giants rubbing against his body. It was like this newborn little giant was him. The happy little giant gradually grew up under the shelter of the village. He liked to climb up the mountain at the entrance of the village to welcome his father and the others back from hunting. Every time, he would first see his father walking in front. His father's broad and sturdy arms were always carrying plentiful prey. But one day, after waiting for a very, very long time, the little giant fell asleep in a daze. When he heard the deep and familiar sound of footsteps, he opened his eyes in surprise. Under the dusky sky, his father was gasping for breath. His chest had been pierced by some sort of sharp weapon, and blood flowed freely out of it. "Run!" His father opened his mouth and roared towards the village. But it was already too late. Giant spaceships descended from the clouds one after another. They were equipped with barbed iron spears, and every time they fired, it was like a thunderclap was set off. The iron spears easily pierced through the giants' strong bodies. As the giants roared in pain, they were pulled into the giant cages beneath the spaceships like fish. The little giant was scared silly. He could only watch helplessly as all the villagers in the village were taken away one at a time. He covered his mouth, not daring to make a single sound. His panic-stricken eyes found his father's figure. He leaned against the cage and gasped for breath, his complexion paler than ever before. Their eyes met in midair. His father revealed a gratified look. He gently shook his head and his lips moved. He had played the guessing game with his father many times before, so he immediately understood what he meant. "Don't come out, live on." The little giant waited for a long time until all the spaceships had left. Then, it stumbled down the mountain and ran into the darkness. That night, in the darkness, countless deep green eyes stared at the little giant with greed and heat. But for some reason, they didn't throw themselves at him. The scene changed. The little giant from back then had already grown up. He had a body even stronger than his father, and his hands could kill the strongest demonic beasts in the mountains. Finally, he walked out of the mountain where he had been hiding for 10,000 years. He crossed the mountains and rivers and ran towards the place where the sun rose. Along the way, all kinds of powerful creatures appeared. They tried to stop the giant's advance, but they were easily smashed through by him. Finally, the giant stood in front of a majestic divine palace. It was majestic and noble, towering above the white clouds, as if it was as tall as the great sun. The giant reared his head back and roared into the heavens. After 10,000 years, this was the first time he had ever roared in this world. Strong winds rose up, blowing away the thick fog beneath the divine palace. Giant statues were revealed, their bodies covered with wounds and their faces were filled with pain and despair. Their legs sank into the earth and their hands lifted the divine palace up, lifting it up to the same height as the sun, the most dazzling place in the world. His father, his mother, the village chief, Uncle Sang, who was good at fishing, the giant looked at these familiar faces, and his eyes gradually turned red. He let out a heart-wrenching howl and crushed the earth beneath his feet. He soared into the skies and smashed into that majestic and noble divine palace. But in the end, he failed. The palm imprint within the divine palace struck him down from the skies. He crashed through the earth, and the giant's mortal body began to collapse. With a loud roar, the surroundings of the giant's body turned dark. He rushed into this darkness and left the world where the divine palace was. But even so, he couldn't escape the pursuit of the divine palace. In the sea of stars, a great sun shined brightly, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wherever the sun shined, there was no place for the giant to breathe. He could only constantly flee. During this process, his body constantly collapsed and was reborn, becoming weaker and weaker. Finally, the giant fled to a region covered in silver moonlight. The great sun and the silver moon coldly faced each other. Finally, the giant chose to retreat. The giant fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he had become an object of slavery. He was buried deep within the earth, and the divine artifact continuously refined his will. Once he gave up struggling, death would descend upon him, and he would become one with it. The scene changed again. Qin Yu could clearly see the panic-stricken and shocked immortal and demonic cultivators. They were incomparably powerful in the outside world, but now they were like lowly ants hiding in a distant corner. Across from him was a winged person with 12 pairs of gorgeous wings. He held a golden spear in his hands, and every time he thrust it out, the world trembled and the chains in the skies crazily clattered. In another direction was a giant ape with a black stone staff in its hand. Its thick black fur was mostly soaked in blood. But even though it was severely wounded, it didn't feel any fear at all. Instead, it became even more fierce and warlike. Its giant eyes were so red that they nearly flowed out. Bang! The golden spear tore through space and descended. Its terrifying aura seemed as if it could pierce through the world. The giant's fist collided with the spear. Massive amounts of flesh and blood split apart, but the giant didn't seem to feel any pain at all. The spear was sent flying away and the fist smashed into the 12-winged person's body, sending it flying away and crashing into tumbling fog. The giant ape leapt into the skies. With a loud roar, it grasped the stone staff in its hands and smashed it down. The stone staff shattered the air, emitting a scalp-numbing crackling sound. The giant lifted its injured arm, allowing the stone staff to fall down. Its body that was as tall as the sky trembled, and it roared out loud. His thighs gathered strength, and he swung his hand. The stone staff was swept away, and the giant ape's arms cracked apart, revealing pale white bones and flesh. But the giant ape opened its mouth and laughed in excitement. "You big fool, you're still so strong. I love fighting with you the most." After losing the stone staff, the giant ape instead erupted with an even more terrifying killing intent. It laughed and rushed forwards to engage the giant in a wild melee. Its fists slammed into each other's chests, emitting a sound like a tsunami. At some unknown time, the 12-winged person had appeared above the giant's head. He let out strange syllables, and the light from his 12 pairs of golden wings began to condense above his head, condensing into a blazing golden codex. The winged person reached out and took the codex. Then, a deep and low voice echoed out from its mouth. "In the name of the highest God, I pronounce your sins. Your flesh and blood shall decay and fuse into the earth. Your soul shall decay and dissipate into the starlight. Your will shall vanish, forever sinking into the endless river of time." The giant's starry eyes suddenly turned dim, and large spots appeared on the surface of his flesh. A thick stench of decay emitted from his body, as if he were a corpse buried deep underground that was about to rot. The giant ape pounced in front of the giant, its razor-sharp claws sinking into the giant's chest, tearing open the flesh on the giant's back. In its hand was a heart riddled with holes. Viscous dark purple blood oozed out of the crisscrossed wounds. Roar! The giant's eyes suddenly brightened. He let out an angry roar, not showing the slightest sign of weakness because he had lost his heart. The flesh and blood around the wound on his chest suddenly tightened, like an arm that had bitten the giant ape to death. The giant reached out and grabbed the giant ape. With a sudden pull, the scalp tingled with the sound of breaking flesh and bone as the ape's entire arm was torn off. The giant ape howled in pain. Its other arm reached out to grab the giant's eyes. The giant closed its eyes and thrust its head forwards. The ape's remaining arm was directly broken apart. Exerting strength from its chest and abdomen, the giant ape was sent flying away like a boulder. It crashed into the ground and smashed into a lake. Without pausing, the giant waved its hand and pulled out the giant ape's arm. It swung out at the golden-winged person. Bang! The golden-winged person was sent flying backwards. But before he could fly too far, he was caught by the giant. The giant lifted his arm and smashed it into the ground. The winged person's entire body was pressed into the ground. The giant lifted a leg and trampled the winged person into the ground. Then, he reached out and grabbed the winged person's left wing and tore it apart. Ah! The winged person roared in pain, as if he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. His 12 magnificent wings were torn up by the roots, leaving behind a trail of flesh and blood. But this wasn't the end. The giant casually reached out and grabbed the other half of the wing, repeating the brutal actions from just now. The winged person's body violently twitched. He could no longer make a sound. It was unknown whether he had died or fainted from the pain. Walala! Snow fell from the golden wings once more, but it was far greater than before. It was like the difference between a small snowfall and a great blizzard. As the wings fluttered in the wind, the giant reared back his head and roared. Terrifying sound waves wildly tumbled through the world, the aura so wild that it caused the depths of one's soul to tremble. The immortal realm and demonic path cultivators had already been scared silly by the sudden eruption of slaughter. As they looked at the cruel giant that was comparable to a divinity or demon, all of them paled. Even the strong Decima and Fallen Wing instinctively felt a sense of inferiority. The terrifying strength this giant revealed was more than enough to completely roll over them. Perhaps leaving this place was the best choice. With the protection of this giant, they no longer had a chance to stop Chinyu. There was even a chance that the giant would view them as an enemy. At that time, it would be too late for them to leave. Decima and Fallen Wing revealed a hint of struggle in their eyes. With their status, when had they ever felt so aggrieved? Were they going to be so scared that they had to flee and return empty-handed? In this moment of hesitation, the situation changed once more. The giant suddenly looked up, its star-like eyes rapidly turning crimson. Roar! It emitted an even more savage and cruel roar. It fell to one knee and thrust a hand into the ground, lifting up a piece of earth and tossing it into the skies. Walala! Giant chains that blocked out the skies seemed to come to life. They wrapped around the piece of earth and twisted it to pieces. Dust fell down, blocking everyone's line of sight. The giant bent its legs with magic power. As the ground caved in and collapsed, it rushed into the dust. Bang, bang! The terrifying sound waves were like two divine mountains crashing into each other. Suddenly, a giant shadow fell down from the dust, smashing into the ground. It was a giant. Lan Rua cried out in alarm, her face filled with shock. She simply couldn't imagine what sort of existence could directly defeat a giant that was even more terrifying than a divinity or demon. Strong winds suddenly rose up, clearing away the dust in the blink of an eye. Lan Rua's pupils violently shrank. What appeared in her line of sight was actually an ordinary man. His handsome appearance was matched with a pair of long and narrow eyes. When he narrowed them, they were as cold as a venomous snake, causing fear to rise up from the depths of one's heart. It was him who had struck the giant down from the skies. The ground rumbled and shook. The giant roared as it crawled up. Its blood-red eyes glared at the man in the skies. Then, it ruthlessly grasped at the point between its eyebrows. Flesh and blood disintegrated. 5 fingers that were stained with thick blood were pulled out from between its eyebrows, revealing a slightly illusory figure. This figure was a shrunken version of the giant itself. Ancient Zong! The giant roared. His fingers gripped together and the phantom in his hand burst like a bubble. An incomparably terrifying aura wildly gushed out. Beneath the skies, the cold and gloomy man suddenly frowned, a gloomy look in his eyes. He lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Where his fingertip fell, space suddenly collapsed. A white bone finger stretched out, colliding with his fingertip. There was no easing at all. It was like a raging inferno colliding with boiling oil. In that instant, a strength that could destroy the heavens and earth was released. It was like a raging flood that swept through the highest heavens. "This is bad!" Decima and Fallen Wing cried out at the same time. Without any hesitation, the two of them activated their most powerful trump card. Brilliant light and the deep darkness covered the immortal and demonic cultivators. But no matter how they tried to activate their trump cards, space seemed to freeze, and they couldn't open them. They couldn't escape. Block it for me! With a loud roar, Decima and Fallen Wing completely erupted their cultivations, wildly pouring them into their treasures. Blue light and the darkness rapidly surged. In the next moment, a terrifying impact swept out, completely submerging them. Within the temple, as the phantom in the giant's hand exploded, motes of starlight appeared from nothingness and drilled into Qin Yu's body. Then, these motes of light appeared in Qin Yu's soul space. Some invisible will instantly sealed away the purple moon and cosmic sea-cross spell. Then, the motes of light swarmed towards Qin Yu's soul like tired birds returning to the forest, being absorbed by him like droplets of water. Qin Yu's soul instinctively shivered. His consciousness instantly realized this. The moment the motes of light were absorbed by his soul, he understood everything. This was the true inheritance of the ancients. Fragmented marks were branded into his soul. Between his eyebrows, an ancient rune slowly appeared, like a hidden landscape painting. In the outside world, the giant lifted a hand once more and grasped between his eyebrows a second time. Another phantom appeared, even more solid than the first. Ancient Death! With a loud bang, the phantom shattered. In front of the cold and gloomy man, it wasn't a finger that drilled out from the shattered space, but an entire bone arm. Every bone was sparkling and translucent like the finest jade in the world. Their surfaces shimmered, and one could faintly see countless runes flowing within.